Excuse me. What? There you go. Ah. Give me a second here. Yeah. Okay. My water is nearby. I say they moved it now. Sure. That's gonna fall. Let's fight together. Shove these big. Alright. Twitch live. Good. Alright. Put that right there. Actually, move this right here. Then put this right here. Move this a little bit. There you go. Alright, so the biz that is happening. We are gonna be waiting some East Attorney. You know, the use. I was like, why is the game not loading up? I forgot. It's always this situation. Where is it? Mount Edgeworth. Yeah. There you go. I was like, why am I waiting? Usually it loads up right away. Alright, continue from where we last left off. Chapter start. Turnabout reminiscence beginning. So we might go, depending how long this one is, we might go halfway and we might not. It really depends. Okay, Faraday, the young lady. Oh, okay. The piece of cloth that she conjured up has taken me back to many years ago. Well, they're saying, yeah, so I might go like, I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, that's right, I did it. I killed the guy. But it was a great thief Yatagarasu that told me to do it. As a defendant, just what exactly are you trying to say? Don't you get it? I know the true identity of the Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu is the man standing over there at the prosecutor's bench. Are you saying that I'm the Yatagarasu? Don't you dare deny it. You told me to kill him when you snuck into the embassy. Are you claiming? Okay. Exactly what I'm claiming. Mr. Ra, I think we've heard just about enough from you. Your Honor, please listen to me. I'm telling the truth. You gotta believe me. What are they saying? Oh yeah, because this, I know this episode is like kind of short, but yeah, it depends how long it goes for. The prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Fair. This court will now be recessed until the next trial. Whatever. Can't read that fast. September 10th, 3:20 p.m. District Court, third floor lobby. 7 years ago. Oh, look at young Edgeworth. It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor will be the replacement for the prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant. Edgeworth? Sir. Oh my god, fucking Von Karma comes back. He read over all the documents regarding this trial. Yes, sir. I've memorized everything there is to know. Very good. Paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that as your mentor, I am Manfred Von Karma. Will accept nothing short of perfection. Understand, sir. To have the chance to stand in the court at such an early stage in my career, I am honored and proud. As I have watched over your studies, I am giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion. Yes, sir. That such a legendary prosecutor is watching over and judging my performance. I have to be perfect in every way. Today's trial should have ended in just 1 minute. Because the defendant was picked up by the security camera, correct? Exactly. The killer had the gall to say that he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous is his claim that the case prosecutor, Brian Faraday, gave the order. Ha, Faraday is such a fool. He's been cornered by his very own prey. Sir, are you an acquaintance of Mr. Brian Faraday? You're the pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense. Nonsense. You once tried to explain to me a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court. Those who cannot be brought to court. That is nonsense, for no man is above the law. Well, there are always a few exceptions. However, there is no reason to even deal with such individuals. Prosecutor is a guardian of the court, one with no obligation to outside matters. Thus, there is no reason to deal with such individuals, I see. Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday has will not be forgiven. I have no fear. I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused prosecutor, Brian Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt. Very good. I've secured an hour of recess for you to prepare to do just that. Show them all the power of Von Karma. So, have you achieved a firm understanding of the case? Yes, sir. I have memorized everything that is written down in the case files. Well, then explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you're talking about. Understood. A murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Kodopian embassy. The victim, Mr. Deed Man, was a staff member at the embassy. The defendant, in this case, Mr. Macrell, was held for questioning the night of the incident as he was deemed suspicious. He was quickly placed under arrest. He was quickly placed under arrested for possession of the murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yatagarasu has successfully infiltrated the Kodopian embassy as well. At first, Rao claimed that he himself was the Yatagarasu. That he did not kill Deed Man. Wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie. It's possible that he wants to go down while in the spotlight if he is found guilty. There truly is no limit to people's inanity. But I agree. Continue, Edgeworth. Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murder. The footage clearly showed Mr. Raw as the murderer. The act of Mr. Raw firing the gun could be clearly seen from the visitors' gallery. Upon seeing that the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder, I did it because I was told to, by the real Yatagarasu Brian Faraday. That sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one thing. While this may appear to simply be the murder of a Kodopian Embassy staff member, people are actually referring to it as the second KG-8 incident. The second KG-8 incident? I'm very sorry, sir. I fear I have failed to study hard enough. Well, even among the police, it's information that only a select few are privy to. Would you please enlighten me, sir? Second KG-8 incident. What do you mean by the second KG-8 incident? In order for me to tell you that, you must first learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents. This is a 3-year-old newspaper. You have heard of the Amano group Ghetto before, correct? Yes, I have. The security of Ernest Amano, the Amano group's director, was arrested on a suspicion of smuggling. Correct. CCU was an employee of an Amano group and the sole witness to the smuggling operation. It was she who brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court. When the Kodopian Embassy staff member arrested for the murder. Yes, a Kodopian by the name of Manny Kochin was the suspect. However, due to the lack of evidence, the case went unresolved. Lack of evidence. If only I was in charge of the case. I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt. To make sure that all criminals are found guilty. My mentor really is dedicated. Faraday was the prosecutor on the case then, and he was as pathetic as ever. Miss Faraday was in charge of the KG-8 incident as well. That's right. And now, once again, the victim of this of the case you are currently assigned to was someone who was scheduled to testify against the smuggling organization. And just like last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify. The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. Events are occurring among almost exactly the same way as they did in the KG-8 incident. That's why it's being called the second KG-8 incident. Yes. Yet there is one difference between the two incidents. What would that be? The so-called noble thief that is sending everyone into an uproar. The great thief Yatagarasu. I better find out more. If it is true that the Yatagarasu showed up at the Kodopian Embassy, what could he or she have been after? No doubt to steal any suspicious accounting records and release them publicly, or more likely to steal secrets from the Kodopian Embassy himself. Since the item that the Yatagarasu stole from there was sent to the police, what was it that the Yatagarasu sent to the police? I don't know the details. Anything related to the Yatagarasu is getting the top secret treatment. Still, I find it very ironic. It just ended too. By returning the stolen item to the police, it was proof positive that the Yatagarasu had infiltrated the embassy on the same day the staff member was killed. Criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say? That would have to be the first time the Yatagarasu has left evidence behind, correct? Yes, indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Yatagarasu, then I suggest you ask Faraday, Mr. Faraday. He happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatagarasu case as well. He's prosecutor in charge of both the KG-8 incident and the Yatagarasu case. Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate. Oh my god, is that Baby K? What is it, little girl? You're scary, mister. Did you need something? I want to trade these coins with you. Fistful of dimes, quarters, and pennies. But it looks like you've exactly $1. Is this what you want? Thanks, that's exactly what I needed. That is Baby K. Could that child be here to watch the trial? How does respect for a child like that to be running around inside the courthouse? Does no one have respect for the country, the system anymore? Paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is complete. Do you even know how much time there is left before the trial is resumed? I'm so sorry. I can have you mopping up. Oh my god! I can have you mopping up this courthouse instead of protecting it in an instant. Go. It's no bother, sir. Not being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me. Proud one you are. You had better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourself. Time for your debut, Edgeworth. What is going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet? How is it possible that the defense is not prepared yet, either? Bailiff, where is Mr. Faraday? I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying attention. This fucking guy. Ah, you must be the one Mr. Von Karma recommended. Look at Judgy. Here, this will be your first trial. I look forward to seeing how you perform. I like Judgy with a side view instead of the front view. Oh, but by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson. Sir, it looks like the trial is about to resume, however. Yes, it will be all but impossible to prove the witness is a liar without the evidence from Faraday. What is that blasted buffoon up to? It's an emergency, sirs. Oh. It's young Dick Gumshoe. Silence. There shall be no yelling in this sacred hall of law. Bailiff, remove that man from this courtroom at once. Please. Wait. You have to listen to me. There's an emergency. Defendant lobby number 2, Mr. Faraday and the defendant. The two of them. They're both dead, Your Honor. What? 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 Okay, setting myself up a bit. Stay back. Ugh. No one's allowed on the crime scene. Period. Just who does this oddball think he is? It's becoming quite the hotspot. Isn't she Mr. Rell's defense attorney? Hey, you! No running in the hallway, pal. And who are you to tell me what to do? Never find out what's going on like this. It's time for some civil discourse. And you are? Oh, me? Hey, pal. It's common courtesy to tell someone your name first before asking theirs. Point taken. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I am a district prosecutor. Prosecutor? I've never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal. I've told you my name, now would you mind telling me yours? Detective Dick Gumshoe, and just recently I achieved my dream of becoming a detective. More than a dream, it's what I was born to do. Wait, maybe I should check and make sure I'm not really in some crazy dream first. This detective is entirely too excited to be at a murder scene. So, Detective Gumshoe, Would you mind telling me what you know about the incident? You know that I don't have to tell you anything, right? I know that. But it would behoove you to fill me in on what you know. Wow, you're a proud one for such a youngster, aren't you? Well, anyway, Detective Bad is the one in charge. So you just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door to the defendant lobby number 2. So you have the guard detail. Did you notice anything strange while you were on duty? Well, I freaked out when I heard a gunshot and then I kind of froze. You're a detective and a measly gunshot scared you that much. Then again, I can hardly claim to not know what it's like to hear one at close range. Then Detective Bad came running to the scene. We went into lobby number 2 together and both men were lying there dead. Is that everything? Yeah, that's it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. Interesting. Other than the gunshot, he didn't hear a single sound of commotion. Do you have a minute? You know, I'm not really into talking to people I don't know, especially at a time like this. She's hot, I'm not gonna lie. Big ass forehead, but still hot. I apologize for not introducing myself before bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I was to take Mr. Faraday's place in court. Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you. So Faraday's substitute is a newbie, huh? I'll have you know, madam, that I studied under Manfred von Karma. Now take me for some naive novice. Do not take me for some naive novice. So you're a student of von Karma. I should have... Those clothes are a dead giveaway. Stop right there. These are the garments of one who gallantly presented the facts. Ah, thanks for the great laugh, but try not to make me laugh too much, okay? I wasn't trying to do anything of the sort. Just kidding, I was just goofing around. By the way, do you know who I am? My name is Callisto Yu. And if you're telling the truth, then we were about to go head-to-head in court. Ah, but of course, I have heard much about you, monsieur. Bro. I'm not reading all that. That's a paragraph. But of course, I have heard much about you. I'm on a time constraint today. You're a regular Shakespeare. Did I say something funny? This is young Edgeworth. How do you not realize this already? Were you not paying attention? Like, what the fuck? I'd like you to update me on the situation. I don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to those detectives over there? If that's the case, then why are you here? What's so funny? It's just that the way you speak is so tactless. The person I was going against in court until only a little while ago was just murdered. It's not like I could go back into the courtroom pretending as though nothing happened. That's a good point. I apologize for asking such an insensitive question. Well, it's not also that. You will hear the moment that Edgeworth and Gumshoe were just introducing themselves to each other. As in, like, the first interaction. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Excuse me, but who are you? Detective Tyrell Bad. Homicide. I was informed of the situation and came as quickly as possible. So how did you arrive and inspect the body before me? Faraday requested for me to testify in the trial, plain and simple. Mr. Faraday requested that you'd be here. I've already contacted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid. Kid. I'm Mr. Faraday's substitute in today's trial. Therefore, I insist that you update me on the situation. Can't back down here. I have the right to know. Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid? Is he threatening me? Is he going for his gun? It's just a mirror. How dare he trick me like that? Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade, and he had a gun in his hand. The other man, a Mr. Macrell, was shot and killed. He was found holding a bloody knife in this hand. Was there anyone else who went into the defendant lobby number 2? Yeah, that big lug over there, his name's Gumshoe. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room. If that's the case, then they must have killed each other, correct? Maybe. That's impudence. This guy is really testing my patience. Why was I not informed that you were going to testify in court? Homicides aren't my only gig. The Yatagaratsu case is also one of my assignments. So you were called upon to comment on the Yatagaratsu's characteristics in order to assess if Mr. Faraday really was still Yatagaratsu or not. Well, looks like you just might have a brain after all in that head of yours, son. Son? I'm not your son, Pops. This fucking guy. This is you. There's someone here who wishes to see you. Who is it? Who is it? A Kodopian embassy staff member by the name of Manny Cochin. What? What's going on? Detective Bad and misused moods just changed all of a sudden. Wait a second. Wasn't Manny Cochin? I'll be right there. Nice to see you again, Miss Yu. Why are you here? I have no desire to ever see you again. Now. Actually, would you mind stepping outside for a brief chat? Fine. Let's go. Also, the fact that Manfred von Karma was alive didn't make you... Or not alive, but not in prison. And make it, like, you know, obvious. Bad. Von Karma, it's been a long time. I knew you would show up. Usually do when the Yatagarasu is involved, and I see this case is no exception. You know Detective Bad, sir? Yes. He's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scene of the crime. If only he would get a promotion and move on. It's the crime scene where a detective is most useful and effective. It's not like I don't know that. Moving on though, Bad. Now, the man that I just passed by, was he not the suspect from the KG8 incident? That was right. What is that man doing wandering around here? That Faraday, I can't believe he let such an easy catch get away, imbecile. I would have proved his guilt in 3 minutes. Von Karma, I think you've said enough for now. It's in poor taste to speak like that about the departed. Very well. Back on topic, I'm placing Edgeworth in charge of the investigation here. Oh, hi. It's young fucking Francisca. Papa, how can you place him in charge? Francisca, what are you doing here? I like young Francisca's look. Like, her outfit looks nice. I'm here for summer vacation. What else? This is Von Karma, so she is here on vacation from Germany. She is the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a student of his who's also junior to me. You're the one who's junior to me, and don't you forget it. You're not completely avoiding the bar examination, are you? Ha. If you were able to pass, then I'll have absolutely no trouble at all. I would get cold easily. Maybe it's summer right now. I'll never allow myself to lose to you. Never. Why does she always have to be this competitive? Anyway, Papa, are you really assigning Miles Edgeworth to cover the case? Yes, I am. Why do you ask? Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. I am 100% confident that I can do a better job than him. That's just like Francisca. She has no problem bad-mouthing someone right in front of them. Bad? Yeah. These two will be conducting the investigation. What? You want me to let both of these kids loose on the crime scene? No, this is a perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecutorial skills. Crime scene is not a place for children to be messing around in. I'm the one with the authority over this crime scene, bad, and I will not tolerate complaining. Edgeworth, Francisco. I leave this case to the two of you. Understood, sir. I like how Manfred looks so short. I'll go take care of the paperwork now. Remember, I'll accept nothing but a perfect report from the both of you. Do not disappoint me. Hold up, Von Karma. I still haven't agreed to this. Miles Edgeworth. It's been quite some time, Francisca. This would be the perfect chance for us to see which of us is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. Would it kill you to at least say hello? Long time no see. Very good. Just because you became a prosecutor first doesn't mean you can act all proud. She hasn't changed a bit. Miles Edgeworth. As I was saying, we shall see which one of us is worthy of the Von Karma name. For crying out loud, I've been reduced to a babysitter. Looks like Mr. Von Karma was successful in convincing the detective. That's just like him, he never fails. Now I appreciate if you could quickly run me through the facts, Detective Bad. You're better off checking things out on your own. Very well. Seems like getting help from Detective Bad will be as most arduous. I don't know what that word is. Task. Yay. It's the only real explanation that they killed each other simultaneously. Miles Edgeworth, you should listen to someone until they are finished talking. What are you talking about? I'll only say it one more time. This is a competition to see who is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. Competition. The person that figures out the truth first wins. So the person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name. Exactly. I don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. I simply refuse to hear any more foolish things come from your foolish mouth. Fine, whatever makes you happy. Can I take that as you accepting my challenge? Once again, whatever makes you happy. Well then, let's begin the investigation, shall we? I'm going to find the perfect evidence and prettily present it like the professional I am. Paying to discover the truth behind a crime. How delightfully childish. You kids over there, hold it. Kid? Ha! Serves you right, Miles. He just called you a kid. I said kids, kid. How dare you call me a kid as well? I'll do what I please and I won't allow you to cause a ruckus on the crime scene. Hey, big guy. You're going to watch over these two. Yes, sir. Detective Bad, sir. Now do what I say from now on, kids, okay? Better not get in our way, Scruffy. You'll feel the bite of my whip if you do. Hee! And you, prosecutor boy. Let's get your investigation started already, alright? Right. Now even that detective is treating me like a child. Alright, it's time to get investigating. Get a move on, prosecutor boy. My name is Miles Edgeworth. If you were to call me prosecutor boy one more time, it will be my duty as a prosecutor to look into your monthly salary. What? What would you do with my salary after you saw how much it was? That's up to you. That's up to you now, isn't it? Really? Sounds good, pal. He's so naive. Investigation begin. Detective Bad, may I have a word with you? What is it? It appears that both a knife and a gun were used as murder weapons. Yeah, it does. That leads us to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire the weapons? The gun was inside of Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today. It was used to kill the Kodopian embassy staff member. But I never heard anything about the knife. Mr. Rao was being held by the police. There's no way he could have brought it in, which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him from the start as well. It had been a piece of evidence that had yet to be presented. Then why doesn't Detective Bad know about it? Wait, what if it's possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife in under the guise of prosecutor evidence? He could have then brought it out and attacked Mr. Rao with it. Maybe you've got a brain in there after all, kid. Is he going to treat me like a child forever? Let's say Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Rao first, who then counterattacked. That's the only logical conclusion you can draw from the scene like this. Not yet. I feel that it's much too early to be drawing conclusions already. Let's first find the conclusive evidence so as to ensure the honor of the Bon Karma name. One little thing real quick. Child. During the... literally just K. Just smaller. During the recess, she asked me to change some coins for her. The judge is in here. Francisca is only 13. Does it show... No, it doesn't show Edgeworth here. I think Edward would be like 16. I forgot what the age gap between Francisca and what's his name? And Edgeworth are. There's some stuff in the bag, pal. I suppose this was Mr. Faraday's bag. It's part of the trial evidence it was supposed to collect from him. This is the evidence? Ah, I better not touch it. I'll leave prints on it. Do you just not pay attention to anything you do? There are some plastic bags stacked on the table. There's a tea set too, but there doesn't seem to be any sign of disturbance. Yeah, the table's all neat and tidy. Maybe they were super quiet in their scuffle. After all, I didn't hear anything from out in the hallway, you know? Maybe the plastic bags scattered on the floor are throwing us off. Here, the plant's foliage is quite nice. It's actually soothing to be around it. Perhaps I should purchase one for my room. Let's talk to Francisca first before heading into this. Oh, I see. You figure something out. There's a competition, Miles, and as such, I appreciate it if you didn't talk to me. As you wish. The window's open, and there's a fresh flowery scent in the air. And the garden down there are so gross and ghastly. You think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change? Well, at least there's no way someone escaped through this window, pal. It wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers after a fall from the 3rd floor. Are you willfully ignoring the fact that there are also iron bars on the windows? Yes, there's that too. Either way, no one could get through these windows, right? They thought of everything when they were designing the courthouse. Very, very nice. Dr. Bad, do you have any thoughts on this case? Faraday and Rao. Looks like they killed each other to me. Although, there are a few things that just don't seem right. And what would that end be? Why don't you try thinking on your own first before you bother me, boy? What? Now I've been downgraded to just boy? Looks like Mr. Faraday fell on top of Mr. Rao. At first glance, it seems like they must have killed each other. However, using logic, the only logical conclusion is, aha! What was that outburst for? Detective instinct just hit me real hard. It was Mr. Rel that fell first, see? You don't need a detective instinct for that, it's common sense. But I suppose we won't know much more than that until after I examine the bodies. Or else until I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. Let's see, we got here. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around? Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal. I know that much, detective. You sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal? Normally, I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but when it's this guy... Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? His hand is all black down here. His hand is all black down here. See? I wonder what it could be. If you look closely, the blotching pattern resembles an ink stain. Ah, ink stain. Yes, I usually get ink on my own hand when I use my feather pen. A feather pen. I've never seen one before. Sure you are just make it up, pal? Mr. Earl died with a knife in his hand. That's some blood stuck on it. Then he must have used this as a weapon. Yep, no doubt about it. Was Mr. Faraday carrying this on his personage? Yeah. Did he bring this as a piece of evidence for the trial, or did he bring it with a very different intention in mind? I should jot down some notes down about it. Oh, interesting. First, he killed a couple of the MBC staff members. Then he was murdered himself. This guy wasn't exactly an angel, you know. Oh, what makes you say that? What makes you say that? Well, he's been hauled in the precinct several times for theft and assault, pal. So yeah, he's definitely the type to have committed a murder or two. Well, he did admit to killing Mr. Deed, man. Hey, good point, pal. I knew my detective intuition was telling me something. Detective intuition. Yep. Do you know about it? It's a special feeling that all detectives... We don't have time for this conversation right now. Let's return to the investigation. Mr. Faraday, how ironic it is for him to lose his life in the courthouse. Yeah, why did it have to be like this? I don't know what to say. Can't believe this happened while I was on watch, pal. Rather than beating yourself up, you should spend your time... continuing the investigation. Didn't you become a detective in order to solve crimes? Yeah. Now get back to work. Find out the cause of his murder. Right. I'm on it, pal. Looks like Mr. Faraday died while holding a gun in his right hand. So he shot Mr. Rel and then fell on the top of him while still gripping onto the gun? Guess that does seem kind of strange, huh? I mean, why would Mr. Faraday know how to fire a gun? Not exactly rocket science, even I know how to pull the trigger. Although I doubt I'll ever need to use one. I hope I never have to fire a gun either, pal. But it sure does look cool to hold a gun in your hands. It appears that the police's screening procedures need a thorough review. Anyway, I should jot down some notes about the handgun in Mr. Faraday's hands. That's about everything right there. Mr. Rowe cause of death was from being shot, correct? That's what we think, but it's hard to tell with him lying face down. Sorry, hold up. There you go. Sorry, I was trying to turn off my AC and it just wasn't doing it. Alright. Death is bad enough, but it's truly lamentable that someone would try to hide the truth. Are you sure they were trying to hide something? Can't confirm Mr. Rell's cause of death with his body positioned like this. Detective Bad, I'd like to examine the bodies in further detail if possible. What's this? You're not able to form a theory with them all the way they are? Believe an examination of the bodies is vital to finding the perfect evidence, don't you? I suppose you do have a point. Well, hurry up and get on with it. Labby. Yes, sir. We've taken enough photos of the scene, sir. And there you have it. Do you not approve? Of course not. What? Investigation of a crime scene is the work of a detective, so don't touch a thing. Hey, big fella, turn over the bodies for me, will you? Okay. Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday, sir. Do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're a detective. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. There you go. Holding a gun in the right hand. That's the one Mr. Rowe got blown away by right? Lobby, your answer. Yes, sir. We found that the ballistic markings do match the gun. That gun. Oh, ballistic markings are the figurative fingerprints a gun leaves on a bullet when fired. Every gun leaves its own unique ballistic markings. Therefore, by looking at the markings on the bullet, you can tell which gun it came from. Yes, yeah, that's it, of course. I already knew all about that, pal. Maybe you'd be better off going back to the academy. Hey, come on, sir, cut me some slack, will you? This is, so the bullet that was fired from the gun is what felled Mr. Rowe. There's a knife wound in his chest here, see? I wonder if the wound matches the knife Mr. Rowe is holding. Bobby? Yes, sir. Verifying now, sir. Make it quick. From the look of things, one could deduce that the knife Mr. Rowe is holding is what killed Mr. Faraday. There's something in his breast pocket. It's a fountain pen. Well, that would explain the ink in his hand. Hey, you know, I always keep a pencil. Oh my god, pencil behind my ear. It's because Detective Bad is always telling me you should always write your name on everything you own. Yes, somehow you do strike me as quite a forgettable individual. Mr. Faraday. Oh god. Yeah, why did it have to be like this? I don't know what to say. I can't believe this happened while I was on watch, pal. Rather than beating yourself up, you should spend your time continuing the investigation. Need you become a detective in order to solve crimes? Yeah. Then get back to work. Oh, I already seen this conversation. I was like, what? Looks like Mr. Faraday was stabbed with a knife that Mr. Rowe was holding. Youch. What's wrong, detective? My stomach started to hurt from just thinking about being stabbed. So keep your mind on the case, alright? Shot in the chest. It takes some guts to fire a gun in the courthouse. I mean, I've been a detective for a whole week and I still haven't fired a single round yet. There aren't any burn marks on his clothes. That must mean... Wait, burn marks? A round grows very hot as it's discharged from the firearm. Therefore, burn marks are usually left when a shot is fired from point-blank range. Ergo, Mr. Rowe must have been shot from at least a yard or two away. You sure knew a bunch of neat stuff for your age, pal. Apparently, this detective has as much common knowledge as your everyday marsupial. Let us now try to understand how the two men died. First, Mr. Faraday took the gun and the knife out from today's trial evidence. Then, he aimed the gun at Mr. Rowe and fired. However, Mr. Rowe managed to grab the knife and counter Mr. Faraday while being shot. Then, the two men fell together where they stood. That is my theory in any case. What a crazy way to go. Still, something about that explanation just doesn't seem right. I believe I now have a firmer grasp on what happened here. Do got some logic though. Nice, neat and tidy. Lobby number 2 window, ink stain. Ink stain with the fountain pen is definitely a connection. That splotch on Mr. Faraday's hand, I wonder if it might be the ink from the fountain pen. Oh, let's ask the lab guy. And the gumshoe, I confirm that the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from his fountain pen. I see, good work. You know, I've always wanted to say that, even if it was just one time in my life. Mr. Faraday wrote with his fountain... Wait, if Mr. Faraday wrote with his fountain pen in his left hand, I think it's fair to assume he was left-handed. It appears that Mr. Faraday's pen is very important to our case as well. Oh, if you say so, pal. Any more logical things? The tea set and plastic bags on top of the table are completely undisturbed. Plastic bags used to store evidence are strewn all over the floor. Maybe these two connect somehow? Let's see. There's a very tidy pile of plastic bags on the table, and yet a portion of them wound up scattered on the floor as well. Not likely that the ones on the floor were knocked over during a struggle, in which case might there not be another explanation as to how they got there. Another reason. I believe it's possible that the blood on the outside of the bag is related somehow. Please get the blood away from me, pal. Take the gumshoe. Whose blood is on this bag? Hold on, let me ask the lab guy. Alright, please hurry. Wait till you get a load of this, pal. It's Mr. Faraday's. Oh, and a technician said they didn't find anything else on or in the bag either. It would appear that this bag is a very important piece of evidence. Okay, if you say so, I'll leave it in your hands, pal. And now we're just left with the lobby number 2 window. I'm so excited, pal. This is my first real crime scene. It's like, let's get investigating. Detective Gumshoe. I thought investigations were supposed to be conducted in a calm, collected manner. What do you know about how to run an investigation, little boy prosecutor? I know that at the very least I have a greater grasp than you of what happened here. Why, you don't know any more than me, pal. Look, you just stay behind me, boy, and out of the way. Ironic coming from the guy that's been a step behind me the entire case. It's my first time setting foot inside the courthouse. Who would have thought it'd be for my first case as a detective? But you know, I get the feeling I'll be coming here a lot more in the future. As a suspect, detective. Of course not, pal. Anyway, this lobby is actually pretty luxurious. I mean, for a defendant's lobby, it's got a pretty big TV. Oh, and there's that tea set on the table over there. Bet you didn't know that I like to drink tea. Wow, this room really is decked out. It means spending time in here, maybe being a suspect isn't such a bad thing after all. I'm beginning to suspect that leaving this detective in charge of anything might be bad. But he is right, the room is rather well furnished. Somewhere in this room, the chief is slumbering. It's time to find it and give it a wake-up call. I didn't check the TV. He mentioned the TV part. Whoa! What? What is it, Detective Gumshoe? My TV at home is so tiny compared to this one, pal. And perhaps you should purchase a more normal-sized television like this one. Oh, let me see here. Wow, this thing is huge. Wow. And way too noisy. You're the noisy one, Scruffy. Don't touch it. You'll get your fingerprints all over it. But I didn't touch it. Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. Foundation, huh? It sounds like something the rookie here needs to shore up on. There's not much left to investigate, huh? They really did kill each other. No, we can't conclude that quite yet. Hello, Hector Judge. What's up? Appreciate you for dropping by. There's still something I find very peculiar here. The theory that they simply killed one another is too simplistic in this case. In fact, there's actually a contradiction that shows there's another possibility. No wait, pal, really? I suppose I will just have to show you the conflict in the crime scene. Almost. Oh, is it this right here? Oh, I meant to. My new. Oh. Now we come face to face with the contradiction I spoke of, and it is this. Mr. Faraday used his left hand to write with his fountain pen. Ergo, he is left-handed. And yet, the handgun in his right hand. Don't you find it odd that the left-handed Mr. Faraday would hold the gun in his right hand? That, ladies and gentlemen, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene. Hey, you're right, pal. That does seem kind of strange. But how could something like that happen? The facts add up to one conclusion and one alone. Someone else put the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand after he died. Someone else. Plastic bags scattered on the floor and a gun in the wrong hand. I sense the presence of a shadowy figure behind the case. A person of violent intent who is serious about keeping the truth from us. There you go. Investigation complete. Here's the autopsy report. It is probable that Mr. Rell survived for a short time after he was shot. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously from his stabbing. Interesting. Looks like we now know everything we need to know about this case. Are you sure we know everything? Of course, the incident began with Mr. Faraday attempting to get his revenge. The prosecutor went into a rage from being accused and tried to kill the defendant. But the defendant fought back and they ended up killing each other. It's all very clear and simple. There is absolutely no margin for doubt. Do you really believe that to be the truth? Ha, are you saying that just because I figured out the truth before you, that you don't want to believe it's true? It's alright, if you disagree with my argument, then prove me wrong. Well, if there are any contradictions to be found, that is. Don't worry, I will. What happened? Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous while Mr. Rell survived for a short time. From this, it's obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. Mr. Rell, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts of this case. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, therefore he must have attacked first. Proving the logic to be false is probably the fastest way to show her that she's wrong. In that case, I should first look for any holes in her theory. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous while Mr. Rell survived for a short time. Do you truly believe that Mr. Faraday died instantaneously? I have the murder report right here. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously of shock due to being stabbed in the chest. Therefore, you see, it's been documented clear as day. Sorry, I'm like trying to get the scratch on my head. There you go. Alright. From this... From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rell before he died. Do you have any basis for that statement? Your foolishness has no end, does it? Now, I hate to repeat myself, however, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. That's all the basis I need. Alright, so Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, then he must have attacked Mr. Rell before being stabbed. You're finally beginning to catch on, I see. And Mr. Rell, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. So you believe that the dying Mr. Rell stole the knife from Mr. Faraday. Mr. Rell became desperate as he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they are put to the test. So the two men struggled. And in the end, Mr. Rell was able to grab the knife and stab Mr. Faraday. The messy condition of this room is a testament to their struggle. Yes, my logic is perfectly sound. And you really say that it's perfect. What are you insinuating? Nothing. However, I can't let what you said just slide by without further inquiry. Injury? Whatever. One must be clear and precise, so if you could append that statement to your testimony. Fine. He struggled and Mr. Rell used the last of his strength to counterattack Mr. Faraday. Is this what it is? Nah, that can't be it. I think it might be this. If the two men were fighting, their struggle would have surely caused quite a bit of noise. However, Detective Gumshoe testified that he heard absolutely nothing. You placed too much faith in that detective's testimony, you know. But for the sake of the argument, let's say that there wasn't a fight. How then did Mr. Rell get his hands on the knife? Mr. Faraday's bag was sitting right here in lobby number 2. It is not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. Rell saw a chance and took it out at some point. So what you're saying is this. Mr. Rell took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the bag. And then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rell after being stabbed. And there's something strange in Francisca's statement just now. No, it makes all sense. Yeah, something is off. Wait, something doesn't add up. Oh, really? It's simply not possible for Mr. Faraday to have shot Mr. Rell after being stabbed. Oh, which one would it be, though? Found in Faraday's hand bullet. Okay. Simply not possible for Mr. Faraday to have shot Mr. Rell after being stabbed. Found in Faraday's hand bullet that kills Rell, fired from a few yards away. Notes pertaining to Brian Faraday and Mac Rell. Touch the check. Approximately 4 p.m. discovered the remarks about the bodies. Faraday died of a knife stab to the chest. A shock from stabbing caused instantaneous death. Rell died of a bullet wound to the chest. There is no gunpowder burn on his clothes, suggesting that he was shot from a few yards away. It's possible he was alive for a little while after being shot. Is it the fact that it was shot far? Because he was stabbed and he would be close, right? This is actually the first time where I have watched quietly. Not even lurking, it's like my mind is calm. As the evidence was unrelated after all. It might be the middle one. Go over for one more time. Oh, wait, no, wait. It might be that the knife was like a hidden thing. Oh my god. Yes, I know, come on. Okay, good. Love this. I meant to check the knife to see information, not fucking actually present it. Jesus. Alright, so it wasn't that. There you go, it was that fucking information. According to the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, meaning that he died immediately upon being stabbed by the knife. Ergo, he could not possibly have fired the gun after that. Oh, you got me. But of course, Well, then, if the report is correct, then there is only one correct explanation. We suppose that Mr. Rel attacked first, then Mr. Faraday, who died instantaneously, would have been unable to kill Mr. Rel. Therefore, Mr. Rel must have stabbed Mr. Faraday after he was shot. Then they both died. That is the only explanation that makes logical sense. Negating your opponent's ideas in order to prove your own theory. I see you've been studying, Francisca. I just wanted to explain it to you as simply as possible. Before you foolishly propose a foolish theory that only a foolish fool like you could. How naive of you to believe that only your opinions are valid, and still expect to discover the truth that the crime scene offers you. Francisca, you still got a ways to go. What are you talking about? Are you saying there's a flaw in my logic? Mr. Faraday died instantly, and the fact that he did is what gives rise to the contradiction in this scene. Contradiction here is the crime scene is the order of events, the order of bodies fell, the evidence bagged location, the order of events. There's a contradiction in the order you say. She's pretty much saying that the stabbing did happen first, then shot the guy that stabbed him, but it doesn't make sense because it's in the report. It says he instantly died after being stabbed. There's a contradiction in the order you say the crime took place in. Oh, is that in that case, why don't you prove the contradiction already, Mr. Miles? Remember that we Von Convers, we must strive to be the perfect in every way. Ugh. Oh, so it wasn't the time of order. That kind of half-baked answer was perfect. Maybe I should give a more detailed explanation. Let's see. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, and the fact that he did is what gives rise to the contradiction in the scene. The location? Oh, the bodies! Let me get this straight. What you are arguing is this. Mr. Faraday took the gun from the evidence bag and shot Mr. Rao. Then the wounded Mr. Rao found an opportunity to take the knife and strike back. Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot and Mr. Rao died thereafter. If that's the case, then how do you explain this? You can look at the order in which their bodies are piled. No. Mr. Faraday's body is lying on top of Mr. Rao's, therefore. Mr. Rao must have died before Mr. Faraday. Possible. Yes, I agree that it seems strange no matter what angle you approach it from. Which means that the real mystery behind the crime scene that... No, not so fast. Miles Edgeworth. What now? I simply think that you ought to think a bit more outside the box, and that it's even clearer now that the incident started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent. You sure bounced back quickly. An explanation won't be enough this time. I'm going to take some very decisive evidence to prove her wrong. Round dose, baby. It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rao's. The two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. And it really doesn't matter in the slightest that they fell in the opposite order. There's no doubt this explanation isn't absolutely correct. All I have to do is find a hole in her logic. Once I do, I can then present her with the evidence that proves the contradiction. It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rao's. About that, pressing someone's testimony in order to gain some time to think. You're a real one-trick pony, aren't you? It's too bad your trick only works on fools. That wasn't my intent. I simply wished for more details as to how Mr. Faraday ended up on top of Mr. Rao. Someone's impatient. I was just about to explain everything to you. So, do you think you could hold on for a minute? Ah! Francisca, I'll make you a deal. I'll hold on if you hold on to that whip of yours. Oh, I'll hold on to it, alright, as I whip you. Ah! But now that you've quieted down a bit, I'd like to continue if you don't mind. Two bodies fell into... Oh, okay. Two bodies fell into a pile. Yeah? Which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. What do you mean by they attacked each other at the same time? I assume Mr. Faraday had the two different weapons in his hands. He made an attack Mr. Rel while holding both the knife and the revolver, and then... My girl, this is not a revolver. This is a fucking actual handgun. Mr. Faraday fired the gun. Mr. Rel grabbed the knife as he was falling and stabbed Mr. Faraday. That is how Mr. Rel wound up on the bottom with Mr. Faraday on top. At close range, that is more than possible. Yes, it's possible, but well, if you have any other ideas, then show me what you've got. Oh, I will. And to that extent, I'd like you to append what you just said to your testimony. I don't see any point to that, but as you please. They attacked each other at the same time from close range. Madame! My dear Francisca, you are wrong. So you believe they killed each other at close range. Sorry, but that's impossible. Just as it's written in the crime scene notes, the firing of the handgun did not leave the gunpowder burn on Mr. Rel's clothes. Therefore, Mr. Rel and the gun must have been separated by a distance of at least 2 or 3 yards. Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction. Two bodies are piled up on each other, yet the gun was fired from a distance. And with there being no chance that Mr. Rel moved that far after being shot, that leaves only one possible explanation. A completely foolish line of foolish thought from the thoroughly foolish fool. If I'm not right, then who was it that made the first move with the intent to kill, huh? Who? The person that attacked first with murderous intent, that would be... neither man. Here in this room, contradiction appear no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus, there can be only one explanation. There was a third person here. It was that third person who killed both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel, and set their bodies up to make it look like the double murder. That third person is the real culprit. Miles Edgeworth, there's just one thing you're missing. Evidence, correct? Exactly. Everything you've said up until now is nothing but a story played out in your head. However, this is where the real test begins. Can you prove that there was a third person involved in this case, or this crime? Of course. If a third person was truly here, the fact would resolve the glaring contradiction. The proof that this has all been a setup made to look like they killed each other. I present it and lay bare the final piece of oh my god, I'm like messing up my wording. It's like when I like babble at times, like it'll be blah, 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 like that, and that's why I like fuck up. I'll present it and lay bare the final place of the puzzle that's not yet in place. What is the piece of evidence that proves there is a third person involved? I believe Faraday brought this as evidence. It was found in Rel's hand. The bag? No shot, it's the bag. Oh my god, it is! The gun in Mr. Faraday's hand and the plastic bag with his blood on it. These two items point to the presence of a third person. How so? Recall Detective Gumshoe's testimony. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. If there wasn't a struggle in this room, then there shouldn't be any plastic bags on the ground, meaning that someone else must have deliberately scattered them around. Do you not see the possibility in this? Disregarding the gun for the moment, there's a high probability of blood splatter when a knife was used on the person. If the culprit held the knife with a plastic bag around it, they could use the bag to catch any body splatter from when they withdraw the knife. There's a fucking fly here. Get away. Bye. And by spreading a few more plastic bags around, mixing the bloody one in with them, and raiding the room to making it look like there was a struggle between the two, they were able to conceal their presence. Also, we still got a long way to go in this investigation. Yes. Who said objection? I thought it was that guy for a second. Yo! Yo! Hold the fuck up! The judge is standing? He has legs? This is unreal. This is shocking to me that he has a lower half. What the heck's up with you, pal? Mr. Bad, I advise you to place Detective Gumshoe under arrest. What? What's the meaning of this? He has legs! No way! Looks like you're not man enough to discipline your own subordinates. Don't you dare. The detective claims he was there standing in front of the door the entire time, but I have it on good authority that it was all a giant lie. Miss Yu, I ask that you please explain that last statement. I'll let His Honor explain it himself. I saw it with my own eyes, I tell you. During the recess, there was a period of time when there was no one in the hallway. What? See, Mr. Bad? So I asked you, what would a detective who was supposedly doing his job the whole time want to fabricate such a lie? Gumshoe? Did you kill Faraday? No! Of course not, sir. It would appear that the one who set the whole crime scene up is that detective, which basically renders his testimony a complete lie and wholly invalid. Looks like your perfect logic has just come tumbling down, Miles. Well, that's not even really a lie. Detective Gumshoe, you're now a suspect in the murder of the two men. Now spit out the truth, or so help me. I haven't lied to anyone, sir, honest. I was there. I was in the hallway the whole time. Detective Bad, I ask that you please do not act without my permission. After all, I am the one that is heading up this investigation, am I not? Don't talk like you know what's going on, boy. All I want is for this investigation to run perfectly. Perfection is the only wish of a disciple of the Von Karma, after all. Therefore, before you take Detective Gumshoe into custody, I'd like to set the record straight on something. And what's that? What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? Motive for the murders, why he was in the hallway, state of the hallway. State of the hallway sounds about right. Detective Gumshoe, I take it that no one else was in that hallway at any time, correct? Huh? Of course not, pal. You're being awfully defensive. Might you be hiding something from me? Watch your mouth, pal. You can't go around saying stuff like that about me without any evidence. I suppose you're right. I have no evidence at this point. How can you be losing a battle of wits to this detective? This is your disgrace. Maybe I should ask about something else. It's the middle one, then. Detective Gumshoe, why were you missing from the hallway for a span of time? Look, pal, like I said, I was there the whole time, okay? There's a testimony against you that... Miles Edgeworth, why are you wasting our time with a completely useless question, The only logical reason as to why he was absent is that he was busy committing the crime. Anyone who says otherwise is a fool. Okay, so wow, it was the first one. Oh, motive for the murders. Suppose the one thing I'd like clarified is Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing this crime. Motive. Huh. Gumshoe? You got a grudge against Faraday or anything? No, sir, not me. Not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir. Is that a fact? You really have a problem with lying, don't you, Detective Gumshoe? I'm telling you, I am not lying. The more unnatural you act, the more suspicious you become, you know? You want a motive, Edgeworth, I have one for you right here. Could you please share it with us? However, be forewarned that I won't hesitate to object to flights of fancy, because all I'm interested in is the perfect explanation. You're serious, aren't you? Fine. You amuse me, so I'll humor you with a little courtroom practice. Gumshoe's motive. It was about a week ago. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled that's a salary cut for you, you nitwit. A brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut. That's reason enough for a grudge. Well, how's that for the perfect explanation? You totally misunderstood me, pal. No matter how mad I get, I could never hold a grudge. Quiet. You can't trust anything you say. Sir. There's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed, per se, but there are some gaps in her logic that need to be filled in. Misused perfect explanation may not be so perfect after all. It was about a week ago. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in the front of the precinct. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled that... You just stood there watching this unfold in front of you. Yeah, I have to say it was really enjoyable too. But that's why when I saw Detective Gumshoe earlier, I knew to steer clear of him. No way. Thought it was because I had something stuck on my face. But you do. Huh? What do I have stuck on my face? Let's start with your eyes, nose, mouth. Oh, and those ridiculous eyebrows. Why is she flaming my man? Oh man, messing with your head is just too much fun. Miss you, if you don't mind, I'd like to return to your testimony now. Sure, why not? So suddenly getting his salary cut. That's reason enough for a grudge. Well, how's that for a perfect explanation? Detective Gumshoe certainly had a motive to kill Mr. Faraday. However, this is just one thing that I can't wrap my head around in this explanation. I'll just have to force Mr. Yu to explain it herself fully. A week ago? Then you and Detective Gumshoe are acquaintances. No way, I only met him in person today. Then how did you know about Detective Gumshoe? Oh, I've seen him around before. Saw the detective getting chewed out by Libby Faraday in front of the precinct. Mr. Faraday was upset. Yeah, you know, well, what else? Mr. Faraday isn't exactly known to get angry often. But there he was, totally beat red in the face. And the offending detective just stood there, pale as a ghost, like he was about to die. Just like the face he's making now, right? I'm completely innocent, I tell you. The poor man. Ahem. Well, it was quite the scene with the detective. He stood there, super pale, as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's what you got, solitaire." A brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut. That's the reason to hold enough grudge. To cut a new detective salary right off the bat like that. Not really familiar with the way you guys relate, but is that a common practice? Speaking of cutting my salary, didn't you threaten to do that to me earlier too? I suppose I did. It's only natural to cut a worthless detective salary down to their actual worth. My father can even fire anyone new or old with a snap of his finger. Do you think maybe that's reason enough for detectives to hate you people? Well, I guess they really shouldn't cut people's salary. Like the bad, don't tell me Mr. Von Karma cut your salary earlier. You call your explanation perfect. It is not to your liking? Unfortunately for you, it's just not up to my standards. Oh, is there something you want me to clarify in that case? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Alright, if you could clear this one thing up for me. How Mr. Faraday was killed. Motive for killing Mr. Rel. Faraday and Gumshoe's relation. Well, we know that he got yelled at. Faraday being killed by the knife is off the left field. Well, motive for killing Mr. Rel is so he could create the whole scene, right? Is that how the is? I mean, I guess how he killed him. Let me explicitly establish how Mr. Faraday was killed. Only senile already smiles. Mr. Faraday was stabbed to death with a knife. Yeah, but how did he know about that? What I meant to ask was, how were the two men killed when they were in a guarded room? We're going to find that out very soon from Gumshoe at his interrogation, boy. Okay, so it wasn't that. So it's the second one, right? Understand Detective Gumshoe's potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rel? His motive for killing Rel, like I would know. If there was no clear motive for both of the murders, and I doubt this incident would have occurred wouldn't you agree? Is there anyone else who might have had a grudge against either of the two men? Or should we look into it at ourselves? Oh, in that case, I have absolutely no idea. Oh, that's impossible. She must know something. Can you please not glare at me like that? It makes me laugh. I didn't even do anything and you're already laughing anyway. Well, anyway, the way I see it, as long as he had a motive to kill one of the two, this crime would have played out the way it did anyway. Oh? Would you care to explain your logic? And this time, please try to provide a truly perfect explanation. Perfect this, perfect that. Stop being so uptight, or is that the requisite trait for being a Von Karma? Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you shut this rude woman up. I wish you both should be quiet for just 1 second. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to explain it to you kids. There you go. Motive to kill the men. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Rel, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity and set up to look like they had killed each other. Wonder if that's really true. Is there no one out there with a grudge against both men? I should take another hard look at the evidence for this morning case. The second KG-8 incident, as people are calling it, involving the embassy staff member. The two men who both wound up as suspects in the case. Is there someone else I'm overlooking who is somehow related to them? Actually, wait, hold up. Now I need to look into this. Where is it? Like, I'm thinking Manny Cochin, right? But at the same time, it's like, where exactly does this lie? Wait, the victim, Miss CCU. Her name is you. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Hold up, go back. So there is no one else who might have a grudge against both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rao. I suppose no one is a bit of a stretch. But I'm pretty sure no one like that was here in this courthouse today. She's lying through her teeth. We just saw a someone like that here earlier. Besides, you don't need to prove that the killer had a grudge against both men. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the men, or one of the two men. Someone had a grudge against one of the men. In that case, aren't there plenty of other people who fit that bill? Sure, after all, who doesn't garner scorn from another simply by being alive? But the only one who held a grudge and acted upon it by killing was Detective Gumshoe. Furthermore, Mr. Rao, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. So you're saying that he was basically silenced? Are you glad you managed to avoid the same fate, Your Honor? Why if you had been the one to witness the blood-covered detective? What? Detective Gumshoe? You would kill even me? What? I could never do something as terrible as that, Your Honor. There's no need for even a second of deliberation. I will hand down my verdict here. Your Honor, take a look around. We are not in the court right now. It would be greatly appreciated if you would stay here with us in reality. Please forgive me, I know not what I do. Neither, Miss Yu. Hurry up and continue with your testimony. If you fail to do so, I will whip you into shape. Ha ha ha, that's nice. Sounds kind of like fun, actually. Anyway, Detective Gumshoe had to erase the witnesses, Mr. Rao. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity and, look at the I didn't do it, pal! No hard feelings, but I don't think we can take the word of a criminal seriously. But I can't even begin to think up ways to set up a crime scene. I suppose you do lack the necessary tactical mind required to do such a thing. Why do I have to why do you have to kick a man when he's down, pal? You should have put yourself down, detective. You're a big boy. I bet you thought it up all by yourself, right? Yeah, that's right. And I worked real hard at it, too. I think this proves one thing about the detectives. He has the mental acuity of a worm. I have to admit, her explanation makes sense. However, there is also something she overlooked in her testimony. I should present... Okay. It was the first statement, right? Miss Yu, I believe there is someone who you overlooked in making your statement. Or rather, it is because you would rather not bring this person up. What do you mean? We are looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rao. I can think of at least one person that fits the bill. He was a suspect in the original KG-8 incident. And a member of the Kodopian Embassy staff, Mr. Manny Cochin. That's right. The very man who came to visit you earlier out in the hallway. Sorry, I'm like scratching my eye. The man who killed a member of the Kodopian Embassy staff, Mr. Rao, and the man who was the lead prosecutor of the KG-8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Are you telling me that Mr. Cochin has no reason at all to kill both of these men? Well, I suppose he might have a reason or two. You covered for me, pal. Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all. Don't get ahead of yourself. He's still a suspect. Make it no mistake about that. Perfect evidence, the perfect testimony. These are the only things I wish to hold. But I didn't do it. You will stay under my authority and go investigate Mr. Manny Cochin for me. And remember, I will not be... You want to investigate Cochin? You just be wasting your time. And why is that? Cochin was up in the viewing gallery watching the trial, or so I was told. Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on the guy since he arrived. And the only real suspect we have is still Detective Gumshoe. Suppose so. No way, come on, Detective Bad. You gotta believe me, sir. I really was in that hallway the whole time, sir. I never took a single step into this room, sir. Okay, then are you saying there was someone else who passed through the hallway? No, there was no one else, sir. Now why should I believe you didn't do it? As one incredibly foolish detective, standing right in front of a crime scene all by himself. It's as good as a confession of guilt. I have to admit, it's a bit strange. Most criminals will fabricate some sort of lie to escape their crimes. And if that detective really wanted to prove that he is innocent, you think he would at the very least offer up a spaced out while on duty. I spaced out while on duty, or the like. Come on, Gumshoe, time for your interrogation. Detective Bad. Miles Edgeworth, I will go on ahead and report this to Papa. And that, as they say, is that. Right, everyone? Ho ho ho. Him walking is amazingly wild to me. Well, I suppose we should both be getting back to our real jobs now, huh? Before we do, Miss Yu, there's something I'd like to speak with you about. What is it? So, what did you want to ask me about? The current case of this murder, the current case of the murdered Koldopian embassy staff member. I've heard that people have begun calling it the second KGA incident. Only among you law enforcement types. And what about it? I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KGA incident. I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't know anything beyond what was reported in the papers. No, I believe you know much more since you are directly tied to the KGA incident. I appreciate it if you'd stop with the false accusations. Baseless outbursts are useless both inside and outside the courtroom, don't you know? I do. But I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here. Think you can stop making that ultra-serious face in front of me? If you could please stop laughing for just 1 second. I'm not going to make any headway like this. Show her. Exactly how related to the KGA incident she is. Present. It's you. I believe that I have proof of your connection to the KGA incident. I follow it as your proof. Very well then. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related to the KGA incident? Through the suspect, through the victim. Your connection to the KGA incident is through the victim. The victim's name is CCU. You will note that she has the same last name as you. Can you really still tell me with a straight face that you are not related to this case? Sorry, but we're not related. Just kidding. You asked that question with such a serious look on your face that I couldn't help but... Miss Yu, I ask that you please tell me the truth. Ahem. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know. As you guessed, the one who reported the smuggling activities of the Amano group was my sister CCU. What I thought. And she was killed right before she was to testify at the impending trial by Manny Kocha. But because he was tried once and was acquitted, he gets to live out the rest of his cushy life completely carefree. All because of a lack of evidence. Now I heard that the evidence to convict him did exist. What? I heard it was from Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Kochin's trial was over. Apparently a man in black made off with the most important piece of evidence. When the evidence had been tampered with. Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? The smuggling ring began being run out of the Amano group by one of its secretaries. There Mr. Kochin out, turns out they were in league with each other all along. How big was the smuggling ring? Was it a large operation? I don't really know. Which is why I wanted to become the lead defense. On this case that people are calling the second KGA incident. But I haven't learned anything new at all. I was probably expecting too much, I know. You mean, you think this case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring? I don't know what to think. Manny Cochin. Why didn't Mr. Cochin want to meet with you earlier? Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently, he only found out that I was the defense lawyer on this case after he arrived. He figured he should say hi, and one other thing. Looks like you couldn't resolve anything this time either. Too bad. What's that supposed to mean? Oh boy, stop it with the scary face already. I'm fine, really. I gave him a good slap across the face. The way she talks about slapping him as she laughs away is kind of creepy. But it's just as Mr. Bad said. He's not related to the double murder. I asked around and people in the gallery claim that he was in his seat the entire time. Talk about cruel fate. Well, this is about all I know. Huh, sorry. Guess I wasn't much help, huh? That's not true. I'm sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life. Edgeworth, you really are too serious for your own good. You really need to learn to relax. We wouldn't want you to die of stress, would we? Thank you for your advice, but there's no need to worry. I work in my own way, and I will catch the criminal in my own way as well. You'll see. Look at you with your game face on, ready to go. I'm making no such face. Did you know, laughter is the best medicine, Miss Edgeworth? Then you get tired of making such a serious face all the time. I'm charged with making sure that all the criminals of this world are found guilty. I have no need for laughter. There you go, making that face again. Oh well. I've got to get going. I still have a few loose ends I need to tie up. Got more shit involved. KJ incident and this murder investigation. It's my belief that these two cases are related to each other somehow. Plus that detective, Detective Gumshoe. It's obvious he's lying, even though the lie is hurting his chances. Clearly this case is far from over. But whether or not that detective is the murderer can only be determined once I've completed my perfect investigation. Mr. Von Carmel, I swear to uphold your honorable name, or my name isn't Miles Edgeworth. To be continued. See, like, why is it going slow? It's like everything is all of a sudden terrible. Give me a second, I gotta figure it out. I restarted my computer too to, like, you know, to see what, like, it fixing its problems up just when I restart. But other than that, I have no idea what else, like, I can do to fix this. Oh, thank you for going live again. See, like, that's not supposed to be happening, like, right now. Like, it's now, like, actually bothering me that this is happening. Like, way too hard now. Do that. That does help a little bit. Just knowing what the recent file was. I'm seeing the slowdown every time. That's the problem. Yeah, I don't know if it's this scene or if it's beyond this. But I'll see in a second here. September 10th, 4:45 p.m., District Court, 3rd floor lobby. Sir, what is to become of the trial into the Kodopian embassy staff member's murder? Indeed, since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead. case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends here prematurely. Ah, looks like you'll have to wait just a bit longer for your big debut. I suppose it can't be helped. The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while. Sir, what do you think about the murder of the Codopian embassy staff member? And the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell? What an outrageous circus it has all become. That Faraday brought it all upon himself from his nativity. An outrageous circus. Right, sir. I grow weary of this topic, Edgeworth. I will have you assigned to a different case. Papa, you'll come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you? I'll consider it. Sir, if I may, please allow me to continue with my investigation. Okay, everything works for me now. What are you talking about? Whatever for. I know that there's already a suspect in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. However, there is not enough evidence to prove that it was he who committed the crime. I like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof of his guilt. The perfect proof. Don't make me laugh. A worthless person like you has no right to claim such a thing as perfection. Papa? Who do you think is the real culprit behind these murders? Miles and I, we're competing to see who can find the real killer first. Plus, being able to investigate a real crime scene is a really rare opportunity. It would give us some real-life experience, wouldn't you agree? You want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish. Then you're allowing us to continue. In court, your top priority is to win, and a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. We have to make sure you become recognized as the first-rate prosecutor, don't we? It wouldn't be very interesting otherwise. I'm returning home now. Edgeworth, Francisca. See to it I'm not disturbed, save for the result of your completion or competition. Yes, sir. Of course, Papa. Francisca. Thank you. What do you think thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on the scruffy detective's lie. That means that the competition is still on. Yes, just as you wished. Huh. I couldn't let you get off so easily. Now then, let's see how well you fare on the investigation from here, Miles Edgeworth. Now I don't have enough information yet, so my first order of business will be to question anyone involved with this case. Wasn't me, I tell you. I didn't do anything wrong. Yes, I understand. So let's just calm down, okay, buddy? I doubt I'll get anything useful from the detective while he is this agitated. Guess what is it? Today's trial. Feels like there's a whole backside to this case where we're not seeing. And here we had thought that it was a case where the two men had killed each other. We're lacking in information, and as a Von Karma, I can hardly call this a perfect investigation. Indeed, it is as you say. I can't believe we agree on something. That's what is so revolting about agreeing. Anyway, our first move should be to speak with everyone related to this case. Indeed, even if you had not said it, I was planning to do so anyway. Ah! What was that lash for? Oh, hey. It's you. Oh, it's you, Edgeworth. And who are you? Wait, you were at the crime scene just now, weren't you? You should be disbarred for not knowing who I am. I'm Francisco Von Karma, and I'm about to become the successor of the family name. About to. I guess that means that, for now, you're still just another kid. In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you are. What? Why are you whipping me? Anyway, it looks like they're planning to hold the evidence a bit longer. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting. I'm terribly sorry, but I have but a few more questions to ask of you. Look at you, eyebrows scrunched and with lines on your forehead. And that to ask of you. What exactly is so funny? Sorry. I'm just bad at dealing with a super serious atmosphere. Apparently, they failed to teach you proper behavior at a crime scene in the law school. Ahoo. Oh, I feel much better now. What do you want to talk about? I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder. We were in the defendant lobby number 1 the whole time up until we heard the gunshot. And by we, I mean Mr. Bard, and by we, I mean Mr. Bad. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask him yourself. You're with Detective Bad, why? We had a little something to discuss, that's all. Detective Bad. So I take it that you are acquainted with Detective Bad. Yeah, he was the detective in charge of the KJA incident. Detective Bad is also related to that incident. That's right. He was the one who was supposed to protect my sister, Cece. But you know how that turned out, don't you, Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth, I have no idea what you two are talking about. I've heard of the KJA incident from my papa, but how does that case relate to you, Miss Yu? The victim of that case, CCU, was my little sister. Making that super serious face again. I'm fine, really. I just make it a point to rub some more salt in his wounded pride every time I see him. The way she talks about doing that as she laughs away is kind of creepy. Oh, speaking of Mr. Bad, he and Mr. Faraday. I say they met up just about every single time the Yatagarasu made a move. It was practically a given that the two would meet up at every one of the crime scenes. I see. He did mention that he is in charge of the Yatagarasu investigation earlier. Maybe I should ask her what she knows about the Yatagarasu in more detail. Time of the murder. You claimed that at the time of the murder you were with Detective Bad. But don't you lawyers usually discuss the trial with your clients during a recess? We do, and that's what I was planning to do. But Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening and he dragged Mr. Rao away. After that, Mr. Bad came into the lobby number 1, so we just stayed there and talked. And what did you talk with Mr. Detective Bad about? Nothing interesting. I just insulted him some. Talked about how the trial was going, and then I insulted him with some more. Bloody, when she's not laughing, her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults. Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were in defendant lobby number 1 when the murders occurred. So I really can't tell you anything about the hallway or lobby number 2. I see. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Mackerel. Now, your client first claimed to be the Yatagarasu, is that correct? Yeah. Once I heard that it was the Yatagarasu that had made off with the evidence from the KJ incident, I began to ask Mr. Rao all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Turns out Mr. Rao was not the Yatagarasu. He had just made that up. He made it up. Mr. Rao's crime was caught on tape by the security cameras, but there's no footage of him sneaking into the Kodopian embassy itself. Hold on for just 1 second. You mean to say that you knew that he was not the real Yatagarasu, and that he was just another cold-blooded killer, and you were ready to defend him? Yes, that's right. I see. So the defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job is to cover for the criminals. That's why defense lawyers are so detestable, but they are no match for us Von Karmas. I don't believe it. You're serious. Why do you save that face for something really worth being serious about? And Edgeworth, do you remember what I said earlier? I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding to KJ incident, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer? Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rowe was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. I'm sorry. Forgive my rashness. Miss Yu, I was wondering if you could tell me about the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu, huh? I don't really know much about the character myself, but I do get a lot of consolation requests from companies to defend them. Requests from companies. The Yatagarasu isn't some petty thief out for money, you know? Alright then. Perhaps the Yatagarasu is in the business of stealing people's lives. You're not very funny or witty, or are you, little Miss Von Karma? Francisca, be careful about who you whip. Choose carefully or we may be sued by... There, I chose carefully, just like you wanted. That just now was hilarious, little missy. Of course it was. What is wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them delight? And so, in the end, what is it, the Yataratsu? I have to say, I have never even heard of this thief when I was in Germany. The Yatagarasu deals in information, namely in digging out dirt about backroom dealings and the like of companies. The Yatagarasu is a vigilante who steals such info and then makes it public for all to see. Vigilante or not, the person sounds like just another criminal to me. I suppose you could put it that way too. But either way, I get a lot more clients now thanks to that thief. Sounds like Miss Yu is profiting nicely. I suppose I've gotten all I can out of Miss Yu. I should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe now. Detective Gumshoe. Hey, it's you, pal. You're here. Yeah. As am I. I don't think you needed to whip him to let him know that. I didn't do it, pal. I swear on my honor as a detective, I really didn't. Your words are useless. I place my trust only in the evidence, detective. Once the investigation is fully over, and should we find out that you are the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you. Have a heart, pal. But you're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about. If you really are innocent, that is. That's right. Hey, pal. Go and do your perfect investigation and get the real killer for me, will you? I would have done so even had you not requested me to, detective. Motive for murder. So you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? And what exactly did you do to make him so angry? I just asked Detective Bad the same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because on my very first day as a detective, I reported in at my usual post instead of the criminal affairs department. By the time I got down to the criminal affairs, I was really late. And that's when he gave me that huge speech. I remember doing the same exact thing in elementary school. On the first day of school every year, I've always wind up going to my old classroom. How pathetic for the detective to be compared to a mere schoolchild. During the recess. You claim to be standing guard in front of the door to lobby number 2 during the recess. However, when did you receive the order to do so, and from whom? Early at around 3:20, from Detective Bad, pal. Day's trial took a really crazy turn. So I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Faraday. And yet, something did happen to him, correct? It looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty. Ow. Your words sting. Worse than your whip, pal. So it was Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard, huh? Step. Now then, Detective Gumshoe. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me? Nope. Not a thing, pal. In that case, allow us to take a look at what you were carrying on your personage. Ah! Wait. You can't do that. There's nothing of any particular value here. All my handcuffs and badge were confiscated by Detective Bad. So, you know. And what is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket? Ah, hands up, pal. Just show it to us already. Yeah. Annual bonus check within $5 total. Except there's no check inside. You've had your look, now give it back, pal. It's my first bonus as a brand new detective. I just got it and cashed it today. I had literally no cash on me up until I did, you know? So that envelope is really special to me. Now give it back. You don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry, we'll throw it away for you later. How could you... I'm sorry, but I need to take him in for questioning now. I think I've asked him just about everything I needed to. No, wait. Since he became a suspect, there is one piece of evidence that I should reconfirm. Officer, I ask that you wait a second. I still have one thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe. Understood. But please make it brief, sir. Want to hear from the horse's mouth. I must confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth. It appears to be a journal where the various judges share their thoughts and ideas. The real daily lives of the judges are laid out here on these pages. There's nothing about the court in here. It's just page after page of unrelated drivel. Judging by the content, they are very enthusiastic about the courthouse's daily menu. And it would appear that fried oysters are our favorite. I have no use for such foolish words from the foolish crowd. Someone please assure me that this is not the true state of the country's judiciary. Dr. Gumshoe. Present. Where's his, You told me earlier that you heard no sound other than the gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct? No mistake about it, pal. Then, you were also claiming that no one passed through the hallway either. Is that also correct? Yep. Not even a single ant passed through that hallway while I was on duty. You do realize that the lie you're telling is only making life more difficult for yourself, huh? Oh, but it's true. I didn't see anyone go through the hallway, and I didn't hear anything else, pal. I bet the killer found a way to kill the two guys that's beyond what I can even imagine. So he intends to continue telling this ridiculous lie. But why would he do so, given the situation he's in? I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in the front of the defendant lobby is in order. Ack. You. Ah. How could you have not noticed that coming? Ah. Wasn't that the child I changed money for earlier? Thanks. That's exactly what I needed. Kids can sometimes be so cruel. It looks like she dropped something. Swiss roll. A Swiss roll. Maybe we should arrest the girl. She might turn out to be a valuable lead. I believe some sort of punishment may need to be dealt with next time we meet. Fucking kicked him right in the shin. I believe I've asked all that I need to of this man. Now for Detective Bad and the judge. I have to confirm who is correct, the judge or that scruffy, the scruff face, right? I suppose we should inspect the hallway in front of lobby number 2 next, then. I suppose so. Shall we head on over, Francisco? So, did you see anything else? No, I don't think so. I see. Well, thanks for your cooperation. Oh, it's nothing. Just doing my duty as a defender of the law. That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions. Anytime, Detective. Now, if you excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to tie up. Oh, yeah, that new prosecutor, Mr. Von Karma, recommended, right? My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. And I'm Manfred Von Karma's daughter, Francisca Von Karma. I'm set to become the successor to my genius father any day now, Your Honor. I see, Mr. New Prosecutor recommended... What? Ah. I bit my tongue. Are you alright, Your Honor? Please feel free to refer to me as just Miss Von Karma, Your Honor. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine. Apparently somebody doesn't feel I'm worthy of a proper title. Oh. The judge looks weird, should be huge for real. It's kind of bulky. And Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth. Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth, is fine, sir. Now, about your earlier testimony. Yes, what about it, Mr. Edgeworth? I would like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw. Alright, after all, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as a defender of the law. Really appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor. Now, the first thing I will need to do is figure out that detective's exact movements. Your Honor, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder? Do you suspect me of something? No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor. Very well. You may, continue with your testimony. Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after. Oh. I had no idea you were chasing after me or my testimony. I'm beginning to sense that I might want to avoid being a trial run by this judge. Let's see here. Now then, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. You go take a look through the window at the end of this hall, you'll see a small window. That is the window to the men's restroom. In other words, you can see clearly to this hallway from the men's restroom. When I was going into the restroom, that Detective Gumshoe, is it? Well, he was standing in front of the vending machines buying something from it. However, And this I couldn't believe when I was about to exit the restroom. There was not a soul in the hallway anymore. Your Honor, if you could please calm down and explain it a bit, explain it to me rationally. Oh, I'm really sorry. Please let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious, as what my finely honed judge's intuition said. Although, well, until the murders occurred, I just sort of brushed it off. Ho ho ho. Apparently, this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. That's probably all I'm going to find out from his honor. Mr. Rager, may I return to my other duties now? Yes, I'm sorry to have held you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor. Oh ho. Anytime, Mr. Edgeworth, anytime. Judges in this country seem rather friendly. Yes, if not a little wishy-washy. However, I hear that they are known to hand down very fair verdicts. Did you find something, officer? I think there's a $5 bill back there. Come on. Just a little more. There's no one working this crime scene who isn't a total waste of living tissue. Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be a single person we can deem useful here. Have you found any suspicious fingerprints, officer? Nope, just the fingerprints of those involved with the case, sir. Yes, we know all of the players in the case then, huh? It would appear that way, but I have the nagging feeling that we're missing something. I suspect that what we're missing is hiding right here in on the crime scene somewhere. He's making the most ridiculous looking face. That may be, but at least he doesn't look like someone who would tell a lie on purpose. I suppose, but to the Von Karma, evidence is the only thing that carries any weight. Of course. At any rate, this poster seems to be of no use to us right now. Alright. Detective Bad. Detective Bad, I have something I wish to inquire about. Hey, how about doing some actual work, you? I wish to inquire into Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess. You're getting in the way of the investigation. I have an order from Mr. Von Karma himself, plus I still hold investigative authority. Detective Gumshoe. So here you were the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here. Faraday. That guy was just accused, you know? I just knew something was gonna happen. My detective's instinct told me. A lot of good it did you? You couldn't even protect one lone prosecutor with it. Francisca, I think you need to apologize. I'm sorry. Terribly sorry, Detective. Detective Bad, please continue. I used the phone on the first floor and called the precinct. I told them to send somebody over. And that detective's the one that showed up. And only upon his arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard, Detective Bad. Yeah, I waited for him on the first floor. After he got here, we came up and oh my god, we came up to these defendant lobbies together. As we entered this hallway, we ran into you. She told us that Faraday was really mad, and that he dragged Rel off to the lobby number 2 to have a word or something. And that Faraday had said to not let anyone interrupt them. But what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside. And around what time did all of that take place? Let's see. I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left that hallway. Not once. Oh, and how can you make such a claim? One of the guards out in this floor's main lobby swore to me he did it. The detective never left the hallway, then where did he disappear off to? That's simple. He must have gone into lobby number 2, just as I suspected. You and I, we were in lobby number 1, next door. The only one who, without an alibi is Gumshoe. It would seem that I am still missing some key pieces of the information. The gunshot. Detective Bad, you also heard the gunshot, did you not? Yeah. I heard it when I was in defendant lobby number 1. That's why I came running towards lobby number 2, together with you. How much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival on the scene? Less than a minute. What were your movements upon hearing the gunshot? I grabbed the big lug who was just walking around in the hall, and raced into lobby number 2. And that's when we discovered the bodies, in that order. That makes you the discoverer of the crime scene, right? Yeah, I guess it does. Little miss. I'm about to become a prosecutor very soon. You will treat me with the dignity I deserve, or else. You wave that thing around anymore, and I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little miss. You wouldn't dare. Haha. Just joking. You literally cannot fucking make a thin estimate. What? I'm just like, what the fuck are you on about? Detective Bad is really something if he can make Francisca behave. Are we about done? Is there anything else I should ask him about? Time he heard the gunshot, place he heard the gunshot, situation around the gunshot. Time he heard the gunshot. I'd like for you to tell me the exact time you heard the gunshot. It was around the end of the recess, and the trial was about to start again, I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding. But I got the sense he wasn't gonna show for the handoff. So I figured I should go get him, and or he'd be late. And just as I thought that, bang! The sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums. So we heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to restart, huh? Are we done here? I don't have any time to waste. Oh, come on. All you're doing is standing in front of this door doing nothing. I get the sense that he is someone investigating this crime scene. Or rather, that he is keeping us under surveillance. But to what end? Detective Bad, may I ask that you cooperate with us for just a little bit longer? I don't have anything else to say to the two of you. You guys were the ones who said you wanted to investigate in the first place. Fine then, be obstinate. We'll just do as we please. Come on, Miles. You may no longer be willing to help us, however. May I ask for the forensic scientist's cooperation? Do as you like. I'll rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. What's this? What is this? It's a pink-colored piece of trash. Maybe, of rubber? I feel like I've seen something like this before. Well, all I see is a piece of garbage. But you know, the fact that there is a litterer running loose inside the courthouse is simply unforgivable. Ah! It's not like it was I who littered. Rubbish belongs in a rubbish bin. Ah! What's the matter? I pricked myself on one of the cactus needles. I didn't think the needles on this thing would be so sharp. Well, what did you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit on the head by one of these? Although this cactus seems to be unrelated to our case. You really think so? But I believe that this cactus sitting on this window, because I believe that this cactus sitting on the windsill is completely related. Oh, well then I look forward to your explanation on how it's exactly related. So that window on the other side belongs to the men's restroom. I can't see it. At your height, I'm not surprised. Ah, I guess short people have feelings too. Oh, we just went through this. I guess short people have feelings too. Why is this different? The window on the other side. Oh my god. It just seems like it's different, but it's not. Did he say short people have feelings too? He did. Yes, he did. The ants are hard at work carrying their food home. It's a marvel that they can pick up such a comparatively large objects with their size. Well, if you want to carry the mighty Von Karma name and not be squashed under it, you better work extra hard, just like these ants. The same goes for you, Francisco. And I think I could go lower now. Oh, what's here? The dirt on this bench. It smells like some sort of sweet substance. Can't believe there's someone going around dirtying the courthouse. For shame. Calm down, Francisco. Now take a good look. Doesn't this smudge look kind of like a handprint to you? I suppose it could be. Which means that perhaps we can lift the prints of the person who sullied this bench. I see, and then we will know the identity of the mystery slob. You there, the lab technician. Could you please find out who this handprint belongs to? Sir, yes, sir. I got the results of fingerprints analysis, sir. And? Do we know who they belong to? Sir, the fingerprints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Oh? Interesting. Good work, officer. He was probably sitting down or some shit at one point. When, whatchamacallit, fucking, the judge was going through it, like, looking there. Yes, I suppose so. Now we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench. I sense that you and I will be using this information in very different ways. And then we got this last piece right here, I think. What are these black, speckles? I believe it's a pile of ants eating away. Oh? That detective. He claims that not a single ant slipped by him. And yet here... There you go. And yet here, the whole hell of them. Wait, what? That fact is cap. They don't have feelings, and they can shank you from behind. I learned that from experience. I think to come show you the guy who would literally have fingerprints everywhere unintentionally. True people have feelings. I've met several of them. They are very aggressive when they get hurt. With their feelings hurt, I should say. What are you hitting me for? As a replacement for that pathetic detective. Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing tab of my pay cuts. Anyways, I wonder what the ants are eating. From the looks of it, from the look and sweet smell of it, pieces of cake and a chocolate from a Swiss roll. Miles Edgeworth. The courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times. Ah! It wasn't me that dropped food on the ground. The courthouse Must be kept clean. Ah! This keeps hurting me. Alright, what we got here? I mean, this could... I can only assume this could be added to this. Where is it? This. I love drinking water, especially when I'm very thirsty. That's a mood. This pink rubber substance. I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of a popped balloon. So if that's possible. The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend, the windowsill cactus. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. There you go. Now we have that. Lobby number 2, window, Swiss roll crumbs. This does not connect anyone. No human can climb through these barred windows. The scent of flowers is in the air. Food on the floor under the bench. A hill of ants are attracted to the sweet scent. And the only thing that could connect that would be fucking... It would appear that this vending machine sells snacks of various other foods. Oh, there you go. Like that. Just lovely. What will they think of next? Don't be a jerk in the court. Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. One packet for $9. Defendant's fresh milk, 1/2 pint for $7. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end of these. What? For $6. They're awfully overpriced. Yes, they are. The lineup is simply awful, period. Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss roll that little girl dropped is from this machine. I was wondering about that myself. Oh, you can see the... Yeah, you can examine it. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end of these. To the end of what? While I assume this means at the end of the trial, I suppose that means that one should eat these during a recess. You can't eat during a trial, so I suppose the only time you can eat them is now, huh? Wouldn't mind if you wanted to eat one now. They come in packs of 2, after all. We're in the middle of an investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me. If you want, we can pool our money and buy a pack together. If I have to split it with you, then I don't want it. What the fuck of a conversation was that? Think we could, you know, trade it. I don't know. It's like, listen, I have $3. If you have $3, we could put it together half and half. There's one thing I have to do. Right? Question mark? These bits of chocolate and cake, could they have not have come from a Swiss roll? A Swiss roll? Why would a courthouse sell a thing like that? It may not seem like the right venue. However, it is being sold right over there. The vending machine that we literally just talked about. The vending machine. Ah, I see. Stay neutral on the Swiss dude. Yeah, we get it. 2 for $6. Talk about expensive. This whole prices of food is expensive. A hot dog for $7? You're bugging, first of all. That shit you could get, like, in a New York corner for, like, $2 at best. Leaving the fact that it's on the expensive side aside, the fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits were found in this hallway suggests that they came from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this machine. Yeah? I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened here now. Naturally. After all, I'm here, aren't I? That the gumshoe must have sat on this bench and as he ate a Swiss roll. Oh yeah, see, like, his height is, like, the big difference of, like, where the window is. Okay, so yeah, like, when, cause when he's like, oh, when Edgeworth was talking about, like, oh yeah, you can see the men's bathroom from here. And then Francisca's like, I can't see. I didn't know what the height was for like this window itself. So I'm like, alright, and this is like the Gumshoe is pretty tall. The motherfucker is like a fucking, like a tall man. He's like 6 something at best. I don't know truly, but yo. So I was like, alright, so Gumshoe sitting down literally is what the fucking judge was mistaken on, the fact that he went missing. And as he ate, he dropped it on the floor and sullied the bench. Detective Gumshoe's fingerprint. Yep. So that's organized. How could he have not cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable. Don't you dare whip me again. It wasn't I who made the mess in the first place. Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who brought the Swiss roll, that creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts. A contradiction? Where? I think another look at the special courthouse vending machine is in order. Has to be, right? There's clearly a contradiction here. Do you think so? I think there is one. I think there should be one. Do not anger me with this foolish game of semantics. I'd better look a bit more carefully. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is now. Hold up. Do this again. He only had $5. Are these supposed to be cheap? They're supposed to be cheap. They literally just said, like, these are overpriced. Pay attention. It's like, come on, man. What is wrong with you? You're supposed to be paying attention and writing down notes. This is going to be on the quiz next week. I'm quizzing everyone. Wait, no, a hot dog for $7 is kind of cheap. It's fucking not. You could get you could buy a hot dog for $2. What are you talking about? Beef jerky as a packet. Bro, that shit sells for like $1 at like a 7-Eleven that's like right around my corner. About Detective Gumshoe's finances, he said that until this morning, he didn't have even a single penny on his personage. Just how poor is that guy? If his bonus really was only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase the pack of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they are, we found cake crumbs on the floor. Meaning Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow. Indeed. That detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is how? Here they're fucking expensive? That's over there, bro. Over here is cheap as fuck. It's, especially in New York. New York itself is like, get fast food for cheap in the fastest way possible. The frames are what? Hold up, I'm not gonna be able to read chat for a bit. Let me just see what's happening. I have no idea what's happening. I believe I now have a very firm grasp of what happened here. Well, I do too. Alright, Francisco, would you care to share what conclusions you've come to? It seems like it's going fine. Okay, now I can see chat, so I don't know what's happening. Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know? We should be checking to see if the conclusions are wrong first, so go ahead. If anything, my character might be having a slower frame issue. It's almost cute that she's going this far to ensure that she wins. Almost. Very well, but first, we need to pay His Honor a visit to correct his testimony. I'm able to read chat now, by the way, so you're typing in chat, you can. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands up. Do you doubt me? Am I your new suspect? In a sense, I suppose you could say that. Even you, a judge, is nothing but a common witness before a Von Karma. Silence in the courtroom, silence, I said. Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred Von Karma, Miles Edgeworth, and Miss Genius Prosecutor, successor of Manfred Von Karma, Francisca. You bit your tongue in, didn't you? Ahem. As the defender of the law, I could never give false testimony. You can even place me under oath if you want. Very well, then. Your testimony, if you please. Against the judge. What I saw at recess. During the recess, I went to the restroom. There's a window there is a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into that hallway. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machines. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. A detective that goes missing while on duty. That sounds mighty suspicious to me. Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm? Oh. I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies that I got caught up in the excitement. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun now. During the recess, yeah. One. There was a window on the hallway side, in other words, I could see into the other hallway. As I entered, I saw that detective buying something from the vending machine. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he disappeared. He had completely disappeared. Detective that goes missing while on duty. That sounds mighty suspicious to me. What was the finger wag for Mr. Edgeworth? And don't you know it's rude to shout objection while someone is giving a testimony? Ha. If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I myself never let the opportunity to shout objection pass me by. Miles Edgeworth is one thing to be Miles Edgeworth. It's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life. This is what some people may say is the pot calling the kettle black. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me. What is that filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Who is the culprit? The party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness. If you must know, the uncaulked bench sullier has already been placed under arrest thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor. Oh, well that's good. But who was it? We were able to discover something from the smudge on the bench, namely Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints. Not happy with committing just murder, he had to go and dirty the courthouse too. Guilty. Your Honor, please calm down. While it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench, we have not yet established that this action is related to the double murder. What do you mean? I believe the detective brought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine, and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. The cake crumbs and pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench, and Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints proved my conclusion to be true. Oh, but I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I can't see him as I was leaving the restroom? Huh. It is indeed. The window in the hallway was built rather high up into the wall. At around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Francisca herself was unable to see out of that window. Ah! I knew I shouldn't have used her height as evidence. Basically, what this means is that the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom. Then, it seems that you have made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window, excuse me. Yes, even someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight. What? You finally see, Your Honor. Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time. Ah, sorry. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was try saying it once. Here, let me try that again. Hold it. There's something of value that you'd like to say. Yes, actually there is. I remember something else just now. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time. Even if we overruled him, he'd just keep on talking, wouldn't he? That might not be bad. That might be a bad thing. The more info, the better in the perfect investigation, right? What I saw, part 2. I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot. How was that? That is the testimony of one who judges the crimes of others. Your Honor, could you try to state that important facts first next time? I agree. Before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words. I'm sorry. But honestly, I thought that oh my god, that sound was just a noise popper until just now. Now that he mentioned it, right before we restarted the trial, he did talk about that. Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I couldn't have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day when my grandson. The most critical point in the argument is when did the judge look into the hallway, and whether that lines up with when the gun was actually fired. Alright, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details in your testimony. What is all part 2? Suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot. Your Honor, about what you just said. I know, I couldn't believe it myself. Bang, went the gunshot, I heard it, and I need to jerk, oh my god. Your Honor, please remain calm when you're trying to explain yourself to me. Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Now then, I must gather at myself, yes. When I heard the gunshot, there was no one in the hall. I should know. I looked. There was no one there. The judge's emotion circuits appeared to be stuck on overreact. At this point, nothing stands out to me as a contradiction in his testimony. Francisco, if I'm correct, the testimony is hardly precision quality. I know that, and that's why I said at this point. I think my first line of attack will be to draw more information from His Honor. Suppose it's possible you can't see his restaurant. However, that doesn't mean the detective was sitting there when I looked. As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into that hallway? After I called for a recess, I handled the change of prosecutor paperwork. Maybe about 20 minutes until we reconvened. Yes, that sounds about right. Just as I expected. What were you expecting? And I demand to know what that all-knowing smile is for. Your Honor, that statement you made just now is very important. I'd like for you to append it to your testimony. Alright, if you insist. Oh, I know what it is. A hallway about 20 minutes before I was reconvened. Yeah. So play White Day. You're on... I cannot allow you to make an objection. What? Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but I cannot allow you to not allow me to make an objection. Egads, I've been overruled. Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste. What do you mean by that? You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that is simply not possible. Mr. New Prosecutor, recommended by Manfred von Ach. Instead of biting your tongue, why don't you bite your... I don't even know what she said. I see you have no mercy for the elderly either, Francisca. Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped in the back. With your height, you need a stepladder or a floor to accomplish that. Ahem. Mr. Edgeworth. My ears are not that far gone yet. I'll have you know I can still hear just fine. And I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears. Your Honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Bad, and according to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. What did you just say? Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction? That can't be! Unfortunately, that is the truth. But I heard it clear as day. Bang! The loud sound of a gunshot. Sound of a gunshot. We keep returning to this point of contention. And that piece of evidence. I always did wonder why I found it where I did. However, now I understand what that gunshot the judge heard really was. He's talking about the balloon. Fortunately, Your Honor, this is what really produced the gunshot you heard. Would you try MGS Triangle if it has a PS4 version? Okay, it's like 4:12 a.m. If it gets on Steam, it's more likely where I'll play it, but if it's only on PS, I'm probably not gonna touch it. I found this object in the hallway earlier. What is that pink substance? It may not look it, but this is actually a piece of a balloon. I see. I suppose you would like me to accept that pink balloon in the court record. Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony. What? Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now there is no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at the time. Therefore, you believe he must have been at the crime scene defendant lobby number 2. Am I correct? Yes, that's exactly right. Let me ask you something. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? I think I've said enough that even you can figure the rest out on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of this balloon into thinking it was a gunshot. What manner of trickery is this? That was a good effort you put forward, Miles Edgeworth, but if it was me, I'd have wrapped this thing up before the judge even testified. Care to elaborate on how one ends something before it even begins? Well, to be honest, I did think that the sound was a bit off from the real gunshot sound. But who could have guessed that someone would pop a balloon in a place like this? That's true. One doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with the courthouse. But she had a balloon. I want to trade these coins with you. That's it. That balloon that girl was holding, it explains everything. Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy. Who knew? Giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do. What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. I will see it to myself that he is released. Wait, there are still a few things I have yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe. But why? I thought we just cleared his name. Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is to continue in my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that are occurring in the hallway. Very well. Bailiff, please bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom. Let's fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation to this case. Okay. What is it now? Is it time for my trial already? I already told you a gazillion times, pal. I didn't do it. I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe. No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that. No. I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that. Why can't you guys be a little less judgmental? Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgments, Detective Gumshoe, I'm afraid I must apologize for an error in judgment on my part. Your Honor, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We have yet to prove he is completely innocent of this crime. I guess so. What are you guys talking about? In any case, I would like you to testify as to your actions while you were on guard duty. And please remember, you are not on trial. This is all just a part of the investigation. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, if you should give false testimony, yeah, my whip will eject loud and clear. If you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely. Understood. I got you, pal. Thinking back on the state of the crime scene and the judge's testimony, it's obvious that Detective Gumshoe is lying. And if I can't break his lie, then we may never give a break in this case. While I was on duty, I came down here to this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. From that time on, until I heard the gunshot, I was in that hallway the whole time. On my honor, as a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal. He's still singing the same desired tune. In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. I know he's lying, and it's time to pull the information I need out of him. Babado. Came down here to this courthouse and took bad orders. That's true. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in the front of lobby number 2, which is true. From that time on until I heard the gunshot, I was in that hallway the whole time. Press. You claim to have been in that hallway the whole time. However, is it not a fact that you did something while you were in that hallway? Of course I did something. I guarded the door to lobby number 2. Pal, what else? Very well then. What exactly does guarding that door entail? Well, to put it simply, oh, I know. It was my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch. Oh? Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of? You got it, pal. I didn't take a single step away from that door, just like I was ordered not to. Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden? Because we are all in shock and in awe of your utter stupidity. Scruffy, if you're going to lie, at least tell us a more believable one. But I'm not lying. Hurry up and bring in this insipid testimony to close. Until I heard the gunshot, I didn't take a single step away from lobby number 2. Would it be this one? The food item? I have an objection. What is it, pal? That's the gumshoe. I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere. Hey, it's one of those things. The courthouse special Swiss rolls, right, pal? Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recall the sullied hallway bench. Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that. That's the gumshoe. You know you can't go around dirtying up the courthouse like this. It's you inconsiderate slovenly pig. Eek. I promise to clean it up later, I swear. Now, shall we get down to business? About the fact that you didn't move even a single step from in front of that door. That really were the case, and how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls? Furthermore, if you didn't move a single step from the front of that door, how did you manage to get the bench dirty with your grubby hands? It appears that Francisca's whip can do more damage than my words alone can. Alright, I confess, pal. I was hungry, so I bought a pack for myself, okay? Thought I'd get chewed out again if anyone found out about me eating on the job. But I didn't want to say anything. Well, unfortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. I clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine. Okay, I'm sorry for lying. That's all I'm sorry for. You got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back. My last statement. May sound like it makes sense. However, there is something I don't quite believe about it. Are you sure you're not withholding further information from us? Huh? Of course not. I've got nothing else to hide, pal. Oh, if only that were true, Detective Gumshoe. But it is true, pal. I swear there's nothing else. Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you're aware of the price of the pack of Swiss rolls, correct? Huh? Remind me again, pal. That vending machine out in the hallway is selling packs of 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack. And yet, according to you, you didn't have any cash on you until you cashed your $5 annual bonus check. Isn't that right? Oh. Let me ask then, how did you manage to purchase a pack all by yourself? You provided me with a proper explanation to that. I told you, I bought it by myself, pal. There wasn't anyone else in the hallway with me. There's no one who could have helped me buy it. Wait, don't tell me. You've got some kind of proof that there was someone else in the hallway, don't you? Correct. As if you could. I mean, what are the chances of that? Wait. You do? Of course I do. What? How? What proof do I have that it must have been someone else in the hallway? Swiss roll dropped by the mysterious girl. Hey, you showed that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal. I think you've mistaken the impression that I bought this pack of rolls. Wait, if you didn't buy it, then that means you must have stolen it. You thief! What? I would never do such a thing. All you liars are the same. You started out as thieves, you're under arrest, pal. I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. And in that case, what does that say about you, detective? This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone. Oh. There were 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them, but you then gave the other one to a certain other person, didn't you? No, wait, pal. You got it all wrong. I ate both of them. There she goes again. You missed. It would appear that we've caught you at last. Hey, don't you dare do anything bad to that girl. It would appear that they do know each other after all. So why do you continue to come up to me and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow? I have a name and it's K. K what? K Faraday. Faraday. Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter? I'm not a you, I'm K. K. You know... K, you know, good little girls don't kick other people. Especially not hard enough to leave big nasty bruises like the one you do. Well, then you shouldn't have put Gummy under arrest, mister. Gummy? My guess is that she's talking about Detective Gumshoe. What a cute nickname you've given him. Gummy didn't do anything wrong. Okay. It appears that I will need to speak with her in a bit more detail. Roar! Alright, child. Now then, Kay. She's like a stray cat. I wonder if I should feed her something. Feed her something. Okay, I promise to give this to you if you calm down. Oh, a Swiss roll. It really belongs to you, though, doesn't it? Yeah. I was saving it for Daddy. Oh, my. Your father. He's... Ah, don't you say another word, pal! She doesn't know yet. Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy. But I already know about Daddy. I overheard the guards talking. About how he's not here anymore. I'm sorry. Sorry I couldn't protect him. Okay. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna... She's crying. Cry. It's alright. Let it all out. Your father just passed away. After all. I myself was also involved in a case at this courthouse when I was a young child. Case in which my father, who was a defense attorney, passed away. All my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmare's day. Even now, the wound festers deep in the depths of my soul. Ever since that incident, I've dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now, to have this happen right in front of me... This child, I feel a certain shared fate, a common bond between us. Miles Edgeworth, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to just stand there and watch a little lady cry? Ah, you're right. Sorry about that. Okay, here. How about we use this handkerchief here and dry your little tears, or your eyes? Quiver. My cravat! Don't blow your nose on that! I feel better now. Thanks. Okay. Are you going to be... alright? Yep. I'm already alright. Somehow, I highly doubt that. But I'm not going to push it. I'm not going to push it. Promise, Daddy, I never cry in front of strangers. And you're a good kid, aren't you, okay? You always keep your promises. You always keep your promises, right? That's right. Even if I can't see Daddy anymore, I'm still going to keep all my promises. You're a very brave girl, okay? You're a very good child for keeping the promises you made to your papa. I'll even testify that you didn't cry. Just for you. Thank you very much, lady. Ha! Nothing. I'm only telling the truth, after all. It would appear that because her father was a respected prosecutor, Francisca is sympathetic to Kay's feelings. Your father. Okay, what kind of person was your father? Daddy was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world. So to you, a prosecutor is a hero of justice, huh? I suppose we are, in a sense, as we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals. Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me my absolute favorite treat, Swiss rolls. Oh? I want to be a hero of justice someday, just like Daddy. So I've been working really hard. I see. What have you been working hard on? I've been working hard to keep all the promises Daddy and I made together. A promise notebook. May I take a look inside, okay? Sure, okay. It appears to be an exchange diary of sorts between father and daughter. Mr. Faraday's writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy later. Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero just like your father. I'm gonna try. Hey, Kay. So, I'm a detective that catches the bad people, right? That makes me a hero, too. Yeah. You're really cool, too, Gummy. Yeah, aren't I, Kay? What's with the two of them? I hand down verdicts of justice, so that makes me a hero, too. Yes, and thanks to your also heroic testimony, you almost painted that detective as a vile criminal and sent him off to jail. I'm really sorry about that. Gummy is not a bad man, okay? That poor judge. He's being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice. It appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay. Yeah, we're friends. In that case, would you mind telling me a little bit more about him? Dick Gumshoe. So I take it that you ran into Detective Gumshoe earlier. Yep. I was on my way to see Daddy when I saw Gummy standing there. He was standing in the hallway staring really hard at the vending machine, so I said hi. And when was this? Huh? Oh. Before everything got crazy. How long were the two of you together? We only talked for a little while. And then we went on our own ways. That's right, pal. Kay and I only talked for a little while. That's it. Oh? Which means we have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during the recess, isn't that right? Ah, you got me. I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister. Very well, then. I'll just have to speak with the good detective in private later. Were you the only one who bought this pack of Swiss rolls, Kay? Well, I didn't really have a lot of money. And I somehow made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had. But that still wasn't enough, and I really, really wanted one. Come to think of it, you did come and ask me to exchange a handful of change for $1. And that's when you came and asked me to change your money, correct? Yeah. Thanks a bunch for doing that, mister. Sure. But let me ask you, even with that $1, you still didn't have enough, correct? Well, that's why... Hey, if you bully Kay and more... anymore, I'm gonna have to arrest you, pal. You didn't remind you that you're the one already under arrest. Yeah. I sense that Kay is going to be less than forthcoming with this question. Sorry about your roughly thing. Yes, well, now that it's positively drenched in your nasal mucus. Don't worry, Kay. I have a spare. So here, you can have this one. My daddy said, never take things from a stranger. Ah, it's one of the promises you made in your promise notebook, correct? Yeah. Look, see? It's right here on this page. Kay's promise to daddy. Promise 1. Never take things from a stranger. Promise 2. Never go anywhere with a stranger. Alright then, I'm not giving this to you. I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You could take it home, wash it nice and clean, and then give it back to me next time we meet. Okay, Daddy never said I couldn't borrow things from strangers. He just puts on the spare right there. Now the detective, Gumshoe. Uh-oh. I believe it is now crystal clear that you were with little K in that hallway. Ugh. Gary, I told you not to stop bullying, being mean to, Gumshoe. Or Gummy. Well, that's word. There is still something you have yet to resolve. I beg your pardon. You hadn't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us. That's, well... Gummy. Don't tell me you lied for my sake. Hey, don't worry about it, okay? Everything's gonna be okay. Ah, so that's why. So what was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? If you can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation. His reason for lying is very simple. What? Here is what I believe to be his reason. From simple observation of the detective's actions and his interactions with Kay, it's obvious that the detective was lying for the young girl's sake. And this piece of evidence will show you exactly why. Which piece of evidence proves that Detective Gumshoe was lying on account of Kay? The balloon? Is that piece of evidence? What are you showing me that for? It doesn't seem to add anything to the conversation. I don't get what you're trying to say with that, or do you just like showing off? Are you gonna give that to me, mister? I don't feel that the court needs to enter into the court record at this time. What is wrong with everyone? Why are they all teasing me all of a sudden? No, it's possible that perhaps I made a mistake, and that's why. Now then, back to the topic at hand. Detective Gumshoe lied for Kay's sake. I know I hold the evidence which shows the reason why. So it's not the balloon popping. Always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. Dad's job is to make sure that everyone follows the rules. Okay, be a good girl and promise that you'll keep your promises to me, okay? It's not the book. Which piece of evidence proves that Detective Gumshoe was lying on account of Kay? I'm not sure. I'll figure it out eventually. The Swiss roll? Nope. At least it doesn't deduct like I don't get penalized for this shit. I'm just trying to figure out what it is. Testimony is not it. Which piece of evidence proved that Detective Gumshoe was lying on account of K? Okay, it wasn't this. Found in Faraday's hand, bullet that killed Rel was fired from the yards away. One was Swiss roll, it wasn't that. The promise? Mr. Faraday and Kay's promise notebook. How does this explain everything? You can take a look at this page. It clearly is written that Kay should never take things from a stranger. When Detective Gumshoe heard about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay. What a foolishly foolish fool's fool of a foolish reason for a fool. Got me. You lied because of me, didn't you? Because I'm your friend, Kay. That's why. Got me. At long last, Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell me the whole truth now? Guess there's no beating you, huh, pal? Okay, I'll spill the goods. I'd been standing guard for a while. I was getting really hungry, and that snack vending machine was taunting me. But all the cash you had on you was $5, and that wasn't enough to buy anything, right? After all, the cheapest item in that machine is a $6 pack of Swiss rolls. Yeah, but then, like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up. I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy, so I wanted to buy a Swiss roll, but I only had about $1 in coins. So we pulled my $5 and her $1 together, and bought a pack of Swiss rolls together. But I was worried about breaking one of my promises. So then Gummy said, Mr. Faraday is one scary guy when he gets mad. But don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell, right? Besides, you bought it with me. So you didn't really get it from me, you know? He told me it'd be okay. And if he gave me a whole roll to save and give to Daddy, we knew that Scruffy could be so considerate. Indeed. Detective, I take it that you then sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together. Yeah. We split the other roll I ate, and right then, the sweet taste of that cake's chocolate, I'll never forget it as long as I live, pal. Anyway, okay, I believe this also belongs to you. Oh, that's from the balloon I popped. It's bad manners to leave garbage lying around, Kay. I'm sorry. Well, I guess I can't blame you for not throwing this one piece away. It was sitting high up on the windsill where you couldn't see it. So just this once, I forgive you. But that balloon, I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. And because of me, Gummy dropped his half of the Swiss roll. Wow, you really got me there, pal. So I thought maybe I should give Gummy this other roll. And then I saw you picking on Gummy, mister. So you kicked me, is that it? You sure a feisty one. I'm really sorry, mister. It's alright, I'm perfectly unharmed. But about this Swiss roll, would it be alright with you? if I held onto it until Detective Gumshoe is cleared of all charges and free to go. Yeah, sure. Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay? Of course, I promise. Now, and I believe we have proven beyond this the shadow of doubt that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty, which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the double murders. Oh, hey. Actually proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. You've just shown. Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime. What do you mean? It's quite rude to eavesdrop Miss You. I'm getting lectured on manners by a girl with a penchant for whipping people. What? How dare you talk back with such insolence? You're wrong, lady. Gummy's not the bad guy. Oh, and what have we here? What is a child doing here in the courthouse? Bailiff, please take this child in. Fucking what? What? Miss Callisto, you? That girl is Mr. Faraday's. I know, so what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to just run wild all around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her to speak nothing of getting underfoot. I suppose you're right, however. As long as we're in agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now then, Detective, you were in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time, correct? Yeah, but, you see, isn't it obvious that it could only be the detective? He's the only person who could have gone into lobby number 2 at the time of the murders. I have no counter-argument to that. Don't worry, I've already put in the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest. Well, the investigation is far from over. Oh, that's right. I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk to the suspect out in the open without a guard? I suppose it is. Well, as someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on a criminal, or you may regret what comes of your negligence. Oh, Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this. Excuse me. It's unforgivable as a disciple of Von Karma. Down, Tigress. Now then, I'll be looking forward to the results of your investigation. So, we're back to square one. Actually, this is our last chance. I can tell... I don't think I tried it. I mean, it's pretty good. It's a sweet, so... Actually, this is our last chance. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all of the circumstantial evidence. The investigation is not over yet. There's still one location we have yet to inspect. It's where Detective Bad and Miss Yu were at the time of the crime, lobby number 1. That took me an hour and a half. That whole segment. What is this incredibly overpowering sweet smell? Or scent? It smells like flowers. Uncle Bad, is that it? Isn't that Detective Bad and Kay over there? Looks like she managed to escape with the bailiff. No, that's not quite it. Oh, too bad. But it's so pretty. I think you're still a bit too young to be wearing that. But since you found it, I guess I can let you keep it. Thanks. I'll treasure it always. Those two seem to get along rather well. Oh, here. I've got something else for you. Yay, thank you, Uncle Bad. Earlier I ate one of these with Gummy. Gummy. Oh, you mean Gumshoe. Gummy is... He was trying to be nice to me because I was gonna get in trouble. And then he got in trouble because he lied to protect me. Gummy. I know he didn't kill Daddy. Don't cry. Faraday would be sad if he saw you crying. I'm not crying. Okay. Oh, it's the mister from before and the lady too. Don't you think it would be a good idea to go home for the time being? You're not involved in the investigation, so it's for the best if you do. Actually, I'm Uncle Bad's assistant. So I'm related to the investigation. Is that so, Detective Bad? Yeah, I guess. What? You were just scolding us like kids to not mess up the crime scene. And now you let this child run free? Why? People are free to investigate things outside of the actual crime scene. You also had a few things she wanted to look into. Got a problem with that? I don't have a problem with that, but I am curious as to what Miss Yu is looking into. Uncle Bad, I'm gonna go look somewhere else now, okay? Alright. I'm counting on you. Oh, that's right. Hey, mister. Hmm? Yes, what is it? I know Gummy really isn't the bad guy. I mean it. So please... find the real bad guy, okay? I won't forgive whoever did this. But in the absence of the perfect piece of testimony and evidence, there is no one else who could be the true culprit other than Detective Gumshoe. She wandered off while I was pondering. One of these windows in this lobby is open as well. The air conditioner is working just fine in this room, so why did they open it? Why did they open it, I wonder? That expensive painting is ill-suited to be hanging on the wall of this room. One of the guard details should be placed on it. Oh, why do you say that? Well, a desperate low-paid detective might make off with it and make off with it someday. You never know. She may be thinking about hiring a guard, but it's obvious she isn't factoring in that guard's salary whatsoever. Strong Center herbal tea. I fear that more than being relaxing, this scent may make one a bit heady instead. You put in a special request for that. No wonder she's so violent, if she's been drinking this stuff the whole time. Neither woman should be allowed to comment on this particular topic ever. Ezra's just like fucking done with this. Sullivan is the same model as the one in Defending Mother No. 2. One of the two rooms are basically the same in terms of layout and supplies. Yes. Two rooms are basically the same, huh? Detective Bad, what exactly was Kay searching for? Nothing that concerned you, boy. Oh, and I suppose it has something to do with Kay. It does, because she's Faraday's daughter. Anyway, hurry up and get to the point. I don't have time to waste. He just stands around. Sounds like he'd rather be left alone. I have something I'd like to confirm with you once again. I don't have anything to say to you. Be that as it may, we still have questions that we need answers to. Now then, first of all, what is the overpowering smell that is permeating this room? Upon entering this room, thought I was going to suffocate. It's that ultra strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it. I was having a bad time of it myself. Didn't think twice, and I opened the window. But that smell's still here. Perfume, huh? So the sweet scent in the air is perfume. Well, it's giving off quite a stench. I bet it's some cheap, no-name brand. You said it's famous brand from overseas. It's a knockoff. Yes, definitely a knockoff. No disrespect, but she forced one of those bottles on me. Here, little girl. You can have it. I was born for a much more expensive and refined perfume. However, seeing as how you just happen to have a spare, I suppose I'll take it. Miles Edgeworth, you will hold on to this bottle without fail. Why can't she ever be honest about what her wants? Alright, misused perfume. Now we have the perfume misused wears. Just fantastic. Is that all you wanted to talk about? If so, I'm going back to investigating. Longer than the previous? It's not supposed to be this long. It's like pretty short compared to the other things. I still have a few other things I wish to inquire about. During the recess. So you were in this room the entire recess. Like I said, I made a call to the precinct to get that big lug down here. But other than that, I was waiting for the recess to end in here. At least your story is consistent. Earlier you stated that you were in the lobby with Miss Yu. Yeah, I ran into her in the hallway. She said she wanted to talk to me about something. So we came in here. And what you're saying, is that until Detective Gumshoe's arrival, you and Miss Yu were in the two different rooms, so two different locations. I guess I am. Interesting. Speaking of that, lawyer, she seems to have a great dislike for you. Oof. Let's see, Miss Yu is the sister of the victim of the KJ8 incident. And as I recall, Detective Bad was the lead detective on that case. One of the reasons for her disdain isn't simply because you failed to guard Cece, but because you were the lead detective on the case. You knew? Huh. I also know that today's trial involving the Kodopian embassy staff member is being referred to as the second KGA incident. Now then, detective, I believe it's time you were honest with me. And told me the truth behind your relationship with Miss Yu and Mr. Faraday. And the KJA incident. You already know that much. Guess it'd be alright to tell you. Now then, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the KJA incident. It's not exactly a happy story. Other than the people who were directly involved, you two will be the first to hear what I'm about to tell. The honest truth behind the KJ incident. He was eating a lollipop this entire time! He wasn't smoking. Faraday, you and I. As you already know, we three were involved with the KJA incident. Faraday and I were originally on the trail of the smuggling ring. I mean the smuggling case involving one of the Amano Group's secretaries. That trial was just a front. A facade? Yeah. But the case became tainted. All because the witness who was going to testify about the Amano Group's ties to the smuggling ring, CCU, was killed. Then what became of the secretary who was arrested? His name was Colin Devoret. To be honest, the guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling. But he confessed to knowing about it anyway. Devoret was probably being intimidated by the big boss man, just another scapegoat. The boss man of the Amano Group. You can't seriously mean Mr. Ernest Amano. It can't be right. It's probably just Detective Bad's personal hypothesis. What is he trying to do, suspecting Mr. Amano of being involved with smuggling? Suppose it would have been quite difficult to secure an adequate after he confessed. But the man who killed CCU, Manny Cochin, was a completely different person. But since he's already been acquitted once of her murder, Mr. Faraday, how could you have let him go? If I remember correctly, I heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him. That wasn't Faraday's fault. It was mine. I wasn't vigilant enough. Faraday, CC. I was supposed to protect them both. Miss Yu didn't mention that as well. about how Detective Bad was supposed to guard her sister. But, even I, who was supposed to protect them, I fell into their trap. What kind of trap? The holes in this jacket are testament to that trap. You mean you were fired upon? You were shot at that many times in one gunfight? No. Only about half of these are from that case. But the reason I continue to wear this jacket is to remind myself of the lessons I learned from the KJA incident. I see. I couldn't protect CCU, and the suspect was found not guilty. They had hit a brick wall, as far as the law was concerned. And that's when she came to the courtroom, the victim's sister. That's when I first met Callisto Yu. Relationship to you. About when you first met Miss Yu. It was on the day the verdict of the KJA incident was handed down, was it not? Yes. Faraday and I, we apologized to her from the bottom of our hearts. It was all we could do. But just saying you're sorry won't bring my sister back, she said. And then she gave me a hard slap across the face. Well, you certainly had a lot of self-control to stop at just a slap. If it was me, not even 100 lashes would have been punishment enough. I suppose not. You said it herself. That she never wanted to see either of us ever again. But after that, you've seen her many times over, correct? Yeah. Faraday and I, even after the KJ incident, had come to a close. We continued to hunt down the smuggling ring, and got involved in a variety of cases. But it was no use. We cracked too many different cases. But the result was always the same. We couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring. Is the ring really that big? It was in the pursuit of the ring that we met you once again. It was during another trial related to the smuggling ring. Faraday was the prosecutor, and I, as the lead detective, took to the witness stand. She appeared out of the blue as the defense attorney. Her client was related to a smuggling ring, and she was defending them. Yeah. Yu was pursuing the ring as best as she could as a lawyer. I think she defended Rel this time for the same reason. Come to think of it, Miss Yu did say something to the same effect. My own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for a lead. Please forget the KJ answer, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending the known killer. Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rowe was to be his lawyer. I had no intentions of covering for him. Ever. Don't you dare suggest I was going to. Doesn't matter what her reason is. Helping a criminal is just despicable. You're so naive, little girl. I could have stolen this lollipop from you. That's how naive you are. How dare you insult the daughter of a Von Karma? Just like us, Yu felt that she had hit the limit of what the law could do. That's all. The law is merely a tool. There is no limit to it. Only the skill of us, the craftsmen. You two are still too young. But one day you'll know what I mean. But enough sidetracking. What matters is that we met you again. Shoot of the smuggling ring. That's alright. Oh, that's all. Relation to Faraday. But what was your relation to Mr. Faraday? You even seem to know Kay fairly well. I met him when he was a rookie prosecutor, known him ever since. And Kay, I've known her since the day she was born. Faraday and I, we cracked quite a few cases together. But you two seem to have had no progress at all in the Yatagarasu case. Did we touch a nerve? Huh. I only have one thing to say to you. No one knew more about the Yatagarasu than me and Faraday. That's why I was called upon to testify in today's trial, to prove that Rel was not the real Yatagarasu, which I would have done if he hadn't turned around and accused Faraday. After the accusation, I was asked to testify, but this time to prove or disprove the accusation. But I guess I won't be doing that either. I sense that there's more to that statement than meets the eye. Perhaps a bit more digging into the Yatagarasu is what's necessary. You claim to know much about the Yatagarasu. Would you care to share what you know with me? What you two should be looking for right now is proof of murder's intent towards Faraday and Rao. I agree. That's exactly why I'm asking you about the Yatagarasu. What? The KJ incident and the second KJA incident. Both of these cases are tied to the smuggling ring. And in both of these cases, the witness who was to testify about the ring was murdered. However, there is one point in which they differ. That is the presence of the absence of Great Thief Yatagarasu. Mr. Rao claimed to be the Yatagarasu, however, in the middle of the trial, he suddenly declared that Mr. Faraday to be the real Yatagarasu. Then during the recess, they were both killed. Don't you find that to be the least bit odd? Miles Edgeworth, stop beating around the bush and just spit it out already. I believe that there must be some reason that the two men suspected of being the Yatagarasu were both killed at the same time. A reason. Huh. And so, in order to catch Mr. Faraday's and Mr. Rao's cold-blooded killer, I feel that I need to learn as much as I can about the Yatagarasu. If it will help you solve this case. Oh, I've been having this thought in the back of my head for the longest time. But, whatchamacallit. You know how they have the anime, for at least, like, of the first 3 Phoenix Wright games? I kind of hope they'll come back with at least the Ace Attorney, like, for both the investigation games. And then they'll continue on. Like, they'll do it like how the timeline should be, you know? And I'll tell you the reason why we've never caught the Yatagarasu. What was that sudden outburst for? You almost made me whip you by accident. Ah! It's still accidentally with me anyway. There are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Third, the Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever. I see. So those are the Yatagarasu special traits. Sounds like an incredibly elusive thief. The Yatagarasu has never been caught on tape, never tries to draw anyone's attention, and would never do something as lowbrow as commit murder. That's how I knew that Rel wasn't the real Yatagarasu, right away. But you can't use that sort of logic on its own to prove that he wasn't. Listen, little girl, I'm not done talking yet. What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kodopian embassy, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu sent the evidence. Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others knew about. In that case, how can you be so sure that it was the Yatagarasu who sent it? That's easy. A special card that only the Yatagarasu uses was attached. That's how I can be so sure. And just what sort of card is it? Here, take a look at this article. Whenever the Yatagarasu wants to publicize something, a white card is sent along with the stolen information. But when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was. And that's how Detective Bad knew that Mr. Rel was a phony. Thank you very much. I have much better understanding to the Yatagarasu now. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? His Honor would like to transfer the evidence from today's trial over to you. So if you could please head over to the courtroom, it'd be much appreciated, sir. Understood. I'll be there shortly. Detective Bad. What does the law mean to you? Finding the answer to that question is the only reason I'm still alive. I became a prosecutor to find the answer to that question myself. And to play a part in ensuring that all criminals everywhere are found guilty. Oh, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. It appears that His Honor is still a bit dispirited. For the first time today, I experienced what it's like to stand at the witness stand. I now have a greater appreciation for just how hard it is to give testimony. While there's no reason for you to be all depressed about it, Your Honor, as a judge, no one expects you to think about anything other than the verdict. Francisco, there is no need to further depress His Honor. But I'm not trying to, Miles. Your Honor. Your Honor, I've come to collect the evidence that was to be transferred to me. Your Honor. The evidence? Your Honor! Oh! You! Yes, can I help you? I'd like to collect the evidence now, sir. Your Honor, you think you could stay focused long enough to at least do your job? Yes, I'm sorry. I would accept that the defense attorney has yet to arrive. He is busy with the investigation. So let's keep this brief, shall we? Very well. In that case, please confirm that all these pieces of evidence are present. Furthermore, the evidence that was used in the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rao also included, so please go ahead and use them in your investigation to their cases. Understood, Your Honor. Pieces of evidence that we used in the murder of these two men. This could be a very good chance for me to find new leads regarding to their case. Maybe even something that will finally lead me to the truth. I place all the evidence over at the prosecutor's bench for you. I see. Thank you very much. I will go confirm that they are all accounted for. This is the evidence related to today's Kodope Nemesis trial from Mr. Faraday's bag. You mean the evidence bag that was on the table in lobby number 2, right? Yes, finally we can now take a look at the evidence itself and not just data about them. Let's be sure to thoroughly examine them while we have the time. Agreed. I want to take a good look at all of the evidence from the embassy murder too. Why is that? Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial was about. Don't point your crap at me just because you don't know something. And don't you try to order me around just because Papa chose you today. See, someone is still sore about not being picked by Mr. Ron Karma. It's also real to see the knife up close. So, we have the knife and the gun and an envelope, and what's the organizer doing here? Oh, that's right, I completely forgot to tell you. Well, what, Your Honor? They found Mr. Faraday's personal organizer inside the evidence bag of his. Detective Badge requested it be passed along to you. He said it would help the investigation. Detective Badge said that. What a strange stroke of luck. Well, never look a gift horse in the mouth. We might as well flip through it, too. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Mr. Faraday's organizer. It appears he was in the habit of using it. Looks like he wrote his strategy for getting Mr. Rell convicted down in here. I've collected the evidence I need to prove that Rell is the killer. Between the handgun Rell had on him when he was arrested and the surveillance tape, I should be able to prove that he was the one. It appears that Mr. Faraday honestly believed that Mr. Rell was the killer in the case. The sound of his handgun going off was recorded with superb clarity on the surveillance video. I also have evidence that I can use to prove that Rell is not the real Yatagarasu. It would also appear that he had proof that Mr. Rell was not the Yatagarasu. No matter how he may try to play it, as long as I have the Yatagarasu's key, I can prove he's a phony. If I present it to him in court, it should clear everything up. And he apparently also had a very definitive piece of evidence. It's been a long battle. I hope that this will finally bring it to an end. Yes, I believe that Mr. Faraday was well prepared. To discredit any claim Mr. Rell may have made about being the real Yatagarasu. He had the way to prove that Mr. Rell was the guilty party of the embassy murder. This organizer is a clue straight from Mr. Faraday. I'll have to take my time and give it through a thorough read later. Look, there's some pictures stuck between these pages here. There appears to be a key. And a rather ornate one at that. Just look at the design on the handle. Craftsmanship is superb. Could this be the Yatagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentioned in his organizer? Yatagarasu's key. Detective Bad said something earlier. What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police, and the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Codopian embassy, Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu sent the evidence. Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings around the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others knew about. Mr. Faraday must have been trying to keep this secret key safe. As the prosecutor on both the Yatagarasu and smuggler ring cases, that's to be expected. This gun, it was originally used to kill the Codopian embassy staff member. When the crime was reported, the responding police found Mr. Rell still holding it which led to his imminent arrest. And then, this gun took original shooter's life. How ironic. Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything else we can learn from this piece of evidence. It's the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. Who would have thought that such a beautiful piece of art could be used for such a cruel act? It's never crossed your mind that you use your riding crop for the wrong purpose. That's odd. What is it? What is it? Mr. Faraday didn't mention anything about a knife in his organizer. That certainly is odd. The weapon that was used to kill the Codopian embassy staff member was the gun. But if that's the case, then where did the knife that was used to murder Mr. Faraday come from? Isn't it obvious? It was brought into the courthouse by Mr. Rell. That's the only logical conclusion, right? No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here. Every person who enters this courthouse, the courthouse doors, is checked thoroughly for contraband. Furthermore, the suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as large as this inside. In that case, how do you suppose the knife ended up inside the courthouse? I need to think carefully. There's nothing related to the knife written anywhere in Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, it is the fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there is one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer. That no one has claimed to have seen yet today. So in order to solve this mystery, I believe I will need to take another good look at the evidence. Miles Edgeworth, can I take can I take the fact that you have yet to answer me to mean that you don't have the answer for me? Actually, I do know the answer, Francisco. What? Then what is it? One of the pieces of evidence we've been holding has been hiding a secret out on its own. And it was through this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into the courthouse. What? And it was through this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into the courthouse. I don't see how that answers the question at all. Every piece of evidence has some secretive aspect about it. Oh, then I demand you know what the secret to this is. Yeah. Maybe there's no secret to this one. Think carefully here. There's nothing related to the knife written anywhere in Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, it is the fact that the knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there's one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that no one has claimed to have seen yet today. I believe I need to take another good look at the evidence. The knife was definitely brought in somehow. So what other evidence I need to prove, Mr. Rell? Between the handgun Rell had on him and Marissa and the surveillance tape, I should be able to prove that earlier. The sound of his handgun going off was recorded to spur clarity. I also have evidence that I can use to prove that Rell is not the real Arthur. No matter how he may try to play it, as long as I have Diatrudas's key, I can prove he's a phony. If I present it to him in court, it should clear everything up. This one's conflicting me right now. Not what I wanted. One of the bags strewn on the floor on lobby number 2 had Faraday's blood on it. I'm kind of going with whatever I find. But like that would seem like it could correlate a bit here. I'm just glad it doesn't give me a penalty for this shit. Not book. I'm really just throwing caution to the wind. Is it what I think it is? Oh, wait. No. I was like, I'm able to skip, so it shouldn't be. It's not that, it's not this. Can't be that, it can't be this, can't be that. The key? Oh my god, that's so weird. This Yatagarasa's key, Mr. Faraday mentioned in his organizer. Oh, wait, what? This is how the knife was brought into the courthouse. Not making any sense, Miles Edgeworth. You just need to look a bit closer, Francisco, to see what I mean. Don't the color and ornament of the key's handle remind you of anything? They do remind me of the knife. Very good. Both the Yatagarasu key in this photo and the murderous knife have this very unique design on their handles. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentions the Yatagarasu's key, the only object we found at the crime scene was the knife. You don't seriously mean to say... It appears that you finally caught up. And yes, I do mean to say that these two pieces are in fact one and the same. But that's impossible. Even if that is what you believe, we should still investigate this possibility. Now let us examine this knife in a little more detail. It's the weapon that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. The handle... That shit scared me. The handle and the blade itself both have beautiful designs worked into them. Look, there's even a flower-shaped design in this gold section here. If this hadn't been used as a tool for murder, I'd want one for myself. She seems to be drawn to the embellishment. Too bad this isn't mine to give. Ah. Can't believe it turned into a key. To think, oh my god. To think there was such a trick to this thing. The weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday is actually the key to the Yatagarasu stole. This piece of information is more critical than anything we've learned up until now. Frankly, I'm shocked. Mr. Faraday only mentioned the key aspect of this piece of evidence in his organizer. It's possible that even he had no idea the key was hiding a knife blade inside. But if that's true, then only someone who knew about the key to the knife trick could have killed Mr. Faraday. Even among law enforcement, this key was top secret. We're looking for someone who knew even more about the key than even Mr. Faraday. Meaning that the only person it could be is the one who sent the key in the first place. The great thief Yatagarasu. Then maybe Mr. Rao really was the Yatagarasu. And he was the one who killed Mr. Faraday. Isn't that one possible scenario? No, not really, especially since Mr. Faraday was absolutely convinced that Mr. Rao was not the Yatagarasu. Besides what Detective Bad said earlier. But when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was. I see. Alright then, I guess the person who knows the trick behind the key is someone else, and that person is the real Yatagarasu. Seems that this key is truly the key to solving this case. That took like a fucking minute to go through that shit. I took a quick look through these documents before the trial started. While I wasn't even afforded the opportunity to skim it, I suppose I should explain it to you then. Yes, you should, perfectly and in its entirety, if you please. On the night of September 8th, the embassy staff member was killed in front of the embassy. The staff member died of shock due to being shot in the heart. Mac Rowe was brought in that night as a suspect and thoroughly questioned, because the murder weapon was found on him, for which he was arrested on the spot. A simpleton of a man, that's what he was. Perhaps he was, for the weapon wasn't the only incriminating evidence we had. Mr. Rowe was caught in the act on film by security camera. He was an even bigger simpleton than I thought. I can't believe he didn't notice the security camera. The Coldobian Embassy's security system is supposedly very well designed. He may have simply not been aware that there was a camera there. So, have you seen the contents of the video for yourself? Yes, the surveillance video the security camera took was played during the trial by Mr. Faraday. You can clearly identify Mr. Rao on it. Even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear. So the footage included sound. Huh. I don't think I've ever wanted to see the moment though of someone's death in real life. Me neither. That's odd. We're short one piece of evidence. And the piece that's missing is the surveillance video that was played in court. Surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go? The video is showing the moment in which Mr. Rao committed the murder. Where could it have gone, indeed? Are you done with your inspection of the evidence? Yes. I'm finished. However, Your Honor, I am missing a single piece of prosecutorial evidence. Your Honor, were you derelict in your duties? What? No, I dare not lick my duties. What do you take me for? No, Your Honor, the most important piece of evidence is in today's trial. The surveillance video is not amongst the evidence you laid out for me. What about Mr. Faraday's whole bag with me from the crime scene? Maybe the tape is still somewhere at the crime scene. There's something wrong here. Something about this missing piece of evidence. It would appear that for me to find the answer I seek, I will have to pay another visit to the scene of the crime, defendant lobby number 2. That's Detective Bad. But who is he with? Never seen that officer before. So, did you find it? No, not yet, and I've looked everywhere. I see. Well then, please continue with the search. Understood. I'll continue the search. So you're the one running this show. Prosecutors like you shouldn't even be allowed at crime scenes. How dare you? Just who do you think you are? It's fucking this guy. I forgot his name. Bang Shala, something like that? I forgot. What was all that about? And who was that man just now? Whoever it was, I've never seen a more impudent officer in my life. Does he even know that we're here? We're standing right behind him? Or we're here right behind him? I know you're standing right behind me. What do you want, kids? Looks like you were paying attention after all. Of course I was. I have eyes in the back of my head. Ah, so that mirror isn't a vanity's sake. It's for him to keep an eye out on who or what is behind him at all times. So tell me, Detective Bad, who was the rude man just now? That guy came here from the Republic of Zhangfa to study. He's an ancient Lang. He's trying everything he can to revive the lost honor of his family. He's traveling the world, study different philosophies of attainment from scratch by visiting various police departments around the world. It's a lot of dedication. He's still just a rookie cop, but I sense a strong grudge of some sort from him. The guy's more useful than Gumshoe, even if he is rude. Well, he sure has a lot of guts to come to this country and give prosecutors a hard time. I agree. However, I can think of one young lady that statement also applies to. Anyway, what was the agent looking for, Detective Bad? Earlier, that little girl was poking around in lobby number 1 as well. Like I said before, it's got nothing to do with the two of you. I highly doubt that it has nothing to do with me. Alright, this is the game I must play, and I will take this opportunity to draw out what he's been hiding and what happened in this room from him. Earlier you were in lobby number 1, and now you're here in lobby number 2. You were quite the busy man, Detective Bad. Multiple returns to a crime scene brings about success. That's what we detectives say. I see. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I asked about what happened again, correct? I don't have anything left to say to you, boy. Boy, you see, I will draw my answer from you one way or another. Would it kill you to help us even a tiny bit in our investigation? Gave Faraday's notebook to the judge earlier. That's help enough, don't you think? Please, we are asking you for just a bit more of your cooperation. Don't push me, kid. Time of murder. I'd like to ask once again about what happened around here at the time of the crime. I refuse to answer. The more investigating you do, it would be a waste of time. Besides, how am I supposed to answer questions about things I don't know about? Things you don't know about. But aren't you supposed to know everything? You should. Wait, is it possible? Maybe he doesn't know about the trick behind this piece of evidence. I should try showing it to him. It may prove to be a key to getting some answers from Detective Bad. Detective Bad? Did you know of the existence of this item in this photograph? Of course I did. It's my job to know everything related to the Yatagarasu case. In that case, let me ask you something. Did you know that the knife that killed Mr. Faraday and this Yatagarasu's key are one and the same? What? That's impossible. It looks like he didn't know after all. This piece of evidence, which we call the Yatagarasu's key, is actually a well-camouflaged knife. Mr. Faraday, I was planning to use this Yatagarasu's key to prove that Mr. Rowe was not the real Yatagarasu. Isn't that correct? I guess so. However, Mr. Faraday had no idea that it was, in fact, a knife. I have to admit, neither one of us knew that fact. And if neither of us knew, then no one in law enforcement knew either. How did we miss something as big as this? I noticed that since a little while ago, you appeared to be searching for something. I presume that this key is what you were searching for. Yeah, that's right. Why were you searching for it? Because I promised Faraday. I promised that I'd protect the key with my life. But after he was killed, the key disappeared from Faraday's evidence bag. Who would have thought that the key is what took Faraday's life? Detective Bad. So that we may find the truth, please testify for me once more. Alright. But it doesn't matter how many times I tell you about what happened. Nothing will change. Detective Bad, I ask that you please testify once more about what happened in lobby number 2 and what you experienced in lobby number 1. My answer is still the same. And this is the last time I'm going to do this. That's fine, because I only need this one last time to clear everything up and find the truth behind this case. I was in lobby number 1, talking with you. We were talking about some trivial things. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together. I saw Gumshoe goofing around there, and then we all ran into lobby number 2. Sounds like the exact same story he told us before. Indeed, however, I feel that we have yet to draw out all the information that we can. I'll see you. I was in lobby number 1 talking with you. We were talking about some trivial things. I was hoping you could expand on exactly what exactly you were discussing with Miss Yu. Trivial stuff. It was nothing important. That's for me to decide. Alright, I suppose that's for him to decide. Moving on then. I heard that gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. Okay, the time. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together. Saw Gumshoe goofing around, Detective Gumshoe was there in the hallway. Yeah. Why didn't you attest to that earlier? When I saw Gumshoe, it was after I had heard the gunshot. Having seen him then didn't change the fact that he still could have done the deed. Sounds exactly like what Detective Bad told us before, however. Is there something in particular we should be asking the detective about? There just might be. No one knew that the knife is actually the Yatagarasa's key. Reflecting on that, perhaps there are other things that we know now, but Detective Bad doesn't yet. Yes, this shouldn't be my angle of attack. Why did Miss Yu choose lobby number 1? Answer me. Who knows? She just said that she had something she wanted to talk to me about. We walked into lobby number 1 together. That's all. So his answer remains the same as before, I see. We know it's just trivial things, nothing important. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. Until you heard the gunshot, did you notice anything else that was out of the ordinary? I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot. The gunshot Detective Bad heard was really the one from the murder. That would give the other piece of evidence an entirely different meaning. I ask that you please amend your testimony with the statement just now. Sure. I didn't hear any other strange sounds until the gunshot. The balloon popping. Detective Bad, does this balloon fragment remind you of anything? It's the same color as the one Kay was holding. Oh, so you knew about that girl's balloon? Yeah, I was sitting with her up in the gallery. During the recess, just before we split up, I filled the balloon up for her. Well, as you may have already surmised, this piece did indeed come from Kay's balloon. So, what about the balloon? I wonder if you might remember hearing this balloon pop at some point. What are you getting at? This fragment was found in the hallway right in front of lobby number 2. Furthermore, it was the sound of this balloon popping that the judge mistook as a gunshot. Oh? So the sound that the judge heard was not actually a gunshot, huh? Top of that, His Honor said that he heard the balloon pop about 20 minutes before the trial was to reconvene. Yes, which means that His Honor heard the balloon pop in the hallway when you were in lobby number 1, Detective Bad. And if you were in lobby number 1 at the time, you were close enough that you should have heard the balloon popping out as well. So? What? Don't give me a so. We just proved that there is a flaw in your testimony. The crackling of the truth is louder than the sound of your sweet naivety cracking. And since you kids don't seem to know, let me fill you in on something. Did you ever stop to think why the doors and walls of this place seem so rugged? It's because they were designed to keep secrets from being leaked. What is that supposed to mean? The doors and walls are super thick. The window pans are double layered. To top it all off, even the curtains are made of a special sound absorbing material. Then you mean, since I was shut up inside lobby number 1, there was no way I could have heard that sound. No. I knew that's what he was going to say. Then that means that Scruff's testimony is completely useless. If the rooms are soundproof, then of course we wouldn't hear any single sign of struggles. That's also why it's only natural that I didn't hear the balloon popping. Now do you get it, kids? Miles, I thought we were supposed to be the ones finding flaws in his logic, not the other way around. The other way around? It's not possible to hear the sound of a balloon popping if one were in lobby number 1. However, if we examine the situation in reverse, the person standing in the hallway should not be able to hear the real gunshot either. Yet Detective Gumshoe claims to have heard it while he was standing in the hallway. Detective Bad, if that is the case, how exactly did you hear the gunshot? What do you mean? How? I just did. It would appear that you have yet to realize the contradiction in your own words. Oh? How so? If the rooms are as soundproof as you say they are, then how did the soundproof of the gunshot enter your ears? I see what you mean. Guess I'm more out of it from Faraday's murder than I had thought. Which means, what exactly, Miles? In the end, what does it all boil down to? It boils down to this. There must be a reason as to how Detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard a gunshot they theoretically couldn't have. Looks like we need to examine the state of the crime scene again, huh? State of crime scene. Wait, can it be? It's that ultra strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it. And way too noisy. Surveillance video of the surveillance. How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go? Logic dive that bitch. Alright. Lobby number 2's television. It looks like it was set to an incredibly loud volume. A window in lobby number 2 was open to allow the perfume misuse spill to dissipate. No human can climb through these bar windows. The scent of flowers is in the air. Oh, well, this connects to this. With the scent. It's simply not possible for the killer to have escaped through the barred windows. And yet the fragrance of the perfume managed to escape from defendant lobby number 1. Of course, incorporeal things can move freely through these open barred windows. Okay. That's one down. Could this be in here? Oh my god, is the gunshot sound from this fucking... Oh, okay, never mind. I thought it was gonna come from the TV. I was about to say, yo, that's wild. Criminal couldn't have made it through, but what... What about incorporeal things? Now then, what else besides the smell can go both in and out of an open barred window? The answer is sound. So no matter how careful the killer was, if the windows were open, the jig would be up. And since the windows in both defendant lobby number 1 and the hallway were open, that explains how the sound of a gunshot could be heard in both locations. And then we connect the missing evidence with this. The gunshot could be heard. Yeah, okay. But who the fuck killed them? I sleep now. Good night, Ren. Have a good night, Sly. I don't know when you sent this message, but hopefully it was recent. Thank you for dropping by, buddy. Missing piece of evidence in a video that shows the moment in which Mr. Rell killed the embassy staff member. The sound of a gunshot left quite an impression on me when it was played during the trial. The video should have been returned to Mr. Faraday's evidence bag for the recess, and brought back here. If it disappeared after that time, it is possible that the tape is still here in this room. Eureka, the evidence that this, oh my god, that this missing evidence, the evidence that the missing evidence created for me, is the gunshot sound that no one should have been able to hear in the first place. Miles, what have you been thinking about? Stop wasting time thinking and let's start looking again. It's not a waste of time to think, for I have figured out where we should look. And where would that be? I believe we should examine the television. The TV. Well, you kids have fun. Go ahead and examine whatever you like. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. The video player, and there seems to be a videotape inside. It looks like it. The tape must have stopped on its own when it reached the end. The tape could it not be the missing surveillance tape? I suppose, but Detective Bad, would it be alright with you if I verify the contents of this video? Sure. Knock yourself out. Alright then, let's rewind this and see what we have. If I remember correctly, the footage of the Rel killing of the embassy staff member should be at about the 30-minute mark from the start of the tape. Understood. This should be about right. Now then, let's see. This is the footage of Mr. Rel shooting the embassy staff member. I knew it. The missing piece of evidence of the surveillance video was here all along. This sound. What's the meaning of this? It appears that Detective Bad has figured out the true source of the gunshot he heard. With this, I think we can figure out the trick behind the double murder. Do you mean that you figured it all out then? Yes, all I have to do now is show what the gunshot Detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from. Fine. In that case, show me what you've deduced. Now to show what the gunshot Detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from. I won't rest until I inspected every suspicious cranny. So, do this. But somehow connected to the... This is where the sound came from, right? This piece of evidence will clear all the last remaining contradiction in this case. Miles, I believe that piece may actually be proof of a different last of sorts. Proves that today will be your last day as a prosecutor. First probably have to examine. It lies somewhere within this room. I need to calm down and think through once more. Earlier when Detective Gumshoe touched this, it made a most terrible racket. You mean for when Scruffy turned the television on, right? Actually, come to think of it, I don't think Detective Gumshoe actually touched the television at all. Furthermore, it seemed more like when a video feed suddenly stopped, at least it did to me. I wonder why that is. Just as with the spilled perfume in Melbourne number 1, if the windows were open, that piece of letter would be used to speed out. Now to show what the gunshot was and through where they heard it from. So I deduce this for the sound. It's a little bit confusing me, but let's find out what I'm working with. If the door and windows to the crime scene, namely this room that we're in, were closed, the killer could have used the gun and no one would have been the wiser. That's true. This courthouse does seem to be well designed for such a thing as they were. However, what happened in reality was Detective Gumshoe, Detective Bad, and Miss Yu. All three of them heard the gunshot. Well, the windows in lobby number 1, number 2, and the hallway were open. So naturally the people in those locations could hear it. But then why would the criminal open the window in the first place? To allow the gunshot to be heard, I suppose. Correct. That's the only logical conclusion we can draw from this. But why was it necessary in the first place? I want a real answer, Miles. I demand satisfaction. Or I believe that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of a certain fact. What was it that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of? Crime scene? No, the crime scene is right. When the crime took place? I think it's that one. Because everything seems like it's out of order in a sense. The killer wants to fabricate the time of death in their precise wheels. And they used the gunshot in the surveillance video to do so. So that's why the tape was left running. You mean, the gunshot I heard was from this video? Yes. Which means that the murders really occurred at the earlier time when we thought. Must have been during the recess, but before Detective Gumshoe was on guard duty. Someone who has no alibi for the time period and planned this crime out in advance. That person is the real killer. I did it. Miss Edgeworth. Yes, what is it? Miss Yu is asking for you. She's in the courtroom. She says that she's identified the murderer, but that she wants to clarify something. Looks like Miss Yu is still investigating something. Understood. Please tell her that I will be right over. I'll come along. I want to hear what she has to say. It would appear that the time has come to uncover the truth. I want the music to play a bit here. Yo, it's actually running pretty smooth. Yo, I'm so in shock that it's running so nicely now. I had a crazy fucking theory for Spider-Man. Alright, hold that thought. I gotta pee. Huh? Okay. Oh, but if I didn't, I would have literally probably spoiled the theory for even the writer himself. They connected dots, it connected on everything, it made sense. It's like I got fucking all protagonists from both Dangan. Possesses me and guide me. The avatar was dancing, it kind of freaked me out. Oh, because when I walk in, or like if I'm in the camera frame, it'll move. But I forgot to close my door, so I had to run back to the door, lock it, then come back, and then you saw me just move. Okay, but here we are. Back to this. I forgot what we were talking about. Sorry, I'm burning my lip. Ow. Alright. Okay, what are you doing here? Oh, hello, mister. I'm still investigating. But the object you're looking for has already... Okay, don't mind him. Please continue with your investigation. Okay, you got it. Detective Bad, haven't we already found what you were looking for? If it means I can keep her in the dark just a little longer, then a little task will do. Oh, you're more sympathetic than I thought. You see how nicely this is running right now? Also, ever since Thursday, it seems that you finally figured out the CPU thing. Yes, it was the encoder that fucked me. I've been waiting for you, Edgeworth. I've also been waiting for the moment in which we can finally lay the case to rest. The moment in which we can finally lay the case to rest. Wasn't that when we placed Detective Gumshoe under arrest? I think we've more than solved this case already, don't you? It's so smooth. It's finally normal, right? I feel so happy that it's this. So speaking of Ace Attorney investigations, I know last week I talked about it, but let me just real quick load it up again. So for this, because I know we're up to part 4 of 4, so because this is the 4th episode, so that's why it's part 4 of 4. And 2. So we're gonna do this bit, and then I'm gonna continue to the Turnabout Ablaze, but I don't know if I'm doing beginning and middle 1. If anything, I'm gonna try to do just beginning, but if we still got a little bit like spare time, then I'm willing to prolong it a bit longer. Because honestly, this was supposed to be the Turnabout Ablaze like section, but yeah. Because then the week after that, we're gonna do either middle 1, 2, 3, or 2, 3, and 1, and then the week after that we'll do N2 and 3. Really depends how these like pan out. My Lena sack was boiled and dried, so it's only noodles without the broth. Okay. I'm staying until I finish my food when I'm gonna continue, then I'm gonna continue studying. You could also probably just keep me live. You know, chilling. We'll see. It all depends on whether or not your logic holds. Well, I see we even have a viewer in the gallery, and why even Mr. Bad is here. A viewer in the gallery? I'm hardly just a bystander. I have a duty to see this case through to the end. No matter how it turns out. Oh, is that right? And I thought you might like to hear what I've slaved away to find out. I've taken statements on every single person's movements. During the time when our suspect was in the hallway, I also confirmed that there is no possible route to escape from lobby number 2. Therefore, the killer must without a doubt be Detective Gumshoe. And that's all you have. Yeah, that's all there is to my conclusion in this case. Sorry, but I beg to differ. In a trial, there is always time for a rebuttal, and we are standing in a court of law. It'd be more than appropriate to follow the rules of court in this case, don't you think? I didn't expect this shit to be good, to be honest. And also, I found really sour Japanese candy, and I kind of want them so bad. They're cheap too, so get them. How absolutely like a rookie to think such a thing. But alright, I'll play along and give you a proper testimony. My logic is correct, and I've already won. All I have to do now is to prove it, by showing who the real killer is. Alright, into this, right away. I don't even remember what the fuck we were on about, I'm not gonna lie. Everyone, sans the suspect. Sans from Undertale is here? Before Undertale existed? Insane. Has an alibi for when the gun went off. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right? I also confirmed that there is no possible escape route from lobby number 2. Which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion that Detective Gumshoe is the killer. Whew. Now that you have your testimony, I expect a good rebuttal, Edgeworth. But of course, there is no need to confront her logic head-on for it right now. I should instead focus on drawing out any trump cards she has up her sleeve. I could drink water for hours. That shit tastes good. Agreed. Everyone, since the suspect has an alibi for when the gun went off. The suspect? But I thought the Detective Gumshoe's alibi has already been proven. This is running way too smoothly compared to every other stream we had. Like, it's actually going smooth. Because he's not upholding the CPU right now. Are you joking, Edgeworth? I assure you this is no joke. Look, I know you heard from the judge earlier that the detective was in the hallway with Mr. Faraday's daughter eating a Swiss roll. Yes, that is correct. But see, that was 20 minutes before the real gunshot went off, right? And the problem is, there's no one else who can corroborate what he did since the snacking. I see she's done her research well, which means that I should focus on drawing out whatever trump card she's withholding. There are areas that the crime scene have all been... Wait. But don't jinx it, it's already jinxed. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right? Whether they have been thoroughly investigated or not is for me to decide. The scrunchy eyebrows and lines on your forehead are back. Anyway, even if you believe it hasn't been exhaustive, the crime scene lobby number 2 has no way out other than the hallway Detective Gumshoe was standing in. And because he claimed to be there, that makes him the only possible suspect. But isn't it also possible that someone escaped through the window and into the garden? That's the first place everyone looks, silly. The police aren't a bunch of lazy bums. They looked into every possibility, you know. Isn't that right, Mr. Bad? Yeah. There wasn't a scrap of evidence to suggest someone used one of the windows. There also weren't any footprints or anything in the courtyard garden. So they really did check everything that could be relevant to the case. Also confirmed that there is no route possible escape. I also confirmed that there is no possible escape route from lobby number 2. But I just press on that. This leaves us with one unshakable conclusion that Detective Gumshoe. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated. Everyone suspects. Oh, there you go. Once I go to this shit. Are you absolutely positive that there is no possible routes of escape? Of course I'm sure. And why are you so certain? Is the courthouse the place where criminals are brought to be judged? If there were an escape route, I'm sure every criminal would be using an escape. Sans, you missed the joke. It's just common sense. You missed the joke I said about Sans. Mauser, I suggest you use a bit more of it in the future. Ah. Which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion that Detective Gumshoe is the killer. You may think it's unshakable, but to me, there are still too many unanswered questions. For example, who was it that placed the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand? But you're the only one with still wondering that. Detective Gumshoe probably had no idea which hand Mr. Faraday used to write with. Even if you know someone, it doesn't mean you'll know which hand they write with, right? I mean, I certainly don't care about the sort of thing. I'm not about to let her get a rise out of me with such a flippant statement. I suppose we've really reached to the end point, at the end now. I already have my trump card ready. All that remains is to play it. But before I do, I think I should inquire into a little something about her argument. You said earlier that you confirmed the alibis of every person other than the suspect. However, I don't recall either Francisca or myself speaking with you about the subject. Ah, but there were witnesses for you. There's your mentor who gave you an alibi. I see. As for the little Missy, she came to the courthouse during the recess and was stopped by a security guard at the door into the hallway. She gave him a quite... There you go. I was drinking another bottle, I'm sorry. She gave him quite a whipping for that, or so I heard. I'm the daughter of Manfred von Karma. I will not be forcibly stopped by a guard or a bailiff or anything else. Wait, so basically the only reason Francisca bothered to show up today was because she found out that I was to be the replacement prosecutor. By the way, miss you. What about everyone's alibis before Detective Gumshoe was assigned to guard duty? What about them? Have you looked into what people were doing that span of time? What kind of idiot do you take me for? Doesn't matter when the killer went into lobby number 2. From the time we heard the gunshot to the time Mr. Bad and I arrived on the scene as we dashed from the lobby number 1. The only person who could have committed the crime was Detective Gumshoe. Yes, let's talk about when you and Detective Bad heard that gunshot, shall we? Suppose that if we go by your logic, then Detective Gumshoe is the only one. However, what if the crime had occurred at an entirely different time than when that gunshot you heard went off? What then? That gunshot was a trap meant to manipulate. Sadly, your explanation is very lacking, Edgeworth. The gunshot we heard in lobby number 1, care to explain how that could have been fabricated? Well, you see... I remember that tape. Yes, it's exactly what you think it is. This is the surveillance tape of Mr. Rell, the prosecution presented in today's trial. This was found loaded in the video player in lobby number 2. That was connected to the large television that had its volume turned all the way up. You can't honestly mean that the sound we heard was the gunshot in the video. Ah, but I do, which leads me to play next point. The murders occurred much earlier than when anyone heard the gunshot. That's the only thing I can think of, too. After committing double homicide, the killer took the surveillance video out from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag, turned the television's volume all the way up, and left the video to play. It played from the beginning. It would take 30 minutes for the gunshot sound to come out. And since we now know that this method of time manipulation is possible, it opens up the possibility that the killer is someone other than the Detective Gumshoe. Sounds from television doesn't amount to much here, but of course Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth and Little Miss Von Karma already knew that much from the very beginning, right? Of course we knew. Didn't we, Miles? Yes, of course, we know about the soundproof quality of the courthouse rooms. Of course, I'm not about to admit we had no idea until only a little while ago. That's right, and if the rooms are soundproof, then we should not have been able to hear it. And yet we heard the gunshot clear as day. And? That's it? End of story? But it's not. I should explain why she was able to hear the gunshot from a soundproof room. The door was open, the window was open. There was a hole in the wall. There's actually one common point between lobby number 1 and lobby number 2. And it is that despite the fact that both rooms have air conditioners installed, a window was open in each. Now we know that the window in lobby number 2 was opened by the killer. However, a window in lobby number 1 was also opened. Probably just coincidence that they were both open at the same time. It was no mere coincidence, I assure you. Why was the window open in lobby number 1? The answer is that the certain person did something to cause the window to open, and the person who triggered that action, that person is really guilty. There's the real guilty party, real killer in this double murder. Is it really her? Miss Callisto Yu, I hereby formally indict you of the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. What? You indict me? Are you serious, Miles? Why do you think she is the killer? I don't understand her motive just yet, but of course I'm serious. Because she is the only one who could have done it. Well, Miss Yu, do you still feel like laughing now? Hahaha. Of course I do, Edgeworth. My argument must not be tight enough yet. Although I never thought things would spiral into this. But I'll have you know I'm enjoying this dance quite a bit. I guess that this means it's time for my own rebuttal now, right? Alright, next part. You argued that the window was open, however, do you have proof it was I who did that? Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime? Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going around accusing people of murder like this. Especially with logic as full of holes as yours. This is where it really starts. I mustn't let my guard down for even a second, or the truth will blow away. Now's the time to put the patent von Karma perfect proof to test. I was drinking another bottle. Oh, that was from before. Oh, Sly. So, I was gonna bring this up because I forgot to bring it up earlier. But I know that Apollo Justice is getting a remake. And I'm like, oh shit. Do I wait for the remake? Or do I play the original Apollo Justice and then play the remake of Apollo Justice later down the line when it comes out? You heard that the window was open, however, it's what? Isn't it supposed to have a remake? Let me just make sure. Ace. No, wait. Apollo. Yeah. This is Ace Attorney. Remake? Yeah, it got announced like 5 days ago. Play it first. It's still good? Okay. Ace Attorney 4 or 6 are being released on AC Trilogy. 4 to 6? Really? Oh my god, it is! It's Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, a trilogy! What? Coming early 2024. It's gonna have 8. Oh my god, it's gonna have Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, then Dual Destinies, and then Spirit of Justice. Yo, that's wild! I cannot wait for that. That's crazy to me. I didn't look very deep into it. I just know it's getting a remake. Hold up. I'm looking for more stuff real quick. Oh god, the game is not liking me being here. You argued that the window was open. However, do you have proof it was I who did it? Oh, I'm looking for the other games. Yeah, because in between these, it would be Ace Attorney Investigations. Then the next games that come after that is Apollo Justice, Dual Destinies, and Spirit of Justice. Wow, they really brought the entire franchise to HD now. Oh man, I can't wait for that. That's gonna be so good. And then we have the Great Ace Attorney. Oh my god, this is so cool. I really kind of wish it came early. It's coming in early 2024 though. So that way we could have played it and see like the new version of it. But I guess I'll replay the game when it comes to it. But I'll still play the games. Alright, where were we? Evidence. All I need to do is have some prints analyzed and we know straight away. Be my guest. She sounds as though she has the room to maneuver, which means even if I were able to lift prints, they'd only show that that it was someone else. But why that someone else was forced to open the window? That's simple logic. Why don't I try presenting the piece of evidence I have to put nothing to lose? What's wrong? The scorched eyebrows lines are on your forehead. They're all back. More importantly, are you going to be okay not running a fingerprint analysis? Yes, I'll be fine. Oh, well, in that case, I'll just continue with my testimony. You have proof that So do I present the thing? Oh, yeah. Wow, that was quick. Ren, I want to unalive and get reincarnated. That's a mood sometimes. I'm sure you've seen this before, haven't you, Miss Yu? Edgeworth, I never knew you were into wearing that kind of perfume. It's not exactly what I'd recommend for boys, you know? This isn't mine. That's right, it's mine, and I received it from Detective Bad, you see? It's you can pretend all you like, but we know at least this much for sure. That this bottle of perfume was given to Detective Bad by you. Because it gets really strong, really fast. So what about the perfume? While you were in lobby number 1, you made a big show of spilling some of this perfume. That's according to Detective Bad. Oh, I know. You also knew that if you spilled it, he wouldn't naturally move to open the window. Gonna be bad, probably. I'll call you if I get reincarnated in a game or enemy, or else we'll see. Come now, I've already told you that that's all just a big coincidence. After we opened the window in lobby number 1, I just left it open, you know? So maybe it was just dumb luck that we heard the gunshot through the window. The timing of when you were going to spill the perfume is something you could control. And the most important fact about this case is when people were made to hear the shot. Furthermore, it would have been pointless if you didn't have an alibi for yourself at the time. You mean, Miss Yu, you were the one who called Detective Bad into lobby number 1 when you saw him bring Detective Gumshoe into the hallway. Is that correct? All of his premeditated events could only have been thought up by you, Miss Yu. You accuse me of murder on the fact that I spilled a little perfume. Well, allow me to say this much. I couldn't have killed Mr. Faraday. Would you care to testify as to why? Look, I've had a lot of fun today, really, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. Alright, there we go. Why, it couldn't be me. Accusing someone of murder over a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top. But I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of the disciple of Von Karma. In any case, I simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from. Mouse, her testimony is flawless. Yes, but no matter what sort of trick she may try to pull, she won't escape me. And if I'm lacking in information, I'll just draw it out of her. That's the hint to press on her. I've been liking that I've finally been catching on of where to like press someone. Like when to do it and shit. She like, cause Edgeworth, like mostly Edgeworth will give you a hint of like, yeah, I need to draw more information, or like, I need to catch her in a trap. And that's like, the premise of like doing that is like, keep pressing them. In any case, I simply could not have been who killed Mr. Faraday. I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from. At this rate, she will inevitably escape. But if she really was the one who killed Mr. Faraday, then she must have known about the existence of the knife. I'm sorry, Miss Yu. Maybe you weren't aware. However, the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday was taken from his evidence bag. Miles, what do you think you're doing? I'm drawing the truth out of her. That's what I'm doing. Huh? But I don't recall a knife being presented at the trial earlier today. Well, I suppose that's because the evidence was something Mr. Faraday had yet to use. So that's what you're trying to do. Look, why don't you cut it out with the lies? I've already figured you out. There was no knife inside Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. The only evidence he had yet to present was the key the Yakuza had sent. And unless the key can magically turn into a knife, you really don't have a leg to stand on. Did you really think you could trap me? Come now, be honest. I never intended to do such a thing. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. In any case, I wonder if you might append what you just said to your testimony. Sure. Why not? I'll even say it as many times as you'd like. There was a key in his evidence bag, but you can't kill anyone with a simple key. I was like, is it the knife or the key? Miss Yu, I wonder if you might take a look at this photo for me. This is the picture of the key that the Yakuza sent to the police. However, while it may look like a key at first glance, it in fact has the secret ability to transform into a knife. Which means that what was inside Mr. Faraday's bag was both the Yakuza's key and the murderer's knife. You knew that the key was inside Mr. Faraday's bag, did you not? Yes. Well, with the Yakuza's key alone, it's more than possible to kill Mr. Faraday. Do you understand now? Just knowing of the existence of the Yakuza's key. Because I said it's you, wrap it up, Judge, says the killer for real, no cap. Oh, liar. I still haven't had a good look at it. Shooting it to me from that far away, you could be lying for all I know. You would even now still feign ignorance. I'm not feigning anything. But we can't have you accusing me of a crime with false evidence, now can we? I mean, Mr. Von Karma, I've heard some very interesting rumors about him. Do you think her name is you in American accent or in a British accent? Isn't you still you in British? Are you mocking my papa? Don't you dare sully the good name of my mentor. Now take a good look. This piece of evidence is more than real. Wow, who knew there was such a trick to this thing? Are you satisfied now? But of course you knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You knew that the knife and the Yatagarasu's key are one and the same. Otherwise, someone like you, who isn't a member of law enforcement and who would never have been privy to the trick, would have never known about it to begin with. Furthermore, there's something that the Yatagarasu sent to the police. How did you know, did you have knowledge as to what it was? Actually, I heard it from Mr. Faraday. Just before he dragged Mr. Rel off, he told me. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. He also told me about the key turning into a knife at that time. But he didn't tell me about how the key actually transforms. What he's saying is simply not possible. Oh, and why not? Because Mr. Faraday himself didn't know about the hidden knife within the key. For within these pages, he mentions nothing about a knife. I'm not sure he would have written everything in his organizer, you know? Wouldn't something of this importance be better left to oral communication? Just really trying to get this out. Unfortunately, that is also impossible, because Detective Bad didn't know about the knife aspect either. What would have been highly classified information even within the police force, and is something that even the lead detectives on the case didn't know, why would Mr. Faraday have felt the need to share such information with the opposition? I guess he wouldn't have much of a reason to. Looks like I gave a pretty lame excuse, huh? How can you laugh at a time like this? She probably just realized the flaw in her logic and is actually in a panic over it. But that's not something we need to concern ourselves with. I suppose you're right. Miss Yu, I'd like to state that I also know how you know the real nature of the knife. Do you now? Well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and show me? Oh, I will, and I'll wipe that smile off your face by the time you're through. This is it, the moment of truth. The secret behind the Yatagarasu's key. Only one person would have had knowledge of it from the get-go. Who would know from the start that the Yatagarasu's key would change into a knife? Is she saying that she's the is he really saying that she's the Yatagarasu? There's only one person who would have known about the dual nature of the key. And that is the person who sent the Yatagarasu's key to the police. That is to say, the Yatagarasu herself. Are you saying that this lawyer is the great thief Yatagarasu? Miss Yu? You used Mr. Rel to lure Mr. Faraday into a trap, didn't you? You, who profess to bear a grudge against criminals, why? Why do you do something like this? She's dying, bro. She's dying out here. Honestly, that's me and the boys when we played GTA. Who would have thought that you, a stupid rookie prosecutor, would see through me? You're sending the biggest chill down my spine right now, Edgeworth. This feeling of thrill. It's even greater than when I sneak into some place. You killed Faraday? Why? Answer me, Callisto Yu. Callisto Yu, huh. That's not my real name. Because my real identity is, yes, the great thief Yatagarasu. Let me tell you something, Edgeworth. Mr. Faraday was one difficult man to deal with. For you see, he had discovered my true identity, which is why I had to erase him from the world of law. I made Rel an offer, an acquittal for a little favor in return. All he had to do was accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yatagarasu in court. But once we entered the recess, Rel was dragged off by Mr. Faraday, which threw my plan into a complete mess. I chased after them and eavesdropped on them through the crack of the door. Now Rel caves to only two things, money and authority, just as all thugs do. I feared my plan was going to be ruined if Mr. Faraday held onto Rel any longer. Plus, if I had let them continue on the way they were, I would have been found out. That's why I had no choice. I had to kill them both. But didn't you say that you despise criminals? But I do, really. But do I really? Have you forgotten about the KJ8 incident too? Maybe. What sort of woman would? So then, was it your plan to kill Mr. Faraday with the very evidence that you sent? Well, I had a good idea of what Mr. Faraday was going to do. I anticipated that Mr. Faraday was going to prove that Rel wasn't the Yatagarasu by using the Yatagarasu's key as the evidence, and that he would bring it with him. Which is why I thought to use the knife portion. With the weapon as well disguised as this, no one would be the wiser. Because who in their right mind would think something like this could be a weapon? We died together, Rel and the other guy. I casually entered lobby number 2 on the pretext that I had to talk to Mr. Woods Faraday. And in order to get in with him, I pretended to be worried about something. He then let me hold the Yatarasu's key just like that. He never noticed that I had changed the key into a knife inside the plastic bag. And he didn't have the chance to take note of the knife that took his life. How could you kill him? I knew him for a long time, you know? At the very least, I thought I'd give him a quick and painless death. But if you kill Mr. Faraday first, then there was no need for you to kill Mr. Rel as well. I believe I mentioned why when we were placing Detective Gumshoe under arrest. Something about having accidentally created an eyewitness. And how that led the killer to think about setting them up as though they'd kill each other. And the trick with the surveillance tape. Yes, I hadn't actually planned to use a gun. And the risk was too high that I'd be caught. However, that's when I remembered the existence of the surveillance tape. Which is why I had Rel help me set up the crime scene. And after all was said and done, I rewarded him for all his hard work with a bullet. You're a defense attorney, aren't you? How could you betray a client? Client? You want to talk about who was a client of whose first? It was me. I was the client of the murder of the Kodopian embassy staff member, Died Man. You ordered a hit job? You still haven't figured it out, Mr. Bad. I had Died Man killed because he was about to give away info about the smuggling ring. Now who exactly do you think would benefit from such an assassination? It can't be. You're... That's right, I'm a member of the smuggling ring. Ooh. How could this... You don't mean... You're working with Manny Cochran too, do you? Maybe, maybe not. Guess you'll never know. Yatagarasu claims to be noble, but you're just another cold-blooded murderer. That's right, little girl. Yatagarasu is just another killer. Be quiet, you. Yatagarasu. You can run from the law, but you'll never escape it. So just humbly accept the judgment of this court. Bad shock is funny. Yeah. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know the Yatagarasu has 3 legs? Do you know why that is? No? Well, let me tell you. It means that the Yatagarasu has more than one razor-sharp way to do her work. Oh shit! She pulled out a gun! You really are too naive, Edgeworth. You even handed the Yaturasa's key right to me without a second thought. Everything may not have gone according to plan, but I'll still gladly take it. You mean the key was your real target? And even after I gave you such a great advice, didn't I tell you to always keep a good eye on the criminal? Or you may regret what comes of your negligence. You two, get down! Okay, Francisco was fucking ready. My body, I can't move. Hey, mister, to your right. Oh, God. You. How do you just let that happen? How did the detective just let that happen? Are you alright, Francisco? I'm perfectly fine, Miles. Her voice is shaking, but it looks like she's unharmed. Where did Kay go? That's a gunshot. This girl really just pulled out a fucking gun. After making an anecdote, I was like, do you know why the Yaturasa has 3 legs? Fucking whips out the Glock. Oh, shit! She'd probably shoot. You're maybe right. Sorry, but it looks like she got away. I called the precinct. They should have a parameter set up soon. Bad, are you alright? I heard a gunshot. I'm okay. Just got another hole in my jacket. You may say he's fine, but he looks quite shaken. More importantly, boy, I mean, Mr. Edgeworth, Miss Von Karma, are you too hurt? I'm absolutely fine. I'm also alright, thanks to Kay. Speaking of Kay, where is she? I don't know. She just sort of disappeared. I'll go look for her. Oh, and hey. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Detective Bad, sir. I'm sorry I doubted you. Don't worry, sir. It's not your fault. Well, I lied to you guys, too, after all. Heard about what happened. From Kay. Lying while giving testimony is still unforgivable. But, in this case, you were protecting Kay and her feelings. Looks like you just might have what it takes to be a real detective. Now, don't you ever lose that detective spirit, okay? You got it, Pops. Pops. Watched one too many detective dramas recently, have you? Way to single-handedly destroy the cherry atmosphere with one snarky comment. Should get back to the investigation. I swear I'll catch you if it's the last thing I do. Be careful, Detective Bad, and take care. Thanks. All I'm off. Maybe we'll run into each other again someday. Thanks a bunch, pal. You're the best. You really did find out the truth behind everything. Yes, well, I'm glad we solved everything before you were taken to prison. This shit was funny. This shit was wild. I can't believe how much trouble I caused you with my testimony, Detective Gumshoe. I was no problem, really. Haha, I mean, I lied too, so I didn't help anything. It's really not your fault, Your Honor. Well, even if we didn't have his testimony, his Honor's memory, I think the lawyer would have found another way to get you convicted on her behalf. Yeah, I can't believe I was about to get fired during my first week as a detective. Huh. Well, so long as you're not fired, you should work hard, give it all you have, and perform your duties well. Oh, and one more thing. Kay left a present for you with me. She did? Oh, what is it? What was it that Kay left for me, the proof of their friendship? I think it's the Swiss roll. It's a Corel special Swiss roll, and I really have it. Yes, it's a present meant for you, after all. Thanks a bunch. You have no idea how happy this makes me, pal. I'm gonna eat this right now. Sure, go ahead. The Swiss rolls Detective Gumshoe and Kay bought together. While the one Kay saved never reached her father, it would appear that her sentiments have touched the heart of this detective. He's so happy, it's as though he's having a welcome back celebration of his own. Well, I was asked by Kay to give it to him. That was good, pal. I can't believe I got to eat 2 of these delicious things in one day. Like I'm in Swiss roll paradise or something. Gotta thank Kay myself. Hey, wait, where is she? You only noticed this now. Was his mind not present when we discussed her earlier? I think the bad left to go search for her earlier. Maybe you should go join him. Yeah, you betcha, pal. I'm gonna go help him. Oh, but first, you know what, pal? Actually, I guess I shouldn't be so rude to you anymore, huh? I'm gonna stick right by your side from now on, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. This is how their relationship became. There's nothing but a most troublesome relationship from the ominous statement. We should go home too, Miles. We have to hurry and report what has happened to Papa. Agreed. I'm afraid we must be going now, Detective. Roger, sir, and don't you worry. I'll investigate the next case we're on real well. I'll be counting on you. The scent of trouble is definitely in the air. Just like a bad dream, my first outing at court came to a disturbing end. A few months later, I was finally able to properly stand in court as a prosecutor. But the detective in charge of the investigation was, as I dreaded, Detective Gumshoe. After that, he became my direct subordinate. I've tried, but words fail to describe the immeasurable suffering he has caused me. But I suppose that's just how things are. As for the little girl who suddenly disappeared, she's now... And back here we are. So, do you remember now? Yes, I remember everything. Okay, it's been a while. Hey, you sure grew up a lot. Of course, but thank goodness. I thought you two had totally forgotten about me. You know, I was really worried about you after all that. Where have you been all this time? Tell me, I didn't know you cared. After my father died, I went to go live with my mother's relatives. They live really far away, so I wasn't really able to come back here as all that much. Oh, is that what happened? Well, I'm just glad you're alright. So, does it all make sense now? You betcha it does. Oh, you know what? I was going through my father's bookshelves recently, and... Actually, there are still a number of things that don't make sense, Kay. First of all, why did you come all the way to see me? And second, why are you calling yourself the Yatagarasu? Yatagarasu is Callisto Yu, the woman who killed your father. No, you're wrong. The real Yatagarasu was my father. Mr. Faraday was the Yatagarasu? Like I said, I was going through my father's bookshelves recently, and I found a secret diary hidden among his books. I have no regrets in choosing to walk the path of the Yatagarasu. That was written in his diary, and that's how I know for sure. But that's impossible. What's with that look? You don't believe me? It wasn't just the expression on my face. I clearly said it was impossible just now. Alright then. How do you explain this? It's a way of disarming any security system of the user's choosing. Yep, that's Little Thief. Truth be told, this is the Yatagarazu's greatest secret. And this little gizmo was used by my father. Wow, Mr. Faraday wasn't just a great prosecutor, he was really a great thief, huh? He was really a great thief, huh? Yeah, my father worked really hard to steal the truth. But he was killed, and the Yatagarasu was no more. But despite that, the Yatagarasu had been spotted again recently. Someone other than you. Here, Mr. Edgeworth. Here, Mr. Take a look at this article. Yatagarasu sent the embassy a calling card. Yeah, meaning the person's a fake. I'm almost certain that Callisto Yu lady is behind this. Because the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a gaudy card out. But the Yatagarasu did send a white card along with anything to be publicized. That's what Detective Bad told me 7 years ago, if my memory serves. Now I'm gone. Alright, Slide, you have a good time studying. Good luck on your other final stuff. I appreciate it, my boy. Well, as soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up, and I knew I couldn't just let it go. So I searched you out so that I could obtain the truth behind the Yatagarasu. Because if anyone can help me find it, I figured it was you, Mr. Edgeworth. So you're saying that I have your father's and Miss Yu's identities backwards. Yes, because the real Yatagarasu is noble to the end. And I want to revive the real noble Yatagarasu. If I don't, my father will never be able to rest in peace. Okay? Okay. You're so honorable. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I'll always be here to cheer you on, pal. Even if you are honorable, a thief is a thief. And if you are plotting to commit a crime, then I'm afraid I can't be complicit. Ah. Mr. Edgeworth, you guys are not making it easy for me. Who am I supposed to support now? Yes, Edgeworth. What I want from you is not to steal something. What I want is the arrest of that evil woman. That evil woman, you mean Callisto Yu. I think it's too hard for me to catch her all by myself. But I thought that since you were able to expose her for who she is, then maybe... Please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you help me? Come to think of it, I do believe I owe you. Huh? Help me for what? The Miss Yu made her escape, it was you who saved my life. Furthermore, you helped me with the investigation today. I'm not so rude as to leave favors unrepaid. Then you mean, yes. That case has been weighing down my soul ever since that fateful day. Perhaps the time has come to settle things once and for all. If you don't intend to sully your hands in a crime, then I believe I can help you. Mr. Edgeworth, thank you. Yay, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Isn't that great, okay? Yeah, it sure is, Gummy. Even though he had completely forgotten about her until just now. What is with their little chummy relationship? The great thief Yatagarasu. After all that time, the true identity of the thief sank back into the darkness. Brian Faraday, Callisto Yu, and Kay Faraday. The phantasmagorically charging identity of the great thief Yatagarasu, and the Yatagarasu's real goal. It would all come to light the day after I made that promise for 2K. Here we are. We're now up to the final episode of this game. Surprisingly. Turnabout ablaze, right? Yep. Yes, please. We're going straight into it. Two cards. One of the Black Raven, and one of the White Raven. A country torn in two. One to the west, and one to the east. When those which were split are made whole again, the truth will reveal itself. What is happening? It's the Yatagarasu's here. You, accursed Yatagarasu, K.U. Eight hours earlier. Fucking what? Hi, Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. So nice, almost dreamlike, to finally have a chance to relax and sip some tea. Especially after what a whirlwind the past few days have been. My return flight, I was dragged into a case involving an Interpol against murders. Next day, I investigated a kidnapping and a murder at the Gatewaters Land theme park. And later that night, a detective's dead body welcomed me back to the office. Okay, thank you for organizing everything. Along with a thief who was out to pilfer files related to a case from 10 years ago. How did I manage to find myself in the middle of so many cases back to back? At least I have today all... Well, at least I have today. All I ask is that I be allowed to spend it quietly. Mr. Edgeworth! Ah. This is big, big, I tell you. Hey, what's wrong? What's wrong with you? Where's your enthusiasm? And suddenly, the phrase, the frugality of dreams, comes to mind. What are you talking about, fragile dreams? Come on, let's go. The fake Yatagarasu isn't going to just find herself, you know? Well, you must know, it's possible that I was paid a visit last night by your fake. Say what? Unfortunately for us, sorry, just checking something. Something just happened. Give me a moment. Okay, I got it. Some issue was with my chair. So I was like, hold up, let me fix that. Alright. Excuse me. Unfortunately for us, the thief managed to escape. But even now, we're still looking for this criminal. However, I must warn you that we've only had a few hours to search so far. But I must insist that you be patient on this, okay, 1K. What's with you today? Are you sure you aren't sleep-talking to me right now? Anyway, I've got something much more important that I want you to see. Oh, and that is... Take a look at this. On March 14, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. That's quite a bold declaration to send to an embassy. Suppose it was inevitable that the newspaper would catch wind of this. The date the card mentioned is today. Today, huh? Come on, we've got to hurry. The embassy awaits. I suppose it is quite an urgent matter. However, do you know which country's embassy we should be investigating? Well, it's some really special country, and I'm actually really fuzzy on the details. Never mind that. Where's all your energy? Why are you so lackadaisical today? I'm not, Kay. You're just too wound up. Well, then you should get too wound up too, because this just might be our chance to catch that woman. You mean Miss Yu? The woman who killed Kay's father, Brian Faraday, 7 years ago. Fucking the gun. Thus so you. You claim to be the great thief Yatagarasu, and disappeared from the courtroom. It makes me so mad, the phony. Everyone knows the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a calling card, so the company's underhanded dealings are made public. The target is always totally unaware that the Yatagarasu has paid them a visit. That's what makes the real Yatagarasu so awesome. Yatagarasu's card that's shown in the article. It looks to me as though it could be genuine. See, that's the thing. Whoever it is, that person isn't the real deal, but has knowledge of the Yatagarasu. If this isn't a clue that that woman's involved, then nothing is. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, out the door you go. Wait, there are a few preparations I must make before we go. There's something interesting about this card we found last night here in my office. It's on a different color than the one in the article, which makes me wonder why. What's up? Any reason why you're boring a hole through the newspaper with your eyes? No reason at all. Very well, seeing as how Miss Yu is also someone of a special nature to me, I agree that there is some merit to be found in investigating this. I knew you'd come around. By the light of this night's glorious moon. Back. We are ready to embark on our nightly outing. And this is where our tale begins, the Silver Samurai. What a coincidence. Who would have thought that a Steel Samurai stage show would ever be held at such an elegant theater inside a foreign embassy? Yeah, the climax was really awesome. Steel Samurai sushi slice. I got chills down my spine when he pulled that move out. Suppose it really is more impactful to watch a show in person than in television. I have to say, though, this embassy is set up kind of funny. I mean, they have two countries sharing the same building. Well, as you said yourself, this place and the countries it houses are very special. Even this theater is special in that it is a neutral zone shared by the two countries. Oh, so let me get this straight. The Steel Samurai show just now is being sponsored by one of the two countries. Let's call the Kingdom of Albas, right? Yes. It would appear that the Steel Samurai is very popular in the country as well. Seems that way. But you know who I'm really into? The Jammin' Ninja. The Republic of Babal is sponsoring the Jammin' Ninja stage show. That's something for fangirls like me. We totally gotta see that too, Mr. Edgeworth. The Jammin' Ninja show is gonna kick the Steel Samurai show's rear end. You know, ever since I first met this girl, I've always had this inkling that what she really wants to be is not a thief, but rather a ninja. So anyway, about today's event. What's it called again? The Kingdom of Albus versus the Republic of Babal Goodwill Jubilee. The small European countries of the Kingdom of Albus and the Republic of Babal. These two countries used to be a single entity that was abundant with nature. And it was called the Principality of Codopia. Is everything alright, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. I'm alright. Moving on. After a period of civil unrest, the country split in two, though signs of their past remain. For example, their flags preserve the flower and the beautiful motifs to this day. Codopia, huh? KJ incident, and what was referred to as the second KJ incident, in which an embassy staff member was murdered. Both of these cases were related to the Principality of Codopia. In the 7 years that have passed, the country may have split into two. However, the Yakuza still sent a calling card here. What could it all mean? Mr. Edgeworth, I know you're thinking about something. Oh, excuse me. What were you talking about again? If you could please stop spacing out on me. Anyway, we were talking about the Albus versus Babal Goodwill Jubilee, Jesus. The two countries have had a pretty bad relationship with each other. But supposedly they've been trying really hard to make up recently. That's why they decided to hold this event. If that's the case, then why is the versus? Oh, hold on, my glasses need to be cleaned. Also, both countries claim to own the real Prima Ducks statue, a national treasure to both. Is that what that word is? Creamy ducks. They're planning to have them publicly evaluated today to see which one's the real deal. Okay, need I remind you to take care and not succumb to your thieving desires. Well, when it comes to treasures, I can't help myself, you know that. She had better be saying that in jest. Hey, I can read your body language, you know, and you've got it all wrong. Look, I'm here to do some investigating. Investigating, I tell you. Yeah, I know. Although we don't know if the Yakuza will really make an appearance, I suppose we should still spend some time examining this place. There are pamphlets about the two embassies here on this table. It still looks weird to me. The country split into two a few years back. And they shared the building and its grounds 50-50 ever since. I guess it's because they don't have the money to build new separate ones, huh? I should think that's not the reason why, Kay. I suppose I'll just help myself to one of these. Okay. What is all the hubbub? Ah. Hey, look, it's the Steel Samurai. He's got his son, the Iron Infant, with him. May I speak with you for a second? It's the Steel Samurai. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you glaring at him for? Please excuse me. It's just that I've never seen a superhero up close before. Looks like he's written something down for you. To Edgeworth from Steel Samurai. Daddy married a man... Wait. To Edgeworth from Steel Samurai Daddy, married a man of Neo Tokyo. Wow, an autograph. Pretty cool that you got one, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth's such a dork. Mr. Steel Samurai, Ambassador Alba is waiting for you. And now the Steel Samurai will proceed to enter the Kingdom of Albest to shake the hand of the Ambassador. The Steel Samurai isn't only here for the two countries tonight, but rather can be thought of a goodwill ambassador from our own something. There he goes, off to spread goodwill to the world. He really does seem like a goodwill ambassador, doesn't he? Okay, we're shooting the next segment now. Cue camera. In just a few seconds, the Jammin' Ninja stage show is set to begin. Oh my god, my nose is like itching like crazy right now. After the show, the Jammin' Ninja will enter the Republic of Babal. He is set to meet with the Ambassador of Babal at that time. Jammin' Ninja show is about to start. We got to get back to our seats. Regrettably, I don't have much of an interest in ninjas. All this show will change our mind. Come on, we have to hurry. We miss even a second of the Jammin' Ninja's awesome playing. I'll never forgive you. What a statement you said on stream. Suppose you're not about to give me much of a choice here, are you, Kay? I could listen to that Ninja March for Death's Lullaby song all day. Superb playing, and that sad melody really brought tear to my eye. And his heart-wrenching voice, that's the Jammin' Ninja's greatest weapon. Now, those pieces of Jammin' Ninja merchandise over there, I've got to have them. I especially want the hair sticks they're selling exclusively at these shows. They're exactly like the ones the heroine, Princess Misola, wears in her hair. Anyway, hold it right there, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes. I'd rather not know that, my guy. I'd rather not know this information! Especially on stream. You're thinking of going home, aren't you? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the Yatagarasu will be making an appearance tonight. Most likely, it was simply a prank. No way, I just know the Yatagarasu show. But I thought you said that the Yatagarasu doesn't send calling cards. Yeah, I did, but... I figured from the very beginning that this would wind up being a wild goose chase. But the card she sent was a genuine fake calling card. A genuine fake. Well, how can I word this? The Yatagara's mark that's on the calling card is exactly the same as my mark. Get it now? We've got a problem. Yatagara's has been spotted in Albest. What? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Ha! So you finally decided to show yourself, you phony. Hey, what gives? I'm sorry, but I will need to search you before you may enter. What the hey? Steel Samurai just walked straight on through without one. Now if you don't hurry up and let me through, my phone is going to escape. Okay, a country's embassy is considered to be a part of the country itself. If you don't go through the proper procedures to enter the country, Edgeworth, I'm going to enter through Babal and climb over the wall into Albus. You would tell a prosecutor straight out that you intend to illegally enter another? Okay, are you listening to me? Okay, Faraday, and I'm coming through. Yes, and welcome. Someone stop anyone! Stop her, anyone! Okay, where are you? Don't tell me you really did find some way over this fence. Ah. Fire, this is too big for us to handle. Looks like the Yaterasa came to Babal too. You accursed Yaterasu. Okay, you had better be alright, wherever you are. I told you, it wasn't me. Okay, are you alright? Do I look alright to you? Now can you do something about this woman? Mr. Edgeworth, to the gumshoe. What is the meaning of this? Well, sir, it's this. It wasn't me. He was already dead when I ran in here, hot on the heels of the fake Yatagarasu. Look, I only came in here because I saw a suspicious person on the open air stage. Suspicious person? Long black coat and a hood over their head. I dare you to tell me that's not suspicious. When I saw that person, I immediately thought that they must be the fake Yatagarasu. So I chased after them into the embassy, then into here, and then lost sight of them. But I just know that person is the one who did it. What are you so worked up over? There is no reason for you to be this loud. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're Agent Lang's secretary. Shihina. Shihina? I have no idea how to say her name. I believe your name is correct. Shihina. Shihina. Something like that, I don't know. If you are making an arrest, I assume you have evidence that that it was Kay who committed the crime. Is that also correct? You refuse to answer? I don't need to answer. You are merely a prosecutor in this country, meaning you have no investigative authority. What does this mean? If it happened here, it's under Mr. Edgeworth's jurisdiction. The end. And seeing as how this building is sitting on our soil, we can investigate wherever we'd like. Unfortunately, Detective, embassies are a different matter. This office is considered to be a part of the Republic of Babal, which means that anything that happens in here defaults to the control of Babalist government and Babalese law, giving them exclusive extraterritorial rights. Extraterrestrial rights? Sir, do you really believe that the truth is out there? Basically, our country's laws do not apply inside the embassy of another country. That's what was agreed to. That's what we. Oh my God! That's what was agreed to by our respective governments. Jesus, I'm having a stroke. Send help. My nose is itching. I hate it. I'm having issues. Where was I? Fuck, I like. Okay. Our authority to investigate was effectively nullified the second we entered this place, which means we can do little here in this situation. No way, sir. Please leave, please leave this matter in Interpol's hands and go home. Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, you're not Mr. Edgeworth. In that case, allow me to join your investigation. Miss Von Karma. Yee! Ambassador Palino? I truly appreciate you allowing me to join the investigation. It's really nothing. Manny was my secretarius, so of course I want to help you as much as I can. In fact, it's a blessing that Interpol agents were able to make it so quickly. Francisca? Well, I never imagined that I'd meet you here of all places. This is an embassy, meaning that you have no authority to conduct. Alrighty, what is it? Ambassador Polino, I don't know. And you are? I'm Miles Edgeworth, public prosecutor. I ask that you please allow me to investigate this case as Miss Von Karma's assistant. Assistant? Miles, what the heck do you think you're... Please, I implore you, Ambassador Polino. Very well, I'll be counting on the two of you, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth. What did you mean by you'll be Miss Von Karma's assistant? I don't exactly have a choice, do I, Detective? If I don't become Francis's assistant, I can't participate in this investigation. There you go again, running at the mouth with that aloof expression on your face. Francisco, please. I don't know what you're planning quite yet, but at least I do know one thing, that you are now my subordinate. Just remember that my whip is always ready to wake you should you have a brain lapse. Of course, I'll keep that in mind. If you are done playing games, right, let's begin the investigation. By the way, Detective, I suppose it's a bit late to be asking, but why are you here? Well, better late than never, I guess, sir. I was placed on guard duty for Babali's embassy today. And why are our police guarding an embassy? Well, on account of the card they got from the Yatagarasu, he called us up and asked for our help, sir. Oh, and because we've been searching for the Yatagarasu these past 7 years, it was a more or less mutually beneficial agreement, if you ask me. Except for how mutually unbeneficial this has all turned out to be, I suppose. Looks like you failed to competently perform your guard duty yet again. Look forward to your next salary negotiation, although it's out of my hands. But sir, if it gets cut anymore, I won't be able to buy even a pack of noodles anymore. Alright, so Gumshoe's my assistant on this. Because this is the national treasure, can I ask that you please not touch it? I'm afraid that only ones allowed to touch it are myself and the Secretarius. But there is possibility that it is related to the murder. Wouldn't you agree? Mr. Edgeworth, why don't we give up for now? We can force them to let us investigate it later when we find some solid proof. I suppose I don't have a choice here. Must be one of the Prima Dux statues Kay was talking about earlier. Is it just me, or does this man look just like the Steel Samurai? They could be twins. So our victim was the Secretarius of the embassy, I take it. Manny Kilchin. I heard that he was an admirable person, very admirable. The cause of death is a stab to the base of his neck, but lacks in watching his back. We were fortunate that the fire missed our victim's body for the most part. If the fire had burned a bit longer, it would have made identifying him a hassle. Mr. Kilchin was stabbed to death in the middle of a raging fire. What in the world happened inside his room? Won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Is this knife the murder weapon? Some preliminary testing has been conducted. According to the results, the blood on that matches the victim's blood. The blade shape was also found to be consistent with the stab wound. I suppose this means that we now know that the crime was committed with this knife. This knife's got some really fancy ornament going on, huh, sir? The thing practically screams Archie at me, too. Although it's also covered in blood, just like the last thing that I said was Archie. But the handle is pristine. There's not a single drop of blood on it. Speaking of handle, I believe it has a butterfly motif. It's very beautiful. Okay. This man. Where do I know him from? There appears to be something in his pocket. This key, it can't be. Isn't this the Hector's key that was stolen 7 years ago? What? But that's... 7 years ago. Oh! You mean that case where I was framed, sir? Yes. It's a piece of evidence that stole the life of Kay's father 7 years ago. Which was then stolen by Callisto Yu. What? Mr. Faraday was killed with this knife, this key, sir. I thought he was killed with a knife. Ah! Scruffy, at the very least, try to remember the details of the crimes you were a suspect in. Precisely as you will recall, Detective Gumshoe was not present when Miss Yu made her escape. Plus, even among law enforcement, only a few knew of the key's existence. I doubt that a new rookie at the time would have been made privy to such knowledge. I just disappeared because I was scratching my nose. Can I do that again? Nah, I won't do it again. That was funny, though. My nose is so annoying right now! Okay. I doubt that the new rookie at the time would have been made privy to such knowledge. I feel like the victims right now all trampled on Sir. I suppose I'll just have to fill you in now. The secret to this key is... where was it again? Oh, wow. That's amazing, sir. It's like some kind of magic trick. Also, is the blade different? I knew it. This is the same exact piece of evidence that Miss Yu took with her. I remember the beautiful pattern in the blade. I remember this is as well. It's a vine motif, isn't it? Yes, it looks like two interwoven vines crisscrossing down the blade. Vines, sir. I think it looks like a bunch of stars, if you ask me. What? It's one of those six-sided stars. Am I stupid? What is he seeing? Just like the police mark on our IDs. I really don't think you can call these stars. Say that the detective's art sense is underdeveloped would be underestimate. The real question is, why was the Babylonis embassy secretariat holding this? While we don't know how Mr. Koshin came to possess this key, we do know that this was stolen by the Edgeworth from the Kodopian embassy. That's right, Mr. Faraday had written the fact down in his organizer. I believe this means that further research is required into the country of Kodopia. Why don't you ask Ambassador Polino about what he knows? Supposedly he was a candidate to be the next Kodopian ambassador once long ago. He should be able to answer any specific questions you may have. This man, where do I know him from? It's a knife wound. It's obvious what he was killed with, but I wonder if it's consistent with the wound. Indeed. Why is this different here? Oh. I'm gonna search everything I can. Sorry, Interpol is still conducting its investigation beyond this point. I'm a supporter of Miss Von Karma. Is there some reason why I am being denied access? My spirit clearly stated, don't you dare let anyone near the site. You got it? If I let you examine this site, my superior would get really angry at me. You know, Mr. Edgeworth, I feel really bad for the guy, so why don't we do as he says? Yes, I suppose we might as well. A small personal safe. This is Mr. Cochin's office. Nice. I do not agree. So perhaps he stored his most important documents in here. Of course it's locked. It appears we won't be able to open it without the key. Don't tell me the key to this is actually the fucking... Okay, are you right? You believe me, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't think I did it, right? Yes, of course I don't. And I promise to prove that it wasn't you. That's enough chit-chat. You can investigate all you like, but it's only a matter of time before we take her in. It would be wise of you to give up while you can. No, I don't think so. Kay isn't lying, and my investigation will prove that to be true. Go ahead and try then if you're that confident. Can't allow this to continue on this way. I must prove her innocence post-haste. Hey, it's another butterfly. I believe it is the symbol of the Republic Babal. Drawing this big on the wall of an embassy definitely conveys a sense of overwhelming patriotism. Well, I got a lot of patriotism as well. The reason I became a cop in the first place was because I wanted to protect our country. You may want to protect it, however, I have yet to see the fruits of your desire. You don't have to be so blunt about it, sir. Still something on the display rack, sir. Although the blades are all the remain of them, unfortunately. I guess the handles all got burnt off by the fire. Knives fell victim to the fire. Ambassador Polino, are these knives yours? Why, yes, they are. They are a special set of ornamental knives featuring the national symbol of the ball. These butterfly-themed knives are along the Albus' own set of knives. Are comprised of 3 knives each. But I can't believe the Babali's ones have been reduced to this state. Ornamental knives, huh? There's a small release on the tang of this blade. As Polino, what is this notch here for? Oh, that! The feature of these knives wherein you can freely exchange the handles on them, so that we can change how they look to fit the situation, of course. I see. These knives were constructed so that the handles could be easily removed. Really strange, isn't it? I mean, I thought this was the Belize embassy. So, why are there so many American souvenirs, sir? Perhaps the Belize are studying American culture and our tourism industry. They have plans to make the Belize tourism industry truly flourish. Then they would need to observe and study other countries' methods, I suppose. Speaking of tourism, so I got these from the blonde guy earlier, sir. He said that if I bring these with me to Babal, I can trade them for a few buffets. Oh, so how do you expect to travel to Babal? Well, the whole world is connected by the ocean, sir. And for an all-you-can-eat buffet, I'd swim all the way to Babal if I have to. And a few simple coupons really motivate people to do such fantastic things. Like this was once a grandfather clock, but it has fallen victim to the fire. Mr. Edgeworth, is it okay for me to talk about the clocks in my house, sir? If they're unrelated to the case, I hope that you will refrain from sharing. But, well, there's one clock that I made by myself, but oh, that's quite enough, detective. I can't believe that Manny fell among these thieves tonight. Without him, I have no idea what my schedule for tonight is. Master Polino, I believe your schedule tonight will consist of listening to reports from the police. That and only that. I ask you to cooperate not only for your own sake, but for Mr. Cochran's as well. You're a rather strong man, aren't you? How fascinating. Here, I know it isn't much, but I'd like you to have these. I'm sorry, but it would be against my principle to accept a bribe. Oh, no, these are simply coupons we distribute to promote the ball. Remember, we offer a large number of discounts and offers when you visit lovely Babal. Now I remember the Republic of Babal is known for its feverish tourism industry. Manny Cochran. I was wondering if you might tell me a bit about the deceased Manny Cochran. He was my secretary in the embassy secretariat, charged with running the whole place. He was an admirable man. His death is a great loss to our country. He was in charge of everything, accounting, printing, taking care of our national treasures. Sorry, but do you say printing? Our country's primary source of revenue is our tourism industry. So in order for us to print the necessary pamphlets, flyers, coupons, etc., we have a printing press here at our embassy. I see. Please excuse my forwardness, however. I feel I should mention that I have a distinct impression that I've met him before. Oh yes. Since you are of the legal profession, I suppose you just might have. After all, Manny was involved in the KJA incident. The defendant who was found innocent in that case was Manny. So your Mr. Cochin is the same man as the one in the case. It's been 10 years. Manny recovered personally from the case and dove enthusiastically into this job. He was the one who planned this event and was to oversee this embassy's renovations. It really is a shame he had such a bright future ahead of him. What exactly do you mean earlier by renovations? You can't have tourists and visitors to our embassy think we're a poor nation, can we? So renovating the embassy is something of an investment. We may have a rather plattery budget, but we're trying our best to make do. However, I guess the only person who could have helped us do our best is now no longer with us. Master Polino, I was wondering if I may ask you about Codopia. Codopia, alright, what would you like to talk about? First, I'd like to ask you about this key. What about this key? I found it sticking out of Mr. Cochin's pocket. I believe it's originally belonged to this embassy, is that correct? Upon closer inspection, it seems that this key is shaped like a butterfly. That's not all about this key. It's also capable of changing into a knife. Oh! How fascinating! Is it possible that the ambassador didn't know about the existence of this key? In its knife form, there is a flower mark at the base of the blade. I guess this knife might be from when we used to be part of Codopia. How did you come to that conclusion? It has both the Codopia's national symbols, the butterfly and the flower. I suppose Manny used the key here at the embassy back when we were still Codopia. Master Polino, this key was stolen from the Codopian embassy 7 years ago. But Callisto Yu, otherwise known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu... Oh, really? You were not aware that Miss Yu had broken into this embassy at the time. I'm sorry, I can't be of much help. I'm not very familiar with the details, you see. I only became the ambassador after Babal became its own independent nation. But if Manny were still alive, he would probably know about what happened back then. Mr. Cochin and Miss Yu knew each other about 7 years ago. But that doesn't explain why I found the Yatagara's key here in the present. Okay, and I guess talk to Francesca. I said Francesca. Miles Edgeworth, what is it? Let me tell you something, you are currently my subordinate. And if you wish to convince everyone else of that, you will speak to me with respect. What's with the giddy glint in her eyes? I don't think that will really be necessary, Francisco. Oh, really? Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that you are still under me. that Francisco was flying around the world in pursuit of the smuggling case. So then, why is she here at the embassy? I was investigating the Albessian embassy when I got wind of this mess. Is that right? The Yatagarasu was due to appear at the embassy as well. Yes, but the difference is that we didn't have a fire over there. Although there was an incident at the Albessian embassy as well. But I left Agent Lang in charge of that case and came over to the Babalese embassy. Ah, so Agent Lang is here as well, huh? I see you've met. Well, he is the Abalisian embassy acting as bodyguard for Ambassador Alba. However, he seems to have a different reason for being there. So the suspect in the murder that occurred in this office is that little girl I see. Is she perhaps trying to be the Yatagarasu? Kay would never harm a soul, sir. Kay, you remember, do you not? About the case that we investigated together 7 years ago. That girl is the daughter of the victim in that case, Mr. Faraday. So she's that feisty little girl. Kay has been on the trail of the Yatagarasu, which is how she ended up here, looking for the one who took her father's life. I see. Kay's trying so hard, but you know what? The Yatagarasu just keeps on tricking us all. How so? The Yatagarasu said the card saying I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. There's a lot of logic diving here. But all we've had is an arson and a murder. The lab boys are going in circles. You know what this is, sirs? It's a breach of contract, and it's going on the rap sheet. Yes, me. I'm perfectly fine with that fact that nothing was stolen tonight. I do wonder though, Koso, you really is the Yatagarasu. All right, so let's see. We got some things to solve out right now. We got some logic to go through. All right. Dude, this is one of them. We know for a fact that the Yatagara's key was used at the embassy. Furthermore, we found it in the victim, Mr. Coach's pocket, which leads me to think that perhaps it is the key to the personal safe in this office. Good thinking, sir. Let's go try it out. It appears it was correct. The key that was left to us in the victim's pocket is literally turned out to be the key to the next place of the truth. What do we have here? Hey, there's nothing inside. Do you think the Yatagarasu made off with everything, sir? No, detective. I believe all we need to is a closer look. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. What is this here? Looks like the ripped corner of a piece of paper, sir. No, I don't think it's ripped. It's more like it seems more to me like it's stuck in the safe. Hey, you're right. It won't budge an inch. Not even when I tug on it. But I don't think I've ever seen paper stuck on the inside of a safe before. Hector, I think you have it backwards. It's not the paper that's strange. It's the safe. What do you mean? What I mean is the secret to the safe is that it has 2 compartments. Even just eyeballing it, you can see that the inside is a bit too shallow. Furthermore, with the unnatural way the paper is stuck at the back of the safe, I say that there is an extra bit of space between the back wall of the safe. In other words, the safe has a second compartment. What? I suppose that you are correct asserting to that the paper is stuck on an unnatural manner. What you say is correct. There is a second compartment. How do we go about opening the door to it then? As you can see, there's no other lock or keyhole in the safe. Actually, there is one more spot of interest to me on the safe. Oh, yes, and I believe that spot is the keyhole to our mystery second lock. Safe and its locks. Alright then, since you are so sure of yourself, show me how you deduce your answer. But somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold. There's one amazing ornamental knife. Hey, why do you always have to look down on my taste, sir? You know what I like, and this is really well crafted. Why do I look down on his taste? Because, my dear detective, I'm afraid your tastes are usually quite unquestionable. The knife. It would appear that the handle is removed. I guess so people can change them whenever they feel like it. Sounds like fun. Sounds like fun, sir. I don't think people would remove the handle just for fun, detective. You're shy. A piece of evidence that the key is safe. That's entirely true. This and that. Something like that. Oh my god. There's a hole here, sir. A little too oddly shaped for a latch hole. I would hardly call the shape a star. Reason for this hole. Am I overthinking this? Did the gumshoe? Could you please be quiet for a second? You're frightening me. Is it really the fucking knife part of it? Doesn't the shape of this keyhole remind you of something, Francisca? The shape? It does look very familiar. However, I believe it's simply a latch hole for the safe lock mechanism. It's just for keeping the door shut, nothing more. Is that so? The person who used the safe, Mr. Koshin, made sure the safe had 2 compartments in order to hide something. Do you honestly think someone like that would allow the keyhole to be hit a hidden half? To look so obviously like a keyhole that even an average person could figure it out. You can't be serious. Are you saying that this hole is a keyhole to the hidden compartment of the safe? That's precisely what I'm saying. And I will prove it to you right now. The Edgeworth's key is the key that will open it. Edgeworth's key, Miles Edgeworth. This had better not be a very better be a very bad joke. Sorry, but this is no joke. No joke in the Edgeworth's key. The very key that will open the second compartment of the safe. We know that this key opens the first compartment of the safe, but the keyhole you're talking about is the entirely different shape that. Oh my god! Than that of the key. I'm having like a moment. That's what they meant by a star. Let's go over this again, shall we? The Yatoro's key was originally made to open Mr. Coach's safe, the Cordovan embassy. We confirmed that the fact by opening the door to his safe with it. Now let's take a look at the back end of the key. Looking at the knife portion head on, what do you see here? What are you talking about? Ah, It appears that you've come to understand that what I'm talking about. When viewed head-on, the knife's blade is the exact same shape as the keyhole. The real function of the knife portion is to act as the key to a hidden portion of the safe. But that's preposterous, because it looks like a knife and it was used like one to kill Mr. Faraday 7 years ago. We fell under... I had a question. What is the question? We fell under the misconception that it was always meant to be a knife. What the fuck is platform kick? I have no idea what that is. But for both the safe and its key to conceal such clever tricks, whatever this is hidden inside the secret section must be of incredible importance. Then it's even possible that what I've been searching for is it's inside. Scruffy, hurry up and open that safe. Yes, sir, opening it now. Look at that. These items there. It's a bunch of funny shaped things. I guess they're pieces of art, huh? You're in the way. Now move, Scruffy. You didn't think I was in the way? Oh, you mean... I thought you meant the game is called Platform Kick, so that's why I was like, what? Also, yes, my character did do a fucking weird. Me and several of the guys from Midnight Crew were talking about Kick on a very high level of it, but like it's I don't know, it's kind of all over the place right now for it. Reason I haven't really decided to do anything with it is because I'm like, it depends what goes on with it and how long it will go. So the problem with it is restarting everything for the stream. Now, there's ways to become affiliated and shit like that, like, you know, how the affiliation works for that system, and that's fine. The problem I have with it overall, though, is just, it's really new. Like, it's just became a big thing now. What I'm afraid for it is for it to die at, like, any point. A big case in point, like, what I'm talking about is, like, Mixer. Mixer was originally made by, like, Microsoft, or, like, for, like, when Xbox was, like, out there and everything. And, man, Mixer was great, and then it got fucking murdered in seconds, and it was like, what happened? So it really depends how well Kick will go for right now. And it's like, I'll let it be for the time being, and we'll see if, like, maybe in several months from now, where is Kick at this point? How is Kick doing? How is it managing its site? You know, this whole thing. And it's just a whole concept to go through. Because me and the guys were talking about it, like, for a good moment. And it's like, if I'm going to go to stream on Kick, I would have to literally, not rebrand, but restart everything. So I have to get all my followers back up again. Reach affiliated. Then be able to, you know, get subscriptions for that point. As well as have, like, everything I have already on Twitch. Especially now, since all my Twitch VODs are literally on Twitch. It's like, I'm transferring a lot of my VODs into the YouTube channel. The Twitch YouTube channel that I did, the VOD thing. It's in my, my panels, if you ever look down. It should be, like, my avatar, and it should take you to the VOD channel, that I recently made. And it should, you know, the first videos that are on there right now is Super Mario Sunshine and Paper Mario Down Your Door. Those are currently what's on there. It's like, technically, that's where I'm, like, stashing my archive for right now, in case, like, something happens where everything gets removed, or they're gonna remove a lot of VODs, you know, it's me just storing shit in there. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. Kick is, questionable, is what it is right now. It's like, yes, it sounds good from, like, the perspective of it. Like, oh, man, they're like, they give more money for your subscriptions. They don't, you get more money from ad revenue. it's a new platform, you know, everyone can start new, some blah blah blah, you know, that whole spiel. But again, it really depends how it goes. Like, it just became big. I need to like give it like a half a year at best to like look into it more and stuff like that. That's my view on Kick. These pieces of art, they're identical to the ones that have been stolen from various countries around the world. I figured as much. These are the treasures this section of the safe was to hide from view. I believe a more thorough examination is required. There are pieces of stolen art from around the world. I wonder how much they're worth, especially this one. Don't touch those valuable pieces of art with your filthy hands. Why? Do you have any idea what would happen if one of them were to break? Is it just me, or did she hit one of the pieces of the art just now? This is the document that we thought was stuck earlier. I wonder what it's about. Beats me. Why don't we have a look at it first before I give it up, Detective? Mr. Colton's name is written here on the last paper. Wonder what the significance of this document is. Can you not take it? To build this sort of trick isn't one safe, is really something. I appreciate that. Neat how the safe has 2 compartments, but what's really impressive is that the other end of the key was another key I totally hadn't noticed. I'm gonna go now, it's all good, Sly. You've been coming in and out a lot. Wonder if Mr. Colton was just paranoid or if he had secrets that he great value. Speaking of paranoid, I once sharpened both ends of my pencil. But then when I want to erase something, I got all paranoid that I was gonna stab myself. I should continue fully focusing on trying to cheat and write on my cheat sheet. Please refrain from dispensing your special brand of unrelated stories while you're on duty. Yes, sir. Something else, though, to look into. Just the papers. He goes through the premise of the papers. He doesn't know what they could be. Found the key to the Amaterasu. No, Miss Yu stole 7 years ago. Well, originally from the embassy, maybe she came to return it. I don't think she's the type to be so kind as to do such a thing, Detective. Okay, then what do you think, sir? Let's see, for what reason did she steal the key? Steal your dirtiest secret. Is it possible that the dirty secret the Amaterasu was out to steal is in this very room? Dirty secret. Francisca, you're in pursuit of some dirty, underhanded dealings yourself, are you not? Something tells me that this is no coincidence. In that case, then, the person I'm looking for is here in the Babalese embassy, huh? The head of the smuggling operation. I think I just might need to ask Francisca about her smuggling case in more depth. The design of the knife's handle is greatly resembles a special Babalese species of butterfly. It does, doesn't it? Plus, it says right here, the knife is property of the Republic of Babal. Perhaps this means that the knife used in the crime was found right in this room. Alright, I got all my shit out the way. Oh god, Francisco, when we last talked, you said that you were on the trial of the smuggling ring. I suppose the reason you are here right now is related to that. Yes. After analyzing the intel we've gathered from various countries, this embassy rose to the top of our list of sites to investigate. And this is what tipped us off. An accounting document. It's only one page of the whole thing, so we're not sure about all the details. However, it's enough for us to grab onto the tail of the beast. For you see, this type of paper was made only in the kingdom of Codopia. Which means that somewhere in the countries of Albus and Babal is the head. The one pulling the strings right behind the entire smuggling ring. She's amazing. That's Francisca for you. She's amazing. Pursuing the case all she can. Okay, and then... I see. And then this would be connecting to this, right? Oh. Okay, of course it gives me the deducing now. Take a good look at these documents, Francisca. It says that there are 3 pages in total, and yet there are only 2 here. Correct. Now take a look at the smuggling activities document at your possessions. Tell me, is this not possible that your page was taken from this set of 3? Well, it certainly looks that way. But putting a multiple part puzzle together, we seem to have arrived at an answer. It seems that you have now found what you were looking for. Yes, and with this, it has become crystal clear that Mr. Cochin himself was responsible for the mass smuggling of Babalese ink. Babalese ink? Babalese ink is a special product of the Republic of Babal. However, due to a special reason, only a limited volume is ever exported. And that reason is? That's classified. It's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. In any case, it seems that the head of the smuggling ring was our victim, Mr. Manny Cochin. His base was in an embassy, thus it was hard for both our country and his to interfere, making it ideal conditions under which to run a smuggling operation. But it's so frustrating. I lost the person I was to rain judgment down upon with my whip of justice. Well, even if he is dead, we still have the responsibility to look into his misdeeds. Expect me to whip a dead man? Well, I'm not interested. Francisca, you must know that Manny Cochin was the suspect in the KJ8 incident. Of course I know. On top of being the head of the smuggling ring, there is the matter of what really happened in that case that needs to be resolved. Hey, we got it. One mistake out of everything. Are you done investigating? You realize now, don't you, that this girl is the only one who it could be. Now come along quietly, Yatagarasu K. Faraday. You are under arrest for the murder of Manny Cochin. Mr. Edgeworth, please, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I chased the fake Yatagarasu in here. And he was already... You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I'd like to help you reduce the number of mistaken arrests Interpol makes. What is that supposed to mean? I believe I told you that K. Faraday is not the culprit of this crime. Very well. I suppose I have no choice. I'll show you just how foolish your claims are. Why arrest K? Even your police confirmed that the Yatagarasu infiltrated the Babalese embassy tonight. Due to the confusion caused by the fire, the Yatagarasu snuck into the embassy. Furthermore, this girl claims to be the Yatagarasu, and most importantly, other than her, there was no one else in here with the body. Your reason for suspecting Kay is because you think she is the Yatagarasu. Exactly, but it isn't just me. She calls herself the Yatagarasu. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I was only out to capture the fake Yatagarasu. Imposter or not, it matters not. A Yatagarasu is a Yatagarasu. Very well, then I shall prove that the K is not the Yatagarasu who killed Mr. Manny Cochin. Go ahead and try. Show me what a prosecutor of this country are made of. You're so pretty. Even your police confirmed that the Yatagarasu infiltrated the Babalese embassy tonight, utilizing the confusion caused by the fire. The Yatagarasu snuck inside. Just because she claims, calls herself that, it doesn't prove that she is the killer. No, but it does give her a motive. Edgeworth sent a card saying I will be there to steal your dirty secret. Furthermore, there are documents pertaining to some smuggling activity in this room. She obviously wanted to steal them. So she killed Mr. Cochin for the key. I see. The logic is very sound. I expected nothing less of Agent Lang's secretary. However, the statement just now didn't sound right. It might just be the opening I need. You're claiming that Kay knew the foreign country's embassy has such documents. As stated in the calling card, the Yakuza was out to steal a dirty secret, which means that the goal tonight was to steal those smuggling activity documents. Now all along, it was the fake that sent that card. Your words are meaningless. If you are truly innocent, then let's see some proof. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. I leave it to you to handle this. Yes, I'd rather you did. Yakuza's goal, huh? You can claim she's innocent, but you can't change the facts I've already outlined. It's due to this one statement here. Oh my god. Don't know that's it, but we'll see. I think it is, because I stopped everything. Ijishihana, I regret to inform you, but there is a flaw in your logic. Oh? Even if you claim that she is the killer and the Yatagarasu, I am certain that securing the smuggling documents is not the motive behind the murder. The keys to the safe in this room was found on Mr. Koto's body. Furthermore, the Yatagarasu would not be so stupid as to leave without the documents. By the simple fact that the documents were still in the safe when we looked, it's obvious that the killer's target was not the safe at all. And perhaps she didn't know that Mr. Cochin had the key on him. If that's the case, then why would she have needed to kill him? Because I can think of no reason for her to kill him if she had not known that fact. Reason? All of this is simply our conjecturing after the fact. It's entirely possible that she accidentally killed him when she was sneaking in. Perhaps she didn't notice the safe's second compartment before returning the key. But the fact still remains that Mr. Cochin was stabbed to death. But you have no definitive proof that it was Kay who committed the act. Actually, I do. I saw her holding the knife she used on the victim with my own eyes. What? Allow me to tell you a bit more about the evidence that will put her away behind bars. The knife wound on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon which the killer was holding. I assume she obtained the knife from the display rack and used it on the victim. The knife is part of a special three-piece set which has a design like no other. Excuse me. The evidence and testimony it all points to the girl. There is no counter argument. That is your definitive evidence? You see now that she's definitely the killer, right? No, Miss Surgery, you gotta believe me. Saw a suspicious person in the long black coat outside the embassy, I swear. You came in here because you were chasing this suspicious person. That's right, I ran into this office only because I was chasing after that person. That scared the shit out of me. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the lights, but then... Who's there? This is... Came to the room upon hearing the girl scream, and when I saw her holding the knife, I immediately restrained her. So the object Kay felt by her feet on the floor was the murder weapon. I had the knife analyzed right away, but we failed to find anyone's prints on it. The suspicious person in the black coat who came into this room before me. I continue to insist there was such a person, but if there was, where did they go? That I don't know. But I know they came in here. It sounds like the desperate excuse of a suspected killer, not a trustworthy testimony. You understand now, don't you? We can't trust the girl's words, Mr. Edgeworth. You have the point. Even if Kay's words are the truth, I must show that they are with some solid evidence. Edward, I really didn't... Okay. Don't worry. You didn't do it, then there must exist a way for me to prove that. Still not giving up, I see in that case, try to counter my argument if you can. Don't worry, I can, and I will. My nose has been very annoyed and itchy now. Knife wound on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife. Yes. Knife with the butterfly handle is a murder weapon, which is the killer was holding. You mean to say that you saw Kay holding the murder weapon with your own eyes? I was also on the search for the Yattagarasu. When I heard the girl scream coming from this room, I rushed over straight away. When I arrived, I saw the girl standing there motionless with a knife in her hands. But I already told you, I only came in here because I was also after the Yattagarasu. I came into this room. But when I entered, it was pitch dark. Felt something by my foot on the floor, so I turned on the lights, and then you found out that it was the murder weapon at your feet. How many times do I have to tell you, we can't trust the words of a suspect? The only thing that you'll accept is evidence, is it? That's the only acceptable way to counter an agent of Interpol at the scene of the crime. I think I do, because there is one piece of evidence I find a bit to be a bit interesting. I think I need to carefully examine that piece again. It's the fact that it come off, right? So the murder weapon was the knife with the butterfly design on it. But is that really the truth? What are you getting at? I'd like for you to take a look at this. There's blood on the blade, and yet there's not a speck of blood on the handle. This signifies that at the time of the crime, a different handle was attached to this blade. The knife that Kay was holding had its handle switched and was in fact not the real murder weapon. It wasn't the real murder weapon. The knife could be taken apart. Shall we give it a go? There you go. As you can see, the Beverly's knife was now been disassembled into two parts. The killer must have pulled the murder weapon out of the victim's body and proceeded to swap the knife's original handle with this butterfly one. It was all to create the illusion that Mr. Cochin was killed with the butterfly-themed knife. It should clear up any and all suspicion surrounding Kay. The argument isn't airtight yet. How so? It's possible that... I like how she has a lot of dialogue right now. It's possible that the girl herself is the one who switched the handles. Don't be ridiculous. For what purpose would she do such a thing? I don't care to know how the criminal thinks. The way that... Oh my god, the way they view the world is beyond the comprehension of a normal person like myself. Therefore, I wouldn't put anything past them, no matter how odd it may be. Huh. The truth is right there in front of you, and this knife will show you the way. You will come to see that the K is not and could not have been Mr. Cochin's killer. What now? Oh, the mark. What is his mark on here? It's the mark of a flower. I assume you know what this means. No, not really. Butterflies rest on flowers all the time to drink their sweet nectar. And so they do. There you go. However, would this butterfly really drink the nectar of this flower? The answer is clearly not a chance. Now to prove the relationship between the butterfly and the flower with this. Bless you, thank you. You can't be serious. It appears that you've made the connection. The flower on the blade is designed after a certain country's national symbol. That's right, the Kingdom of Albest. In other words, this blade is from one of Albest's ornamental knives. This part of the knife handle has Babal's national symbol of the flower on it. Therefore, it is undeniably Babalese in origin. But as we both know, you can't kill someone with just a knife handle. Incidentally, when exactly did the murder occur again, Agent Shihana? After the fire had broken out. That's right. Kay entered the Babalese embassy after the fire had taken place. Furthermore, she had not been to the Babalese side of the building before then. On top of that, not a single person passed between the two countries during the fire. Which means that Kay could not have transported an Abalestian object over here. This makes it impossible for her to be the true killer. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. What a great victory. Ah, hey. Why is everyone so quiet? I'm happy we got this far and cleared Kay's name. But what worries me now is what will happen next. What is the meaning of this? An Albestian knife here? Do you mean, how did this find its way to the Republic of Babal? It didn't just find its way over, rather we should focus on how it was smuggled over. You know what? My brain hurts thinking about it while we were just standing around. Thinking while you're on the run now, that's the way a real great thief operates, Kay. Oh, thanks a bunch, Mr. Edgeworth. For proving me innocent, I mean. You believe in me the whole time, right? Tell me you did. Not really, but... Come on, you don't have to be shy about it. The argument's still not airtight. Would you care to elaborate? Understand now that the girl didn't commit the murder. However, there is still the possibility that she is the Yatagarasu. That again, look, how many times I have to explain it to you. I am the real Yatagarasu. I'm not like the fake one that goes around setting fires, okay? Whether you're the real deal or fake, it doesn't really matter. All I have to say is this. I have my suspicions that this girl is the one who started the fire. Preposterous. On what grounds do you suspect her of such a thing? The fact that she calls herself the Yatagarasu, that in and itself is the most elegant proof. Miss Shihana? Yes? I have no intention of taking back any of what I've said. I am the great thief Yatagarasu, and I refuse to allow some imposter to claim that name as their own. The path of justice that my father pointed me towards, I will walk it the best I can. It's not good to be so stubborn. I hope you can understand that. Thanks a lot for the concern, Miss Shihana. Let me share something with you too, as a token of my appreciation. Those sunglasses totally do nothing for you, so I'll steal them from you next time, okay? What? Well, I guess we better get going. Going? To where? To the Kingdom of Albust. Alibust. I don't know how to pronounce that. If we don't go, we won't know for sure, right? I suppose not. We won't get anywhere simply by standing here thinking. To see where the Albestian knife came from, we'll have to pay the Albestian embassy a visit. Let's go, Miles Edgeworth. As you are my supporter, I will not tolerate you bringing the investigation to a halt. Understood. Alright, real quick, where are we at? So, I'm gonna let you know right now. That was the beginning. We still got the middle and then the end. But I think I'm gonna call it here though. I think this is a good resting stop point. Such a all right. It was nice lurking. Well, I'm glad you had some enjoyment lurking. But yeah, yo, this shit's fucking crazy fun. Like, I don't know what it's about, just being like with visual novels. I guess like murder mystery visual novels really get to me where I'm just like, oh, dude, this shit's fucking crazy. And it's like, oh shit, like it's so simplistic of like just reading the thing and it just goes like, the order. But like sometimes, you have to solve it. You have to like, they do give you like, all right, be logical of like what the fuck happened. Do this. Think logically of how this connects to this. It's like that whole concept where I'll just be like, bro, I feel smart. Take note that for I did use a guide for the first 3 games of Phoenix Wright, but that's because I already played them. But take bigger note that the fact that I'm playing this completely blind, and I'm just like, dude, this shit's insane, and I'm just like, I'm so smart. So Ace Attorney, but the Ace Attorney Investigation, Miles Edgeworth, is fantastically great on all means. I just can't wait for the second game, and then Apollo Justice, and then so forth and so on. I can't wait for that whole spiel of shit. That's gonna be way fun. But yeah, I'm calling it a night here. Next week, if my schedule doesn't change of like Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Thursday, Final Fantasy 9. Friday, Process of Elimination, and then Saturday, back to some Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth. Yeah. That's the spiel of what's happening. But other than that, hope anyone who's watching me had a good time. Anyone who came by to drop by had a good time. Yeah, I'm gonna say my goodbyes now. Bye, Jenny.